Chapter 601. Wow! The thunder and lightning fell into the talisman. Yi Chen's body was shaking. Poof! Another 2 mouthfuls of blood were sprayed out. The talisman could not absorb the thunder robbery. Break it for me. Without blood on his face, Yi Chen reverses the talisman and forces a drop of blood essence into a killing move. When the light burst out, all the thunder and lightning in the talisman turned into a net of heaven and earth, and they were strangled towards that lightning. Wow! Rao is so. Between the collapse of electricity and light, Yi Chen's spirit rune is broken again, and the rest of the thunder and lightning power swept Yi Chen's whole body in a flash. Damn it! The cry of pain came, Yi Chen's body convulsed violently. What a horror! Although the spirit rune of Wanjian Guizong and Benming weakened at least 2/3 of the energy, the remaining lightning power almost completely destroyed Yi Chen. Boom! Fortunately, the 3 drops of refined blood in Yi Chen's body burst out, releasing a warm current that enveloped Yi Chen's internal organs. At the same time, the blood dragon seems to be transformed, carrying the meaning of thunder and lightning and flame into substance. At this moment, the blood dragon seems to smell the bloody beast, rampant. Fire burning, in Yi Chen's unbelievable eyes, actually began to talk about wandering in Yi Chen's body, trying to destroy the power of thunder and lightning, quickly devour. With the outbreak of blood essence and blood dragon, Yi Chen finally exhaled a breath. The power of thunder and lightning breaks up a little bit, and Yi Chen's heart rate accelerates accordingly. He knew very well what he was going to get with the last bit of lightning breaking away. What a terrible third thunder and lightning! Under the cliff, looking at the last fall of the thunder and lightning, Cloud old face full of surprise. Is this really thunder robbery? Why has he never seen a thunderstorm of this intensity? It's as if the thunder robbery is more terrifying than the breakthrough of some powerful people in Kunlungsu. What forces stand behind Yi Tian and what forces can cultivate such existence? At least not in the memory of Yunlao. The old man's eyes glistened and muttered to himself. He seemed to be thinking about something. Grandfather Yun, it seems strange to resist the thunder robbery at last. Gee, he doubts. The power of the last thunder robbery is very strong, especially the moment of sweeping Yi Chen. What seems to have happened? The distance is too far, Rao is difficult for her to see clearly. In particular, the scattered power of thunder and lightning wandering between heaven and earth affected her sight. Even so, she could feel that there was a burst of energy in Yi Chen's body, refining the power of thunder and lightning. It's a little weird. But what about that? Who has no secret? In the future, we don't want to talk about Yi Tian. We'll go back to Ji's house and tell the owner about it. Yun Lao Dao. Yes. Thunder robbed, Mr. Ye's realm has been established. It's time for us to go back. The only thing he wants to do now is to find Ji Xiqing and tell her about it. It is estimated that Sister Xiqing, who has always been arrogant and cold, will startle her Qin. She heard that a few years ago Ji Xiqing seemed to be very interested in a man named Yi Chen. Ji family blocked many times, but Ji Xiqing still helped the disabled man. The Ji family is afraid that Ji Xiqing will have feelings for this person, influence his cultivation, and even use killers to kill him. But every time he was blocked by Ji Xiqing. Ji Xiqing even threatens Ji Jia. If Ji Jia dares to move Yi Chen again, she will leave Ji family from now on. Everyone has a big headache about it. At this moment, Jiho mouth outlines a smile. The existence of Yi Tian should transfer Xiqing's affection for Yi Chen. Who? On the cliff, in the cold wind, Yi Chen sits on the ground panting. The last thunder robbery is extremely dangerous. If 3 drops of blood essence and blood dragon burst out suddenly, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. The thunder robbery, you can't resist it at will. After a long time, Yi Chen sighed. But now I've made it. Close your eyes, carefully feel the changes in the dantian. Yi Chen's smile is more and more rich. At the moment, how strong is the true qi in the elixir field? Even if the original life talisman on the elixir field is more than twice as large as before. How strong is the purple air around the elixir field? Between a thought, Yi Chen can burst out of the energy. How terrible. Sure enough, the gap between Xinyu and Jinyuan is too big. With the hegemony of 9 days Xianyang in my ability, I have stepped into a state of mind wandering. I dare not say that it is invincible within the territory. But, beyond the ordinary, can threaten me? There are only a few of them. After a long time, Yi Chen got up with a smile on his face. Jinyuan State and Xinyu State. Although it's only one step away, it's thousands of miles away. Today's Yi Chen, if in Kunlun Su, also has the ability to protect himself. Even if you meet Elder Zheng of Blood Alliance, Yi Chen will never be in a mess. At least, it won't be slaughtered by others. It has no power to resist. Thinking of all this, Yi Chen felt more and more happy. This time, my body is not only stronger than a little bit. After a little exercise, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. After the baptism of thunder robbery, Yi Chen's physical advantages are much stronger. And Soul Sword and Blood Dragon. Jinhuan Sword brings thunder, meaning under the baptism of thunder robbery. Strong breath. If there is another baptism of thunder robbery, the sword will surely cross a level. Looking at the wanton Soul Sword in his hand, Yi Chen is quite satisfied. This is also a huge gain. The key is the Blood Dragon. At the moment, Yi Chen found that the power of the 3 drops of blood essence seems to be integrated into the Blood Dragon virtual shadow. The breath of Blood Dragon has a qualitative leap. The reminder is expanded 10 times. The power of the Blood Dragon and the power of the Life Talisman must be even more terrible. Everything is going for the better. The more powerful the Blood Dragon and the Life Talisman are, the more self-protection ability they have. Today's promotion makes Yi Chen feel free. Now, what I need to do is to consolidate my strength as soon as possible. Then, find Elder Zheng, step into Kunlun Void and kill the Blood Alliance. After a moment, he takes back his thoughts and says to himself in a deep voice. Tut disciple, not bad. Without wasting those 3 drops of blood essence, I finally stepped into a state of ecstasy. Come to the Samsara Cemetery, Yi Chen is to see Duan Laren, a face calm said. Well. Without those 3 drops of blood essence, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to step into the realm of mind wandering, and the thunder robbery would be unbearable. Yi Chen did not deny this. Suddenly, Duan Laren raised his head and looked at the blood dragon above the reincarnation cemetery. He said, the benefits of those 3 drops of blood essence are not only that. Do you think that blood dragon is just a little stronger? What do you mean, master? Yi Chen was stunned. Duan Laren's Real Chi moved and suspended directly in the air. Apprentice, do you know that the 3 drops of blood essence are the blood of the dragon, and they are valuable? Your blood dragon has those 3 drops of blood essence. Then we have real rights. In other words, you have a chance to step on the dragon. Chapter 602. Step on the dragon and soar into the sky. Yi Chen looked at the blood dragon on the top of his head, but he didn't expect that these 3 drops of blood essence were the blood of the dragon. At that time, the girl of Ji family was so careful that he thought it was a precious pill. Now it seems that the Ji family really gave him a big gift. This is too much. However, 5 years ago, Ji Xiqing's existence left him in debt to the Ji family. The other party helped him several times in Kunlun. At that time, he just stepped into the way of cultivation. He had no foundation, and he was just a fan root. The Samsara Cemetery has not been completely opened. If there was no Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin, he would have died in a corner. I really want to pay it back. I don't know when. Well, if Ji's family is in danger, let's do it yourself. Yi Chen murmured. The sound of the dragon singing on his head kept ringing. Master, what changes have taken place in the blood dragon? What do you mean by substance? Can he become a real dragon? Yi Chen said again. Duan Laren's eyes slightly narrowed. This road has a long way to go, but these 3 drops of blood essence are the turning point. Your destiny, as for whether you can really turn into a dragon, depends on your remaining chance. To some extent, the reincarnation graveyard is not your biggest card, this blood dragon is. But now the blood dragon is still very weak and can't play its real power. If one day he exerts his real power, the sky will not be able to trap you. Thunder and lightning, the dragon can even control the fire, which can tear the space. In addition to your life talisman, to some extent, your future achievements will far surpass those of Kunlun empty young people. No more nonsense. Now you have to do two things. The first thing is that I need Taiga Shusher Dan. You must activate the second tombstone to release the great man. Second, you go to a place. Duan Laren suddenly thought of something, and then changed his mouth. Forget it, that place is in Kunlun Su. It's not urgent at present. The first thing is what you have to do. Yi Chen's eyes fall on the second tombstone, which is shining with dazzling light. He could feel an old breath condensing. Master, is this the alchemist? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Duan Laren shook his head. He is not so simple. You can understand him naturally when you see him. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, reaches out his hand and touches the tombstone. In an instant, the tombstone is brilliant. The whole samsara face is shaking up. Even the small dragon veins had cracks because of the vibration. Yi Chen thought the tombstone would crack, and then a figure appeared directly. But for 5 minutes, there's no movement at all. When Yi Chen lost some patience, the medicine tripod obtained at the auction was suspended directly. It appears in the air. Streamers of light flowed around the cauldron. All of a sudden, bang! With a loud noise, the medicine tripod directly fell down. Steadily fell in front of Yi Chen. If you want me to come out, you can, as long as you can refine Shuiling pill. If you can't even refine the water elixir, I won't admit you, the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery. Because you are not qualified. A waste is not qualified to be my apprentice. Cold words resound from the tombstone. Arrogance. Arrogant. You can't even be eccentric. Yi Chen also saw many great powers of reincarnation cemetery during this period, such as Chen Tianli, Luo Yuntian, slaying Dao Jun, Duan Laren, etc. These people are almost sure of their identity from the beginning. There is no big test. But what the hell is this guy? Shuiling pill? Naturally, he knew this pill, but the refining of it was extremely complicated. Now he wanted to refine it, it was impossible. Isn't it hard for people? Yi Chen looks at Duan Laren, who also shakes his head with a wry smile. This guy's temper is famous for his eccentricity, and I can't help it. Disciple, do you want to try to refine a water elixir? If you can't refine it, you can forget about Taiga Shusher Dan now. Duan Laren can only say that. Yi Chen looks at the tombstone that the red light overflows unceasingly, in the heart curiosity is particularly prosperous. Such a temper, at the beginning to give himself a powerful, is this guy's identity has a lot of head? Not just Shuiling pills, I'll refine them for you. Yi Chen's temper is up. Although he has never refined Shuiling pills successfully, even if his own strength is refined, there will be great consequences. But he's going to try. He doesn't believe this evil. It's just a broken pill. What are you afraid of? Yi Chen no longer hesitates, sits cross-legged, encircles his whole body with genuine qi and closes his eyes. All of a sudden, my eyes opened and a cold light came out. At the same time, a drop of blood essence is forced to shoot on the tripod. Before refining pills, the most important thing is to establish contact with the medicine tripod. When everything is ready, Yi Chen grabs the 5 fingers, and the herbs on the reincarnation graveyard directly sweep into Yi Chen's palm. Put the medicine tripod directly at the right time. The flame is crisscross, a slight medicine fragrance overflows from inside. Give me a start. Yi Chen a roar, just want to control the flame. Suddenly, a sense of vibration came from the medicine tripod. Bang! Next second, blow up the furnace. Obviously failed. Yi Chen is not a bit discouraged, tried a few times, but the results are the same. Boy, if you can't even refine the water elixir, to tell you the truth, the reincarnation graveyard can't play its value in your hands. It's better to give the reincarnation cemetery to someone else. Ears ring out a cold words, Yi Chen Mao's son a shrink, indifferent swept a tombstone. Blood dragon, come on. A dragon chant, blood dragons suddenly appeared. Because at the beginning, the blood dragon virtual shadow has entered the place of Qinling dragon vein. Its whole body has a trace of fire attribute. Blood dragon and Yi Chen have the same idea, naturally understand Yi Chen's meaning, no longer hesitating, coiled around the medicine tripod. Not only that, the whole body of the flame is gradually released. The temperature of the whole samsara cemetery has gone up a lot. This life talisman, come out. In the air, a ray of lightning surge. Ray. Yi Chen a roar. In an instant, thunder and lightning fell from the talisman, and they were wrapped around the medicine cauldron. At this moment, the aura in the samsara cemetery is flowing towards the medicine ding. And Yi Chen's whole body is surrounded by the essential medicinal materials of Shuiling Dan. Yi Chen looks serious, directly put the medicine into it again. At the same time, close your eyes and clap on the medicine tripod. Although Shulingdan is precious, if he tries his best, it is not impossible. Not worthy to be the owner of the samsara cemetery. Waste? Today, he just slapped the face of this great power. What if you're from ancient times? Even if you are an ancient Dan master, Yi Chen's talent is not weak at all. 5 years ago, the old man rescued him from the lower reaches of Dongqian Lake, and even brought him to Kunlun Su. He was attracted to his talent in alchemy and pharmacy. Chapter 603. Boom! The center of Samsara Cemetery seems to be swept by the storm. And Yi Chen is in the center of the storm. When the tombstone saw this scene, a light voice suddenly rang out. This guy is actually... The voice disappeared before the words were finished. At the same time, an old figure wearing a white robe and misty breath came out of the tombstone. It was more interesting to watch Yi Chen in the storm. It's the power in the second tombstone. At the same time, Kunlun Su, a magnificent temple. Standing on the top of the mountain. The spirit is very rich. In the deepest part of the temple, an ancient and simple gate is closed. The disciples who come and go will take a casual look at the gate. Careful, extremely afraid. They all know that behind this gate is a beautiful girl of heaven that can shake Kunlun Su. Ji Siqing. Ji Siqing's existence is almost the goddess in the dream of countless practitioners in Kunlun. For them, even if they meet, they are willing to reduce their lifespan by 10 years. Unfortunately, Ji Siqing has been closed. It's even colder. They even rarely chat with outsiders, let alone the opposite sex. The only exception is Yechen, who has disappeared for more than half a year. Hundreds of followers refused, which has made the name a joke. But it was this joke that made Ji Siqing stand up for countless times. They are helpless. Even killed Yi Chen's heart. Just at this time, outside the temple, two beautiful images rush towards the simple gate. If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that these two people are Ji Lin and Ji He, who was just in Kunlun Mountain Road. Ji Ho horse into the Kunlun Su, directly arrived here. Sister Ji He, what are you looking for in such a hurry? Is it hard to say that something has happened to the chronicler? Ji Lin has a wonderful way to go. Ji He frowned, his chest trembling because of his fast steps. Sister Ji Lin, this is not an ordinary thing. It is not only about the Ji family, but also about the whole Kunlun void. Ji Lin didn't take it seriously. Is it difficult that something interesting happened recently? You will know later. Sister Siqing should be out of the customs. Well, the breakthrough just ended yesterday, and it's in it now. Not long, they came to the ancient gate. Ji Lin knocked on the door, and before finishing, there came a cold voice. Come in. After a while, they just opened the door. I saw a girl sitting cross-legged on a piece of colorful stone. The aura in the house is overflowing from the colorful stones. The girl on the colorful stone is extremely beautiful. Every part seems to be the most satisfied existence of Nuwa. He even felt a trace of inferiority. What did you two come to me for? Did Ji family urge me to go back? Ji Siqing's indifferent voice suddenly sounded, without any fluctuation. He no longer hesitated, and even said, "Sister Siqing, a great event has happened in Kunlun these days. My father asked me to come and tell you immediately." Siqing still closed his eyes. "Light Wei, say it." "In recent days, a top strong man has been born. The Blood Alliance and the Yibao Pavilion have suffered losses in this person's hands, and even I don't know what the other side is. Zhuang Bufan, Zifenghua, and other people who offend him are all dead. It's not the most important thing. The man holding the thunder in his hand is like a god coming down to earth. In 3 days, it seems that you have stepped from the realm of Jinyuan to the realm of transcendence. Perhaps it is even more terrifying." The words in front of him made Siqing have no reaction at all, but after a word fell, Siqing suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "In 3 days, from Jinyuan to supernatural? He, Jiha, does anyone believe your joke? What's more, Yiboj and Shuameng are very troublesome in Kunlun Void. Ordinary people can't offend them at all. You should have heard about it." Siqing Dao. Lin on one side also nodded, and she naturally did not believe it. He was a little anxious. "Sister Siqing, I dare to bet with my spirit. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Grandfather Yun and many strong people of Kunlun Su have witnessed it. It is estimated that before long, this event will spread throughout the whole Kunlun Void." Siqing hears Jihe's oath and frowns and begins to believe. The spirit swore, "It's too expensive. What's the age of this man and what kind of influence does he come from? And what's his name?" Siqing asked. She was more or less interested in such an evil person. He Mao's son is firm and resolute, word by word way. This person's age and Siqing elder sister are similar. Even the talent is above Siqing's sister. What? Siqing and Lin changed their expressions. "In my 20s, 3 days into the extraordinary? Is there such evil in Kunlun Su?" Before they could react, he was even more surprised. Where did he come from? No one knows. It happened in China. Kunlun Mountain. The only information I know is that this person's surname is Yi. He words have not finished. Siqing's eyes flash a little surprised. "From Huaxia, also surnamed Yi, is it Yi Chen that guy? But Yi Chen's talent is impossible." Her eyes are a little lonely. To tell the truth, this guy left Kunlun Suda for half a year, also don't know how to be in China. Although Lin has been there for a long time, I don't know if there is any accident. He knew what Siqing thought, and continued, "Sister Siqing, I haven't finished. His surname is Yi and his name is Shirtian. To be honest, it's a day when he ignores all the rules." All of a sudden, the whole room was freezing. A trace of murder spread. He looks pale, raises his head, and instantly sees a pair of cold bone marrow eyes. From Siqing. "I say again for the last time, all the family are not qualified to belittle Yi Chen. I'm going to practice. You go. No one in the family can come to see me within a month." Cold words like orders. He shudders, sighs and turns away. Over the years, Siqing's character has not changed. A waste man will eventually disappear in the dust, and can only look up at the stars in the sky silently. Yi Chen is dust. Chapter 604. At the same time, the Samsara Cemetery. Yi Chen naturally did not know about the matter of Kunlun Shuji Siqing. At the moment, he is madly refining Shulingdan. The fire on the medicine cauldron is more and more powerful, and the sound of dragon chanting is heard incessantly. The blood dragon's flame and thunder and lightning almost made the whole medicine cauldron crack. This power is almost more than the medicine tripod can bear. Although the medicine tripod is of great value, it is hard to resist the impact of the double forces of thunder and fire. Fortunately, in the medicine tripod, a strong smell of medicine gradually condensed. Yi Chen's whole body is already wet. The true qi of Dantian all swept away. This is the second big stone that he disdains. All of a sudden, the medicine cauldron that numerous forces gather together vibrates gently. A clear sound rings in my ears. At the same time, Yi Chen forces out a drop of blood essence, which turns into blood mist and is wrapped around the medicine tripod. Shui Ling Dan, give me the Ning. With a roar, thunder and fire are raging. The medicine tripod just taken from Yibao Pavilion has countless lines all over the body. It's going to break. Yi Chen opened his eyes, 5 fingers suddenly grasp. A blue pill appeared directly in the palm of the hand. Pills have a very strong fragrance, more importantly, the lines of pills are extremely clear. It's Shillingdon. See this scene, the second tombstones on the shadow, old face red. Not because Yi Chen refined Shuiling pill. But this water elixir's grade is extremely high. It's even perfect. Duan Laren took a look at the old man beside him and said faintly, although I know you have a strange temper, I'm afraid that the words you just said just now are inspiring. The old man didn't speak, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Yi Chen with interest. A few seconds later, he said, I'm telling you the truth. If the owner of the Samsara cemetery can't even refine the Shuiling pill, do you think he's still qualified to be our turn man? Don't forget, this boy carries the hope of 100 of us. The war in ancient times trapped us 100 people, and we could not be reborn and reincarnated, let alone redeemed. What's more, you should be aware of the strength of that force. Although the present state of this sun can be seen in the past, it is still too far away from that road. Once that force finds out that this sun is in control of the reincarnation cemetery, do you think they will give the boy a chance to live? With the strength of this sun, those old guys hiding in the depths will surely notice this boy. I don't want this boy to be unable to control his own destiny at that time. The final result is that we will not be able to turn over for a lifetime. When Duan Laren heard this, his smile became stiff. Even eyes fell into deep meditation. The other side's words, he cannot refute. Duan Laren, do you really think this boy will give us hope? Asked the old man suddenly. Duan Laren looked at Yi Chen, who was holding the Shuiling pill. Without any thought, he said, at first, I didn't feel that way, but the more I know about this boy, the more confident I am in him. When he cultivates the blood dragon and turns the life talisman into the magic power, it will be the power that will fear. Yi Chen at the moment does not know these two people are talking about themselves. He took a look at the Shillingdon in the palm of his hand and outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then the eyes shot in a direction. The second tombstone has lost its luster. But Duan Laren has an old man beside him. The one who can know without a word is a cold word. Yi Chen sneered and shot the pill in his hand directly. Old man, this is the Shuiling pill you want. Now can you admit that I am the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery? The old man didn't have any movement, and the Shuiling pill seemed to have been hindered by some kind of obstruction, and directly suspended in front of the old man and stopped. His indifferent eyes glanced at Yi Chen and said, do you really think that refining Shuiling pill will control the way of elixir? Ridiculous. In my eyes, Shillingdon is just the most rubbish foundation. You have just met this condition. If you want to be my apprentice, you are far from qualified. Finish saying, that water spirit Dan then toward Yi Chen and come. The powerful energy envelopes the left and right, as if in control of everything. Bang! When Yi Chen catches Shillingdon, the air waves roll, Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and is directly shaken off. Sleeping trough. This can have a temper, even if they are hurt. Before Yi Chen got up, the figure appeared in front of Yi Chen, looked down from the ground, and said faintly, although I don't want to admit it, but the reincarnation cemetery has chosen you, I can't escape. I am the immortal lord. Since you wake me up, I don't want to owe you any favor. Today, I will give you a sword rhyme. The language falls, has not waited for the Leaf Chen to react to come over, the immortal lord a point in Yi Chen's eyebrow heart. A powerful information flow surging. Wanchen Jianju. This sword formula has no attack power. Looks like chicken ribs. But can let 10,000 sword ministers subdue. What a spectacle. If one's enemy can't use his sword, he can only coagulate his own sword, which will be the greatest advantage in the war situation. The key point is that this sword formula can bend people's soldiers without fighting. Don't be so cool. Yi Chen is short of breath. Although the immortal master has a strange temper, Sending such a gift at this time is enough to prove that all the actions of the other party are just provocations. Yi Chen feels Wan Chen's sword formula. Although this sword formula is strong, it has certain limitations. It can only be used once in 3 days, and it depends on the practice of the practitioner. There are some spirit swords that are extremely against the heaven. Even if Yi Chen uses this sword formula now, it is useless. The immortal lord released his fingers and turned and walked directly towards the tombstone. Don't ask me for anything special. I repeat, I don't fully recognize you, I won't teach you anything else, let alone help you. The empty shadow disappeared and the tombstone fell into silence. Duan Laren came over and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Let go of Taiga Shusher Dan first. This is the character of the immortal lord. When he knows you better, he will accept you. According to my understanding of him, he is not a man of iron heart. Yi Chen nodded. Master, you said this man is an alchemist. Why did he just give me a sword formula? Duan Laren took a deep look at the tombstone and said leisurely, I never said that this man is an alchemist. He just knows alchemy. He not only knows alchemy, but also has a lot to do with arrays, swordsmanship and talismans. He is a marvelous man. If you have the guidance of this person, you will benefit a lot from martial arts. Well, it's time for you to leave the Samsara cemetery. You've been in it for too long. Chapter 605. Huaxia, Beijing International Airport. Yi Chen flew directly to the capital at Kunlun Mountain Airport. He went to Ye's house at the first time. Xiakenzi. Yi Chen just stepped into the door, a beautiful shadow rushed over. Feet open, jumped directly to Yi Chen's body. Feet directly hook in Yi Chen's waist, the chest of the turbulent thing is hard pressure Yi Chen. Sun Yi. Xiakenzi, didn't you tell Ruoxue to go for 1 day? It's the 4th day. If it wasn't for Elder Shin who said you were okay, I would have gone to Kunlun Mountain to find you. Yi Chen holds Sun Yi in his arms. His body has a different sense of touch. He takes a look around him and says, why are you alone, if you know them? And my mother? Sun Yi didn't have the idea to come down at all. While holding Yi Chen, she explained, my aunt has been breaking through the cultivation room since that day. I don't know how many levels she has broken through. There should be some things that have affected her. No, she's still breaking through. As for Rushu and Zhuya, they didn't practice, but something happened in Jiangnan province. Both the Zhu and Xia families were in Jiangnan province. They went back by plane last night. Yi Chen frowns, what happened in Jiangnan province? He wanted to ask what, a pair of red lips directly kiss up. Xiakenzi, do you think the weather is very good today, should you do some sports? The wet tip of the tongue stirs the heartstrings of Yi Chen. The key is that the two of them are now in a rather ambiguous position. Yi Chen knows Sun Yi's character and understands her initiative in that respect. Now she did it just to appease him and prevent him from thinking about something. Yi Chen is silent in Sun Yi's wet kiss. She was holding Sun Yi to the room on the 2nd floor. Feeling to the deep, soon came the sound of groans and collisions in the room. The house is full of spring. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye's hall. Yi Chen saw Zhifenghua and Shen Shirshi. I've seen you, master. Blood Fenghua has seen the master. They both said in unison. 2 eyes of the elder who can nod, fall on the body of Jing Chen, fall. Zhifenghua, don't you say Elder Zheng has come to China? For Yi Chen, the most important thing at present is Elder Zheng of Blood Alliance. This man holds the key to the Blood League dungeon. It's the key to save my father. Hearing Yi Chen's tone, Shui Fenghua quickly knelt down. Master, I really don't know the specific things, but there is one thing that can be sure, that is, Elder Zheng is really Chinese. According to reason, he should come to the capital. After all, the Yi family in the capital city is the biggest doubt. But in recent days, we have contacted some people. Even if we have access to the monitoring of the whole capital city, there is no news of Jing Changlau's group. Master, do you think they know about Yi Shitian and go to Kunlun Mountain again? Yi Chen did not speak, his fist clenched. In China, it's your own territory. It's very easy to find someone. What's more, Elder Zheng and those who are strong in blood alliance will surely be noticed by some people. It is impossible to evaporate in the world. It seems that we have to call by Li Xiong. Only through the power of the state. Yi Chen just took out the phone from his pocket when the phone rang. Lei Shuwei from Dragon Spirit. Mr. Yi, you have finally returned to the capital. Something has happened here in China. Yi Chen looks a change. What matter? Lei Shuwei's voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. He even said, Mr. Yi, the matter in Jiangnan province can't be suppressed, or I won't call you either. In recent days, there are traces of the arrival of powerful people in Jiangnan province, and many buildings have been directly reduced to ruins overnight. The official report is an earthquake, but the people naturally don't believe it. Not only that, it seems that the old house in Jiangqing of Ye's family has been broken open, and the gate and wall are directly broken. All those who guard the old house of Jiang family are not spared. What's more, the Tianjin building in Jiangnan province nearly collapsed. It seems that the building above the 27th floor was cut off by a sword. The death toll has risen to 7. This moment, Yi Chen is not calm. Ye's old house and Tianjin group are related to themselves. Can have such strength to destroy, the biggest possibility is the blood alliance of those people. Including Elder Zheng. The only doubt is that this group of people did not come to Beijing to deal with the Yi family. Instead, they started from Jiangnan province and Jiangqing. Even the old house. What are they looking for? Your secret. In other words, what has the father told us? Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of what Zhu Ye and Xia Ruoxue are back in Jiangnan province. Although Mr. Zheng may not know the two people, they may also be threatened. He quickly asked Sun Yi to call them. Fortunately, both of them are safe now. Yi Chen stood up directly and ordered Lei Shuwei, prepare a plane for me. I will go back to Jiangnan province immediately. Lei Shuwei was obviously ready and said directly, Mr. Yi, the car is at the door. The nearest airport is ready. More than an hour later. When the plane landed, Yi Chen went to Tianjin Group in Jiangnan province for the first time. Fortunately, the focus of Tianjin Group has been transferred to the headquarters of Beijing. There are not many office workers on the 27th floor of Jiangnan province. It happened that the day of the accident was Sunday. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Chen standing downstairs, can vaguely feel the fierce sword mark. So powerful, this time blood alliance out of the people, cannot be so simple. What are they looking for? 20 minutes later, Yi Chen came to the old house of Yi family in Jiangqing. After what happened in Yinhu Villa, the old house was sealed up by the court. Chen Yi bought it directly. Because I was afraid of touching the scenery, I only went there a few times. Come to Ye's old house again, Yi Chen is quite moved. He will not be reunited with his father for a day. In any case, Yi Chen has made a death feud with Xuemin. Either the blood alliance was destroyed, or his Yi Chen died. Yi Chen into the old house, found that it was a mess, but also was rummaged. Even the old house was damaged a lot, and the ground was overturned. It seems that these people dig 3 feet to find that thing. Yi Chen's eyes flash through a cold, cross-legged and sit. I'd like to see why you blood league came here. Yi Chen's finger pinches. De Dao Sun Jia directly condenses. Now that he has stepped into the realm of mind-wandering, this technique is more powerful. The restored scene is also more realistic. The whole body is surrounded by blood light. The speed of fingers is getting faster and faster. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyes open, a touch of light flashed over. The whole room is like countless virtual shadows. It's the blood alliance. The head of a purple-robed old man, the breath is ethereal, his hands are behind him. It must be Elder Zheng in the mouth of Zhifenghua. Elder Zheng looked around and directly ordered the people behind him, even if you turn over the whole Yi family, you should find and engrave something with this text. The sudden rise of Yi Chen is definitely related to the Yi family. I suspect that there is a secret of the Shuye family in Kunlun here. Chapter 606. Yi Chen is looking at this group of people madly looking for Inya's old house. But even if you go through the whole Yi family's old house, there is no gain at all. However, Yi Chen has noticed a jade pendant in the hand of Elder Zheng. On the jade pendant, there is an ancient character. This text, Yi Chen has seen. It's the word Yi family. From Kunlun Su. Had seen as like as 2 peas in Jiangdao Mountain. But why do the Blood Alliance people have the jade card of the Shuya family in Kunlun? After a while, the search ended. Some of the elders' faces were torn. There is also a big event on the side of Kunlun Mountain. It is said that there is a leaf killing the sky born in the sky, and he is also a person crushing the Blood Alliance in front of the public. Blood Fenghua may also be killed by Yi Shitian. I wonder, Yi and Xuemeng are enemies? Since the ghost prison accident, the Blood Alliance has not had a day of peace. No matter what, Yi Chen must not stay. The Square Nebula. A young man in casual clothes stood up directly. Master, what can I do for you? Elder Zheng glanced at Fang Xingyun, patted each other on the shoulder, and said, Xingyun, you are the most proud disciple of my teacher. I have always regarded you as my son. Now your strength is at the peak of Xinyu state. It is only a step away from the transcendental state, and you are not afraid to face the strong one. Because of Yez killing the sky, I have to go to Kunlun Mountain to see the specific situation. No matter what, if something happens to the Blood League members, I will take action. According to the rumors from the outside world, this Yi Shitian is more dangerous than that Yi Chen. It's not even 1 level. So, in the next few days, you stay in Jiangnan province and investigate the relationship between the Yi family and Kunlun Su. In Jiangcheng, Jiangnan province, and even the capital, any person and place related to Yi Chen should be investigated. Once you find Yi Chen, inform me with secret method. If the situation is urgent, take Yi Chen down directly. With that, Elder Zheng forced a drop of blood essence from his palm. The seminal blood shoots directly into the center of the Square Nebula's eyebrows. Nebula, this drop of blood essence has the power to serve as a teacher. Although this period of time may not be useful, you still take it in case of emergency. Fang Xingyun's eyes showed firmness, and directly knelt down in front of Elder Zheng. Master, don't worry, Yi Chen, that little scum, if he dares to appear, I will let him bear the towering anger of Blood Alliance. Just investigate the matter of Shui Fenghua and Yi Shitian. Well, you are always at ease as a teacher. 3 days later, no matter what happens to Kunlun Mountain, I will come to you. Language down, the shadow of Elder Zheng disappeared completely in the old house of Yi family. Only 1 strong blood league was taken away. As for the rest of the Blood Alliance, all stay around the Square Nebula, in case of need. Soon, the old house of the Yi family returned to silence and chaos. Yi Chen opens his eyes, the corner of his mouth outlines a cold smile. Elder Zheng, I don't know if Fang Xingyun's death will cause a huge blow to you. You can't imagine that Yi Shitian and Yi Chen are the same person. Yi Chen stands up and arranges the old house simply, then plans to go to the summer home. But just as he was about to leave the old house of Yez, the black stone in his pocket flew out directly. There are fluctuations in the Samsara cemetery. This is... Yi Chen Mao's son congeals, hurriedly follows the black stone and goes. Not long ago, the black stone stayed above the garage of the old house. An old Audi A6 was parked there, almost scrapped. What do you mean? Do you want me to drive this car? Yi Chen frowned. Black Stone seems to understand Yi Chen's words and makes a push action, which is flying around the chassis of the car. Yi Chen instantly understood what the true spirit condenses in the palm of the hand. One hand clasps the car, raises directly. I left the car in the yard. At the same time, he even found that there were arrays on the ground under the car. This array is extremely hidden. If it is not blocked by Audi, Elder Zheng will surely find out. Yi Chen's finger pinches, a golden text is suspended in the palm of your hand. Then, shoot it directly. Song Haiping taught him how to use the talisman to break the array. Boom! The array is broken directly. At the same time, the garage floor directly split. A pit about 1 meter deep appeared. In the pit, there is a brocade box. On the brocade box, there seems to be ancient Chinese characters of the Xue family in Kunlun. Yi Chen can vaguely guess wrong, which is left by his grandfather. He no longer hesitates. He grabs the brocade box directly in his palm. Click. When the brocade box is opened, Yi Chen is surprised to find a jade pendant with a special shape lying quietly inside. Although this jade pendant is related to the Xue family of Kunlun, it is far from the jade pendant in the hands of Elder Zheng. On the surface, there is no aura, but once you inject the true qi, you can find the vast aura gushing from the jade pendant. It's not anything. The jade pendant is carved with a dragon. The dragon is ferocious, winding around one side, as if guarding something. Before Yi Chen studies it thoroughly, the Samsara cemetery is shaking. Then, the jade pendant disappeared and was directly absorbed by the reincarnation cemetery. Yi Chen's consciousness glances at the reincarnation graveyard and finds that the jade pendant is suspended in the sky of the Samsara cemetery. Release all the spirit inside. In a flash, the reincarnation graveyard seems to revive, and the remaining tombstones vibrate together. Even Duan Leiren, who is in the Samsara cemetery, is looking up at the sky. He is deeply shocked in his eyes. Disciple, where did you get this jade? Yi Chen quickly explains today's events. Soon, Duan Leiren falls into silence. I don't know how long it took him to open his mouth, disciple. From the perspective of the energy in the jade, the identity of the person who held the jade was not low, even not just the leader of a family. The words and patterns on the jade are all noble. If I guess correctly, controlling this jade pendant means controlling a clan. Hearing Duan Leiren's words, Yi Chen is deeply shocked. A jade pendant controls a clan? This is more than the ancient imperial seal. Of course, this is also a teacher's guess. Anyway, as long as you know that the jade is of extraordinary value, you must carefully collect it, and never fall into the hands of others, or you will have endless troubles in the future. Yi Chen nodded and launched the reincarnation cemetery. The value of the jade pendant has nothing to do with him now. It is the key to deal with the affairs of the Blood League. He took out his mobile phone in his pocket and dialed a phone call. Lei Shuwei, help me find out a person who should be in Jiangnan province now. His characteristics are. After the phone hung up, 2 minutes later, a text message was displayed. It has this address on it. A remote resort in Jiangnan province. Elder Zheng, you have been searching for me. Today, I will let you feel my other identity, Hunter. I want to show you who is the real prey. Chapter 607. Springgrass Resort in Jiangnan province. Fang Xingyun and several Blood League strongmen are drinking, and they are holding a good beauty in their arms. Almost no clothes on, the beauty is shivering. They can feel the horror of these people in front of them. Just now a young girl refused these people's unreasonable demands, but she died on the spot. Into a pool of blood. They have never seen such a means. I don't even know where these people come from. Foreign accent, the method is extremely cruel. The key is that some things are totally beyond their understanding. At random finger movement, the glass will automatically float. It's more terrible than the fairy in the legend. Fang Xingyun put down the wine glass and her eyes were a little confused. She looked at the naked woman in her arms and snorted, Chinese women don't have any aura. It's too ordinary. I'm really disappointed with Huaxia. The point is, I don't like my woman's frown. You've completely disrupted my drinking. The woman's face changed greatly when she heard such cold words in her ears. She knelt down in front of Fang Xingyun. Lord Fang, I know I'm wrong. Please forgive me. I'll laugh now. I'll laugh as much as you want me to. The woman broke her smile, very reluctantly. There is no choice between life and death. These people in front of us are always killing people. Pardon? Fang Xingyun's expression was ferocious. In my eyes, Huaxia people are just ants. If I want to kill them, I will kill them. What qualifications can I have for the forgiveness of my blood alliance? Language down, square nebula 5 fingers open, directly buckle a woman's neck. Suddenly mention it. The Chinese girl felt breathing completely, don't plunder, struggling desperately, but it's impossible. Only panic in the pupil. In my eyes, you people, Chinese people, and Yi Chen are as humble as dust. What if I want to kill all of you? Pooh. Language down, the power in the hands of the square nebula exploded. Powerful waves and evil spirit rolling, in the hands of the girl directly into the blood mist. Cruelty. The rest of the women panicked and got up and ran away. But the result is obvious. In this kind of master, escape is a luxury. After Fang Xingyun and the people of the Blood League solved all the people, a strong member of the Blood League said, "Mr. Fang, what should we do next?" Elder Zheng went to Kunlun Mountain. Before he came back, we had better do some practical things. Fang Xingyun hit the table with her fingers and outlined a crazy smile at the corner of her mouth. She said, "The boy is hiding in China and refuses to come out. What we have to do is to adjust the activity to the maximum. From today on, we will kill all the people related to this son." I don't believe it. If you kill all the Chinese people, this boy can be indifferent. If you offend my Blood League, you have no choice but to die. I want this boy to fall into eternal self-reproach. Ha ha ha. Ferocious laughter resounded throughout the room. At the height of everyone's mania, boom, a great noise directly resounding. The next second, they found that the door had been blown open. Not only that, they set up a guard array at the door, but also mercilessly torn. How could it be? It's for fear of accidents that they use this array. This array is enough to resist the attack of the strong in Kunlun, but now, it is broken by a move. There's smoke and dust. They couldn't see what was in the smoke. A cold wind suddenly picked up. A few seconds later, everything returned to silence. In the line of sight appeared a young man's cool and proud figure. Young people in casual clothes, a cigarette in the mouth, head down, very lazy. But it makes people feel cold. The whole room seemed to have turned into an ice cave. Grass. Who the hell are you? Do you know our blood alliance? A Blood League strong words have not finished, that lazy voice directly opened his mouth. You are too noisy, I like quiet. The next second, the killing plane exploded. A flash of blood. That Blood Alliance strong person has sensed the crisis, subconsciously wants to block. But found their own strength in this moment is extremely small. The blood went straight through his body. Blood splashes all over the place. Dead on the spot. This one hand alone, trembling all present. Huaxia has such a strong man. And the other party's action is very obvious, is for their blood alliance. Fang Xingyun's eyes congealed, just wanted to talk, but found that the young man raised his head. That face, he knows very well. Yi Chen. Master asked him to pursue Huaxia Yi Chen. At this moment, Fang Xingyun was laughing. Yi Chen, you dare to come to the door. In this case, I will give the master a surprise. Let's take the blood alliance. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The rest of the blood alliance, regardless of any hesitation, draw out the sword and release the opportunity. In just 3 seconds, Yi Chen will be surrounded. Not only that. Step on a strange step one after another. A blood alliance killing array is formed directly. Blocked Yi Chen some chances to escape. Kill. With a roar, the long swords in the hands of those people were all shot out. The sword in all directions seems to break through the air and go towards Yi Chen. This killing array, they have absolute confidence, can win this arrogant Chinese Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at a handle of cold sword sweeping over, but shook his head. This is the power of your blood alliance to pursue and kill me? I'm so disappointed. Language falls, Yi Chen steps suddenly a step. The strong wind set off like a storm. The ground is spreading and splitting like a spider's web. And the roof is directly crushed by the air waves. At the same time, those cold swords, which are directly vital to Yi Chen, stop when they have not touched Yi Chen. It's like there's a very strong obstacle to control everything. Gradually, the original victory in the Blood League strong won by one mouth overflow blood. In a flash, the array has been forced. They were all attacked by the killing array. In a word, 1 foot, break the powerful killing array of blood alliance. How could it be? At this moment, all eyes have deep fear. As if a pair of invisible hands held their throat. And the youth in the center is the god of death. I don't like these swords. I'll give them back to you. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls, and the breath of blood dragon in the body explodes. The sword with suspended handle is directly turned over. Let's go to the one who makes the array. Puff, 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 puff. The bodies of the strong members of the Blood League who made the move were directly broken open. He died under his own sword. Blood is dying on the earth. Who could have thought this would be the end? Isn't Yi Chen just stepping into the realm of Jinyuan? But at this moment, why is the power that erupts is in a state of ecstasy? The key is not just a state of mind. Sleeping trough. Chapter 608. There were bodies in all directions. The sense of desolation swept through. As the cold wind passes by, the square nebula of Xueming wakes up. When he was in the Blood League, he heard countless rumors about Yi Chen. What kind of demon talent, Tong Tian posture, the first person in China. He scoffed at these titles. Because of the rarity of Chinese spirit, it is impossible to give birth to any genius. In this world, except Kunlun Su, everything is mole ants and waste. This Yi Chen again strong, just got some chance just. But at this moment, he found himself wrong. At present, Yi Chen's strength is not weak in Kunlun. At least I underestimated him. His eyes fell on Yi Chen's body and finally opened his mouth. Yi Chen, it seems that all the people in the Blood League have been cheated by you. Your state and strength really make me almost unable to react. Yi Chen's eyes were indifferent and put out the smoke in his mouth. Fang Xingyun, if you kneel down now, I may give you a whole corpse. Your blood alliance has taken my father away. I once told people in the world that Yi Chen and Xueming have a feud against each other. Once they see each other, they will kill one person. Fang Xingyun's anger burned when she heard such lies. Although Yi Chen's strength surprised him, it was impossible to deal with him. He's on top of the world. How can you be afraid of a waster? No matter how strong Yi Chen is, in his eyes, he can't change the identity of mole ants. Little beast, today, I'll show you what the real sky is. Language down, the square nebula moved, the whole body air wave swept. All the furniture around was shattered. Powerful breath seems to control everything. Suddenly, he grasped with 5 fingers, and a chopstick on the table was directly suspended in the air, and even he firmly grasped it. The next second, chopstick suddenly shot out. Go directly to Yi Chen's heart. If it is shot, the consequences will be disastrous. Chopsticks around the red light, like a sharp arrow in the dark. Seeing that chopsticks are about to come to Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen moves. The snuffed cigarette end was fired directly. Zizizi. The cigarette end rubs against the air, the intense spark flickers. Like a meteorite falling into the sky. Seeing the scene in front of her, she shook her head helplessly. He knew the internal structure of Chinese cigarettes. It's just cotton. Can this thing stop it? Ridiculous. It's just a piece of rubbish. But soon, his smile suddenly stiffened. Cigarette butts and chopsticks touch in the air. Red light all over the sky. More powerful. Bang! The 4 walls of the whole house collapsed with a loud noise. Violent air waves, even let the square star cloud and Yi Chen cannot help but back a few steps. Under one blow, it was even better. How could it be? No one understands the shock in the heart of the square nebula. He is the top of the world. And Yi Chen is at most in a state of mind wandering. Then why is the situation in front of you now? Who can explain it to him? Before he reacts, Yi Chen Songlong's phantom body will surge. The moment came to the front of the square nebula, 5 fingers open, fierce downward pressure, like eagle claw general toward the neck of the square nebula buckle. There is a red light between the 5 fingers. The square nebula suddenly wakes up from the shock, condenses the true chi, and claps it out. A blood gate suddenly formed. Virtual palm through the blood door, cold knot dings bang in Yi Chen's eagle claw. Bang! Yi Chen only felt a mountain of pressure from the crazy roll. Pedaling, pedaling, pedaling. His body suddenly retreated, and his arm was paralyzed. The power of this nebula is so terrible. Even more than Zhuang Bufan of Yibao Pavilion. Fang Xingyun saw Yi Chen's embarrassed appearance and gave a cold smile. Little beast, do you know my real identity? I might as well tell you that I am the most proud disciple of Elder Zheng. I began to practice at the age of 3, and entered the realm of Zhenyuan at the age of 10. 15 years old is an exception to become a core member of the Blood League hunting team. 23 years old, the top of the world. What do you compare with me? Language down, the square nebula step out, the hands of a blue sword. Green light around, sword burst out. Tear directly towards Yi Chen. The virtual shadow of the sword's meaning is directly transformed into innumerable ways, dense and dense, just like the sea of swords enveloping Yi Chen. The whole world seems to be covered. Black clouds crush the city. Fang Xingyun Ju Hai, looking at Yi Chen, in his eyes, everything is over. This is not the case for Xuemeng. He alone is enough. Seeing that the sword sea completely covers Yi Chen closes his eyes at this time. Give up. The disdain of Fang Xingyun is particularly obvious. But also right, in the face of his level of strong, give up is the best result. Otherwise, it will only make yourself more painful. Little beast, when you die, I will let the old beast in the Blood League dungeon go down with you. Shifu also thinks that you are related to the Shuya family of Kunlun. Now it seems that there is no such rubbish as you in the Shuya family of Kunlun. Just when he decided that Yi Chen would turn into a blood mist, the youth surrounded by the sea of green light swords suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Kill. Bloody. Like the eyes of the 9 devils. It's like a trapped animal in a cage. Only this look, but let the square nebula scared back several steps. Even shortness of breath. Do you want to deal with me? Let me show you what is the real meaning of sword. Breaking the sky sword means the second sword, falling stars. Yi Chen a roar, full of momentum. The blood dragon roars inside. Zhenhuan's sword flies out directly. Steady fell on Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen holds the soul sword in his hand, and the sea of green light sword is mercilessly torn. At the same time, the fury of the sword seems to be in 2. 2 is divided into 4. Like falling stars. The same as the sword sea, but at this moment, the sword sea of square nebula is weak explosion. Fang Xingyun looked at the killing opportunity sweeping, her face changed greatly, and her body quickly retreated. There was a storm in his heart. I don't understand how a small animal is qualified to be such a powerful force. Even if he is at the top of the extraordinary world, at this moment, he has only fear and panic in his heart. The sword in his hand wants to split the sea of swords. But found that it is extravagant. Even if this moment splits, the sword sea will form again in the next second. What the hell is this fencing? Why did he never see him in Kunlun Su? The sword sea falls, the square nebula finger pinches, condenses a barrier to block. But the barrier broke on the spot, and the square nebula was badly hit. Spit out a mouthful of blood, the body is like a kite with broken string, fly upside down. Severely hit a plum blossom forest behind the manor. A plum tree directly smashed. However, he still held his figure, his eyes staring at the leaf chin coming to him in the distance. Chapter 609. Yi Chen looked at him coldly and said, I'm not as evil as you. I began to practice at the age of 16, and I didn't step into the aerodynamic state in 5 years. But in half a year, I crossed 4 major realms from the pneumatic state and directly attacked the Xinyu state. What's more, my mind-wandering state is enough to crush your extraordinary state. At this moment, the square nebula is confused. Brain blank. Yi Chen is so old that he is not an evil spirit. But within half a year, from the aerodynamic state to the mind-wandering state, this is enough to frighten. Looking at Kunlun Void, no one can do it. He felt Yi Chen was joking at the first time, but the affirmation of the other party's eyes made him flustered. Is it true? If this is the case, then Yi Chen, I'm afraid, is even the Kunlun Su Ji Siqing must look up to. No way. Fang Xingyun shakes her head fiercely, regardless of the blood in the corner of her mouth. She forces a drop of blood essence from her fingertips and blows directly on the blood gate tattoo on her neck. In an instant, the blood gate tattoo is shining with dazzling red light. His momentum is also rising suddenly. Above the sky, clouds rise, the whole world, at this moment, dim down. It's like the end of the day. At the same time, the square nebula takes 7 steps. Every step, Plum Blossom Forest vibrates a little bit. When the 7th part, the ground suddenly cracked. Body is with the help of strength, jump 10 meters high. Hold the green sword in both hands. Crazy fall. The blood gate cuts the moon. This sword was taught by Elder Zhang. Extremely high level. Don't talk about transcendence. Even some practitioners in the early days of entering the Holy Land cannot bear it. This sword, drag out a long shadow. Dozens of meters. Strong suppression. This power shakes the world. The dark cloud above the manor is even more thunderbolt. There are many visions. Visible power. The dark smile of the nebula. Yi Chen, you forced me. If I can't crush you with this sword, I will never touch it again in my life. This is his confidence. The power of essence and blood in his body, who has the qualification to block such a rebellious blood alliance sword skill. Yi Chen looks at the violent killing machine from the sky with serious eyes. He didn't run away, not to mention flinch, but to fly into the air one step at a time. This life talisman directly sacrifices. The whole body is full of thunder arc. Not only that, but also the roar of the dragon in his body. A blood dragon straight out of the body. 100 Zhang blood dragon, soaring to the sky. Kill. 10,000 swordsmanship. Cut. Jinhuan's sword tears the air, with dazzling light and blood dragon around. Direct the blood gate of the nebula to cut the moon. Bang! 2 invisible waves suddenly formed, and the whole plum blossom forest was in the wind. Countless plum blossoms are flying. Not only that, thousands of plum trees have been uprooted. Some even get involved in the center of the storm and turn into dust. Everything on the ground is flat. The square nebula was blasted out again. Hit the ground hard. This time, he incomparably embarrassed, a deep pit directly formed. And Yi Chen is no better. The corner of the mouth spilled blood, the body is also thrown on the ground, the whole body has some numbness. He's standing on his back. Everything is rubbish in his eyes. How to compare with Qin Tianli's sword skill? One is the sky, the other is the earth. He hobbled, step by step towards the pit. Soon came to the injured square nebula. You just said that if you can't crush me today, and you don't need a sword in this life, I'll make you a success. The next second, a plum blossom dart appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Do not leave, roll the waves, directly shoot out. Far away, like a touch of black light across the sky. Fang Xingyun in the pit just stood up, took a pill, just ready to hold the sword, the black light flashed. The next second, his clenched hand lost his intuition. Later, he found his shoulders hot. His eyes widened. When his eyes touched his shoulder, he found that his hand was broken. Actually was cut off by Yi Chen. No! His heart-rending roar. Who could have thought that he was so high that he was pulled down from the altar by a Chinese boy at this moment, cut off the sword hand, how he used the sword in his whole life. He's crazy. He's ferocious. He would like to turn into a fierce beast, biting Yi Chen's flesh and sucking Yi Chen's blood. Yi Chen, you little beast, I want you to die. You want me to die. The square nebula roars, the blood essence of eyebrow heart gushes out directly. There is a power of Elder Zheng between the essence and blood. Enough to crush Yi Chen. He pinched his fingers and just wanted to sacrifice the blood essence. A figure has already appeared in front of him. Cold fingers through, holding the blood essence. It's Yi Chen. When Yi Chen is in Ye's old house, he finds out the matter with the Wei. How could he give Fang Xingyun the right to sacrifice blood essence? Holding blood essence in hand means controlling everything. Fang Xingyun can't imagine that when she starts blood essence, Yi Chen will stop it. This Yi Chen is how to detect? Yi Chen, return my blood essence. A great roar rang through. The broken arm of the square nebula can only be smashed with the left hand. But before he did, a blood dragon swooped down. The square nebula is surrounded by flames and killing gas. Fang Xingyun is like falling into an ice cave. How can he do it? Not only that, the sky, lightning down, like a thunder dragon, staring at him. He did not expect that the Blood Alliance people would be annihilated at this moment. Just because of a young man, Yi Chen. He finally understood that the Blood Alliance, that countless stories about Yi Chen. It's not a lie, it's a fact. At this moment, he was afraid. He is afraid of death. He is still a man after all. He has just reached the peak of transcendence. If he is killed, all his previous efforts will be in vain. Yi Chen, you can't move me. I belong to Elder Zheng. Pa! Before he finished speaking, Zhenhuan's sword slapped on his cheek. Very cold. His cheeks were even scarlet. Yi Chen, holding the soul's sword in his hand, said with interest, anyone who has Blood Alliance will die. This is my promise. I don't want to be a man who breaks his word. Chapter 610. While speaking, Yi Chen slowly put the sword on the neck of Fang Xingyun. Cold killing package. May as well tell you a secret, I have a name besides Yi Chen. Yi Tian. Words fall, soul's sword glides by. The head just fell off. The eyes of the head are ferocious and unexpected. Fang Xingyun didn't expect Yi Chen, the master who went to Kunlun Mountain to look for Yi Tian. Yi Tian can even suppress Zhuang Bufan. How can he resist it? This is the beginning of the Chinese alliance. What a mistake. The blood gradually died, and the headless body fell to the ground. The blood dragon returns to Yi Chen's body. Everything is quiet. However, it is not over. Yi Chen spread out his hand, holding the drop of Elder Zheng's blood essence, and his mouth outlined a smile. Elder Zheng, what kind of mood would you feel if I hurt you thousands of miles away with my blood essence? Language down, Yi Chen fingers pinch, Lingxia from the reincarnation cemetery out. Condensation array. The light is shining. It starts with blood essence, and the array is the sword. The way to start the sword is to hurt people in the air. This is the technique that Song Haiping once taught him. In general, it's really chicken ribs. After all, in the face of a strong enemy, how can the other party hand over the blood essence to you? But now, this is Yi Chen's opportunity. Yi Chen's finger speed is faster and faster, a gold rune flashing out. Wrap that drop of blood essence directly. In a flash, the golden light penetrated, incomparably dazzling. Meanwhile, Kunlun Mountain International Airport. Elder Zheng and a Blood League disciple just got off the plane and rented a car to Yibao Pavilion. Although Yibao Pavilion was destroyed, but still can detect a trace. On the Mercedes-Benz, Elder Zheng closed his eyes and felt everything around him. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, his eyes open. It's terrible. His most proud disciple, Fang Xingyun, is dead. Completely dead. Even the spirit is annihilated. How could it be? Why doesn't Fang Xingyun use his blood essence? Why? He hit the car door with a punch. The door was blown open. The Blood League disciple driving in front of him was obviously scared and pale, so he stopped the car. Elder Zheng, what's the matter? Zheng Elder Mao's son, a congealing, neck blue veins burst up, roared, hurry back to the airport, Square Nebula accident. Yes. The Blood League disciple quickly started the car and turned around directly. Before he took a few steps, Elder Zheng said, stop. For Elder Zheng's fickleness, the Blood Alliance disciple did as he was puzzled. The car hasn't stopped completely, Elder Jing rushed out directly. Sit cross-legged. He has no choice. In just a moment, his whole body even attracted bursts of gold. Golden light has a strong burning feeling, as if to burn his spirit. This degree is especially strong. He is very clear, someone is using the technique, burning his blood essence. Take him back. This technique appeared in some ancient books. He thought he didn't have it at all. Now it seems that someone has mastered it. Who the hell is it? Elder Zheng's voice almost resounds through the whole Kunlun mountain. He didn't care about everything and took out a blood gate jade pendant. The jade pendant glitters with light, and the blood gate shadow appears directly. Cover the whole body of the array elder. At the same time, he forced out a drop of blood essence and shot it on the blood door. Fighting in the air, I want to see what strength you have. Language down, the ancient Sanskrit on the blood door seems to rush out. In an instant, the whole body of Elder Zheng was wrapped. Crazy against the golden light. The golden light and Sanskrit constantly collide, the billowing air waves burst open. That Blood Alliance disciple which resists to live, spits out a mouthful of blood directly, the body hastily withdraws toward the rear. Ben's car did not have time to evacuate, burning on the spot, shocking. At the same time, the other side of Yi Chen is already wet with sweat. He thought the array could break the blood essence, but he didn't expect that Elder Zheng, the old fox, still had a hand. Looking at a few runes appeared out of thin air, Yi Chen roared, "Go away!" The next second, blood dragon red light flashing. Around Yi Chen, looking at the Sanskrit, the blood dragon directly devours. But it's no use at all. Sanskrit is growing more and more, dense and covering everything. Not only that, the Sanskrit has formed a blood gate. Standing in front of Yi Chen. Blood leads suddenly opened, inside the picture is the Kunlun Mountain Elder Zheng. Eyes suddenly open. For eyes on each other. Elder Zheng's expression was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were burning with anger. Yi Chen, it's you. He not only saw Yi Chen, but also saw the head of the disciple on the ground. Yi Chen cut off the head of Fang Yunyun. He has always been regarded as the sun's disciple, but he was beheaded. Who can bear the pain of loving children? Little beast, you killed so many people in my blood league. Today I will kill you even if I fall down and cultivate myself. No longer hesitating, Elder Zheng takes a rune from his waist. He spat out a mouthful of blood when the rune was sacrificed. The rune with blood, burning at the same time. Gradually, into a sword full of fire. Through the blood door, towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you think you can hurt me with blood essence? Today, even if I am injured, I will drag you to hell. The roar of Elder Zheng rang out. Yi Chen should be honored to die on this rune. And Yi Chen at the moment, looking at the flame that swept quickly, his face changed slightly. He wanted to let go of the barrier, but found that once blocked, he would be eaten back by blood essence. Damn it! It's impossible to use Blood Dragon and Life Rune. A sense of crisis at this moment. At this time, the sound of the vibration of the Samsara cemetery rang out. The next second, two cold light through. Straight to the flame sword. Hiss! The sound of two abilities suddenly collide. Suddenly disappear between the flames. At the same time, the two cold lights came out completely. What surprised Yi Chen was that it was a dragon sword. This is the second time to save him. Last time he was rescued, he suffered a huge force, and was directly broken. This time, even though it was broken, the sword spirit in the dragon sword was still willing to block everything for him. Looking at the two broken swords in front of him, Yi Chen clenched his fist. Jinhuan sword and Poyang sword are higher than dragon sword, but they are the only ones who have lost their lives. Man has soul, sword has spirit. However, the sword of chopping the dragon has identified Yi Chen. Don't worry, I will make you recover as before, and even make you become the first sword in the world. Yi Chen lightway. With that, he suddenly raised his head and his sight penetrated the blood gate and fell on Elder Zheng. Your life is not as expensive as my sword. The dragon sword is destroyed by your blood alliance. Today, I will destroy your body. At all costs. Chapter 6:11. In a flash, Yi Chen pinched his fingers and lightning flashed out. Around the arm. Crazy. The true chi of Dantian is all gathered in the hands. Poof. Yi Chen forced out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence is burning wildly. Reincarnation Cemetery, two old figures naturally noticed this scene. Are we really not going to do it? This boy is a madman. Although this blow can seriously injure that man, he will also pay a huge price. If we help, maybe the boy can get out of the way. Duan Laren said to the old man beside him, but he didn't want Yi Chen to have any mistakes. The immortal master's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth outlined a smile. He was obviously interested in Yi Chen's actions. A few seconds later, he said, "Why do you want to shoot? Don't you understand the value of the existence of the Samsara cemetery? We can only do it at a critical time, but it doesn't mean that the boy has to rely on us. Now the boy is fighting madly on his own, but I have some interest in him. Let him go, no matter how injured or how, it is a chance for the owner of the tomb. What's more, the cultivation of the old man he dealt with is not weak, which is several big levels higher than this boy. If he seriously injures the opponent, isn't it a good thing?" Duan Laren is stunned and shakes his head helplessly. This guy is not only a weirdo, but also a madman. And at the moment, the drop of blood essence burned by Yi Chen is more and more crazy. Almost all the true chi of Yi Chen's elixir field is gathered on the blood essence. Blood essence into a fireball full of thunder and lightning. The power of fury is no less than a nuclear bomb. At the other end of the blood gate, Elder Jing naturally felt something wrong. His face was full of laughter and ferocity. This boy is crazy. If you want to play with me and die together. He knew better than anyone that if that thing came through, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. He panicked. I'm afraid of him. No matter how cruel people are, they are afraid to die. No longer hesitating, Elder Zheng's 5 fingers opened, and the innumerable runes that gathered the blood gate were directly pulled away. You must disconnect, or you will be in trouble. The blood gate has been broken a little bit. At the moment when it was about to close, Yi Chen's cold voice fell directly, "Old thing, if you want to go, it's so easy. Today I'll give you a big gift. Blood of the spirit, blow it up." Words fall. That blood essence into lightning fireball through the split blood door. Chi, blood essence, thunder and lightning, flame, 4 attributes of the power together burst out. The blood gate constructed by Sanskrit directly collapses. This is just the beginning. Elder Zheng was flustered. He broke off the contact by force, and the great power of counterattack came. He can't help it anymore, and spits out a mouthful of blood. But the power still appeared. It's going to fall on him. When he grasped with 5 fingers, the distant Blood League disciple felt the suction coming through. His body was directly caught by Elder Zheng. At the same time, towards the lightning fireball. Elder Zheng, why do you do this to me? I have always respected you. Why? The Blood Alliance disciple is unwilling. He never thought that he would become the shield of Elder Zheng. To die for me is your greatest honor. Elder Zheng said coldly. Bang! The Blood Alliance disciple turned into a blood mist directly. Although hindered the thunder and lightning fireball part of the power. But still furious. Jing Chang's face is ferocious, and he knows he can't hide. Can only be forced to go up. Sacrifice a spirit sword in your hand and split it directly. Boom! Lightning suddenly fell. The fire broke out. The surrounding area of 100 meters is directly razed to the ground. In ruins. Smoke and dust. And in the smoke and dust, Elder Zheng was mercilessly lifted out. All the clothes on the body were destroyed, and there was blood flowing between the skin and flesh. Very embarrassed. This is the first time since he entered the Blood League. Yi Chen. If I don't kill you, I'll never be a man. Jingtian roar reverberates on the Kunlun mountain. Or sad, or angry. After serious injury, if Xing Changlao wants to step on the peak in a short time, it is impossible. At the same time, Jiangnan Province, Plum Blossom Forest. The same ruins. Cross-legged Yichen spits out a mouthful of blood. There was pain all over the body. In order to seriously hurt Elder Zheng, Yichen paid too much price. Even at the cost of their own. But it's worth it. Shen Yijing seriously injures a strong man in the Holy Land, unheard of. But Yichen did it. Yichen exhaled a puff of turbid air, and a strong sense of exhaustion came. The next second, directly fell in the plum blossom forest. He is so tired that he needs enough time to rest. Around the desolation of a person, the manor owner and staff were also slaughtered by the Blood League. It seems that Yichen is the only one left in the whole world. In Yichen coma, a black stone directly drilled out, suspended in the air. Endless aura surging from Yichen's body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Samsara Cemetery. Duan Laren looked at the immortal master who triggered the technique beside him and said with a sneer, "Don't you say you don't admit this guy? Why do you still help him?" The immortal lord laughed, "I don't admit that he and saving him are two different things. I like this boy's work style. Only a crazy person can achieve great things. His madness may save us 100. There is no wrong person selected for the Samsara Cemetery." It was dark. Yichen is still in a coma. His injuries have disappeared, and the bodies and blood around him have been covered by ruins. It was dark. Yichen is still in a coma. Most of his injuries have been recovered, and even his accomplishments have risen a lot. The bodies and blood around him have been covered by ruins. Not long ago, a little girl with a bundle of firewood on her back passed by. The little girl, 13 to 4 years old, is a low-income household in a nearby village. There was only grandfather, a father paralyzed in bed, and her. In order to lighten the burden on her family, she carries a bundle of firewood home every day after school. She often comes here to see Plum Blossom. This is her greatest enjoyment of the day. But at the moment, she was in a daze. There was no plum tree and no beautiful house. This what's going on here? Suddenly, she noticed something and came quickly. When she saw Yichen lying like this, she hesitated for a long time, or stretched out her hand to probe the tip of Yichen's nose. "Well, it's good that you're alive. Brother, wake up, can you hear me?" The little girl pushed. But the unconscious Yichen did not pay any attention. The little girl wanted to call the police, but she found that she didn't have a mobile phone and no one nearby could ask for help. She had no choice but to find a handcart outside the ruined manor. She managed to help Yichen up and head for the deep village. Chapter 6:12. Songshan Village. A small and dilapidated mud tile house. The dim light was full of old furniture. It's full of stuff. It looks a little depressing. At the moment, the unconscious Yichen lies on a sofa quietly. The sofa is old. The little girl who saved Yichen home was cooking in the house. When she cooked the meal, she took the initiative to take the meal to her father who was paralyzed in the bed, and fed it carefully. She looked at her father and felt a little sad. 3 years ago, she still had a harmonious family. It's not rich, but it's okay. It's a pity that when my father worked in a construction company in Jiangnan Province, he fell down from a high place. Pick up a life, but destined to be paralyzed in bed. Mother ran away a month later. Lost. Only she and her grandfather were left to depend on each other. Her small shoulders are subject to pressure and responsibility. She glanced at the clock on the wall, and her grandfather had not come back. She should still set up a stall outside, barely able to make up for the household expenses. Income from stalls became the only source of the family. The girl finished everything, and her eyes fell on the unconscious Yichen. If not see Yichen's state like father, she will not be kind to bring back. Just now she also went to the village of traditional Chinese medicine to see the symptoms of Yichen, but the results made her laugh and cry. Far from having any problems, the man is in excellent physical condition. He is just asleep now. She sighed and murmured, "Why don't you wake up? Is it the legendary narcolepsy?" Words have not finished. Suddenly, the man on the sofa opened his eyes. The cold killing machine is released. It's like pressure. The whole room is sealed off. The girl was obviously scared and sat on the ground with her body shaking. Yichen wakes up completely and looks at everything in front of her eyes, and she tries to restrain herself. Why am I here? Yichen closed his eyes and thought about it for a few minutes. The picture after coma appeared in his mind. I see. In fact, he only lay for a few hours to wake up, but did not expect to be directly brought back by the girl. No matter what, this is also the girl's kindness, and he still has some gratitude in his heart. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the girl who was sitting on the ground. He laughed and stood up directly, helping the girl up. I'm really sorry. I scared you just now. The girl shook her head. No, it's just a little slippery on the ground. Just wake up. Are you hungry? I'll bring you some food in the pot. Yi Chen did not answer. The girl will be the thing to Yi Chen. My food is not very delicious. Make do with it. The girl, some embarrassed way, is fiddling with the corner of the dress, some uneasy. Yi Chen took a look at the food in front of him, without any fluctuation. Green vegetables and bean sprouts. It's just a simple water boil. He didn't think much about it, but he ate it. At the same time, he paid attention to everything around him, and had a general understanding of the little girl's living environment. It should be worse than he thought. Since you meet me, please help me if you can. By the way, little sister, what's your name? Yi Chen asked. After a few seconds, I hesitated and called out Lu Zihan. Yi Chen, of course, you can also call me Brother Chen. Lu Zihan nodded. For her, this man is not likely to have too much intersection with her. From Yi Chen's dress, she can feel that they are obviously two worlds. Maybe after Yi Chen left the house, he parted ways. What's more, the look in Yi Chen's eyes just now is too frightening. Now she still has a lingering fear. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of something, stood up and walked toward Lu Zihan's father on the bed. What are you going to do? Lu Zihan said warily. What if she doesn't know the origin of this man? If I said I was a doctor and could save your father, would you believe it? Girl Zheng, just want to talk. Yi Chen has a finger out, point on the middle-aged man's eyebrows on the bed. A glimmer of light flickered. Yi Chen roughly knows each other's problems, which is not too difficult. Let's call it a favor. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen takes out some silver needles from the Samsara cemetery, and the silver needles shoot out together. Dazzled, Lu Zihan was totally stupid. She was also suspicious of Yi Chen, but soon, she believed it. Even the traditional Chinese medicine in the village can't do it. I don't know if her eyes are dazzled. She even saw a ray of light flowing on her father's body. Yi Chen doesn't pay attention to the girl's shock at all, and continues to pinch her fingers, taking the needle as the array. Through the silver needle, the whole body qi continuously converges to the middle-aged man's body. Those broken bones are connected in a strange way. Then, take out a pill and let the middle-aged man take it directly. Danyao entrance, rich fragrance of medicine filled each other's body. Don't know how long, Yi Chen exhaled a turbid breath, 5 fingers a grasp, silver needle qi fly back to his palm. Your father's condition is almost the same. It's estimated that he will be able to move soon. Don't do heavy work these days, and remember to take medicine every day. I'll send someone to fry the medicine and bring it. For Yi Chen, he can't stay here too long. He has too much to deal with. Elder Zheng of the Blood League has not been solved. Although he is seriously injured, there is still a certain threat. He likes to nip threats in the cradle. If it was not for his holding each other's blood essence, plus the other side's light enemy, it would not have hurt the other party. As for the Lu Zihan family, he asked his hands to help. He took out his mobile phone and sent a coordinate to Yi Lingtian, so that he could catch up with him as quickly as possible. Lu Zihan naturally doesn't believe Yi Chen's words. She knows his father's condition. Although she is young, it doesn't mean she is stupid. His father was paralyzed, and the big hospital was helpless and could only be treated conservatively. Can it be cured in just 10 minutes? Even the gods can't do it. For Yi Chen's lies, she has no intention to expose. However, she did not like the man in front of her. It's better to have less contact with such unrealistic people in the future. About 5 minutes later, a Humvee slowly stopped outside the door. Yi Lingtian walked down directly. When he saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help breathing out. He knew the situation there. The inevitable battle of the strong. Such a big explosion, I thought something had happened to the temple master, but I didn't expect that there was not even a wound on him. It can be seen that the power of the hall master is powerful. Yi Lingtian 1 step and 2 steps, came to Yi Chen body. Pa! Directly half kneeling in front of Yi Chen, respectfully said, Ling Tian, see the hall master. Chapter 6:13. In this scene, Lu Zihan was stunned and even turned pale. In the 21st century, is there anyone else doing this? Yi Chen's arm gently raised, the real Qi rose from the ground and lifted Yi Lingtian. You leave a phone down, and then let people take care of a few. Besides, I'll give you a prescription later. You'll send someone to take care of it and deliver it here on time every day. Yi Lingtian nodded, yes, the Lord. Yi Chen also did not care about Lu Zihan's doubts and surprise, directly from the Samsara cemetery took out a brand new mobile phone and gave it to Lu Zihan. Take this cell phone and thank you for your dinner. If you have any questions, you can call in the address book and someone will help you. Lu Zihan nodded vaguely. She looked at the box in her hand and knew it was the latest iPhone. It's expensive. She didn't want to accept things, just want to refuse. Yi Chen and Yi Lingtian have been on the car left. Lu Zihan shook his head helplessly and looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. He brought a basin of hot water from the bathroom. He wanted to wipe his father's body, but he suddenly opened his eyes. It's not strange to open your eyes. It's strange that my father's finger moved. In 3 years, my father's fingers never moved. Lu Zihan rubbed her eyes. She thought she was wrong, but she found a pair of calluses on her cheek. It's my father's hand. Lu Zihan's body trembled, eyes moist. Dad! How are you? The middle-aged man shook his hands. Zihan, I seem to be able to move. There seems to be a warm current in my body. Once it flows through, it seems to relieve something. What happened just now? 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man had helped him up. I can barely stand for a while. Lu Zihan was overjoyed. She found her father really good. Although we can't get out of bed and walk at present, it's a miracle. Suddenly she thought of something, her eyes fell on the mobile phone on the table and said to herself, who is that man? Highway, Hummer. Yi Lingtian hesitated for a long time and said, the hall master, do you need to give that family some money? Yi Chen shook his head, to give money is to harm their family. In the name of the government or Tianjin group, you arrange a high salary job for her father, and then the girl will take care of some. No matter what, it's fate to meet. Yi Lingtian nodded, by the way, the information you asked me to investigate in the text message has been settled. There was an explosion in a place in Kunlun Mountain today. There were casualties and vehicle burning on the scene. The dragon's soul has also identified it. It can be confirmed that it is the person of Blood League. It's just that the man in trouble is a disciple of the Blood League. As for Elder Jing, you said, there is no whereabouts. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Elder Jing must have been hurt. He had only 2 choices, to return to Kunlun Su or to practice in Kunlun Mountain. The latter is more likely. Such a heavy injury, it is impractical to rush back to Kunlun immediately. In any case, this is the best time to win. You let the strong men of the Dark Hall and the Dragon's Soul go to Kunlun Mountain carpet search. Once you find Elder Zheng, contact me immediately. Yi Chen orders away, the cold light of Mao is a little cold. Yes, Lord. 20 minutes later, Mingsui Villa District, Jiangnan Province. Yi Chen came back here again with deep emotion. On his return, he found that the pattern of Jiangnan Province had completely changed. The Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province has disappeared completely, and even its former office site has been razed to the ground. Ironically, that place is now a factory of Tianjin Group. It is said that the land was provided unconditionally by the government to Tianjin Group. Obviously, it's a gesture of goodwill. At the same time, the status of Xia Ruoshua's Xia family and Zhu Ya's Zhu family in Jiangnan province also rose. This should be the so-called one man gets the way, the dog rises to the sky. Yi Chen is not only the first person in Jiangnan province, but also a member of the Yi family of the top Chinese family. This time, he will stay in Jiangnan province for only 1 or 2 days. Once there is news from Elder Zheng of Blood League, he will leave. After all, this man is not only a threat, but also the only hope to save his father. Come to the living room. Yi Chen takes out the broken dragon sword, which has completely lost its spirituality. It's like an abandoned sword. Next, if I have a chance, I must repair the dragon sword. Before he finished speaking, the black stone in his pocket was suspended in front of him. The spirit of the ancient times rippled out. Colleagues, an old figure came to Yi Chen. Yi Chen thought it was Duan Leiren, but he didn't expect that he was the immortal master of that strange temper. What are you doing out there? Yi Chen is not happy. The immortal lord ignored Yi Chen and poured himself a cup of tea to savor. A few seconds later, he said, "Boy, how about we make a deal?" His eyes fell on the dragon chopping sword. After a pause, he said, "I can help you repair this sword, even forge it into a peerless sword for you." Yi Chen heard this sentence, stood up, but soon calmed down. He understood the character of the immortal lord. Naturally, he could not be so kind. "What are your terms?" The immortal lord put down the teacup in his hand and threw out a surprising word, "I want a drop of blood essence for evil blood cold body." Yi Chen Zheng, cold eyes at the immortal lord. The other party's words obviously refer to Wei Ying. For some reason, he found that the great powers of the Samsara cemetery seemed to be interested in Sha Shuihan Ti. Is there anything else about power? The immortal lord seems to be aware of Yi Chen's doubts and opens his mouth. "Don't worry, a drop of blood essence can't make any impact on her, but it's very important for the reincarnation cemetery, more important for you. Or in other words, this is the most important existence to recast the sword of cutting dragon in your hand. You should know better than anyone how precious the evil blood cold body is." Yi Chen did not immediately agree. No matter how, it depends on whether the other party is willing. If she is willing, I naturally agree. The immortal master nodded and held his 5 fingers directly. The 2 broken dragon swords were suspended in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, the small dragon vein of Samsara cemetery was mercilessly torn. It's like a fiery magma, wrapped with a sword of cutting dragon. The temperature of the whole villa rises suddenly. Endless suddenly fused the 2 broken swords together. The long sword can cut off the water and cut the dragon. Unfortunately, although the body of the sword has been restored, the sword has no aura. Like a dead sword. Yi Chen just wanted to ask something, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. From Yi Lingtian. "Lord, I have news from Elder Zheng." Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, excited. Where? Half an hour ago, he just returned to Jiangnan province, but after getting off the plane, he lost his trace. The details are still under investigation. Yi Chen nodded and ordered, "You go down first and help me to see the whereabouts of Elder Zheng of Blood League all the time. No one can let go of it." "Yes, Lord." Chapter 614. An old residential building in the west of the city. I can smell a strong smell of blood as soon as I get close to it. Fortunately, all the houses here are to be demolished. Don't worry about being found. At present, only a few families are still living. And now on the roof, an old man in a purple robe is sitting cross-legged. A jade pendant was suspended in front of him. It's the jade pendant of the Shuye family in Kunlun. The jade pendant is shining with light, and a trace of aura is constantly flowing into the body of the old man in purple robe. On the whole roof, it seems that there is an invisible airflow controlling everything. All of a sudden, the purple-robed old man opened his eyes and spit out a mouthful of red blood. If Yi Chen is here, he will surely find that this old man is the Elder Zheng he has been looking for. Elder Zheng looked at the blood stains on the ground, stood up with his hands on the ground, and his eyes were very cold. No one has ever let him suffer such a heavy injury. Never. As the purple-robed elder of the Blood League, although he is not in the center of the power storm, but in the Blood League status is not low. A purple robe clearly represents his honor. Even the cultivation of Tongtian can crush all the strong in China. But now he was so embarrassed by a little animal in a state of ecstasy. What's more, it hurt people from the air. If this incident spreads out, how can he mix up in the Blood League and even in Kunlun Su? Little beast, destroy my foundation. Since you are in Jiangnan province, then I will make you feel the pain of hell. Elder Zheng's eyes are gloomy to the extreme. In a second, he took out the square. The finger pinches, a drop of blood essence falls on the array plate. In a flash, it's shining. The whole rooftop was windy. A few seconds later, an old virtual shadow appeared on the array disc. Why did you use Shuapan? Didn't you hear that you went to Huaxia to look for the Shuya family in Kunlun? The voice of virtual shadow is very cold, without any temperature. Elder Zheng's face was full of respect, and even said, Dharma Protector, you should have heard of the news that a leaf-killed heaven was born in Kunlun Mountain of China. The Blood League Protector's eyes shrunk. Do you know the whereabouts of Yishur Tian? His tone is even a little excited. It is rumored in Kunlun that Yishur Tian was born and suppressed countless powerful men. Thunder. Plum Blossom kills people. In the world, at such an age, who can do this? Now Kunlun Su, almost every shop, inn, family, power, all spread the legend of Yishur Tian. It's a crazy myth. Kunlun is proud of the first day. Ji Xiqing's most powerful competitor. The most powerful evil spirit of the Shuya family in Kunlun. 1,000 years ago, the son of Yi Fengchen. Into the Holy Land, on the Holy Land. Even countless forces are looking for Yishur Tian, trying to win him over. When Yishur Tian has not yet fully grown up, do you want to fight when you can't stand up? Even if the Blood League are heart. The high level and leader of the Blood Alliance all know Yishur Tian's killing opportunity to the Blood Alliance. So after an emergency meeting, immediately decide on two options. Find Yishur Tian and negotiate with Yishur Tian. Win Yishur Tian. Let bygones be bygones. Once Yishur Tian refuses, he can only use the strongest power of the Blood Alliance. Even if the Dharma Protector and the Elder of the War Hall attack, they must be suppressed. Strangle the threat in the cradle is the most sensible choice. Elder Zheng flashed a chill in his eyes and lied, My lord, indeed, I saw Yishur Tian in the depths of Kunlun Mountain in China. Unfortunately, Yishur Tian killed all the Blood Alliance people before speaking. Even my Altu Nebula is dead. I was seriously injured, too. I really have no face to return to the Blood League. Elder Zheng's words shed tears. If you take part in the Oscars, it must be the hero. Elder Zheng is very clear that Yi Chen has been beyond the shackles. It's hard to suppress Yi Chen with his current injury. Huaxia also faces Yi Chen everywhere. He must take over the stronger power of the Blood League. And Yishur Tian is the best excuse. In the name of killing Yishur Tian, kill Yi Chen first. Even if Yishur Tian is not found at that time, it doesn't matter. Such a strong person is naturally hard to find. Blood League Dharma Protector side, Elder Zheng, Yishur Tian can even kill people from Yibao Pavilion. It's really hard for you to resist it. It is said that Ye's real strength is at least above entering the Holy Land. With the anti-heaven sword skill, you can be injured normally. Well, since you are sure that Yishur Tian is in Huaxia, I will send you to lead the 100 strong men in the Blood War Hall of the Blood League. Among these 100 strong men, the lowest strength is the 7th level of Xinyu state, and the highest is even at the peak of entering the Holy Land. Whether it's personal strength or array strength, Yishur Tian can't resist it. Even 3 days ago, 100 strong men in the Blood War Hall gathered together to kill a person in the Holy King's land. Elder Zheng, the Blood Alliance gives you this power, can you take Yi to kill heaven? At this moment, Elder Zheng was stunned. Even a little flustered. This is the Blood War Hall. And still 100 strong. No doubt it's an army against the weather. You can only crush Yi Shitian. Not to mention Yi Chen, who is in a state of ecstasy. In his mind, he even filled the picture of leading 100 people to kill Yi Chen. Like a general star. This China will be dominated by him. The best state is to kill Yi Chen and kill Tian Yi. Then his position in the Blood League must rise. A broad road seems to be in front of Elder Zheng. Elder Zheng, let me ask you one last time. Can you take Yi Shitian with the power of 100 people? A cold voice sounded. Elder Zheng woke up and suppressed his excitement. He even said, "Don't worry. As long as Yi Shitian is still in China, I will take him down and offer it to the Dharma Protector." Well, in 3 days, people from the Blood War Hall will enter China, and then they will contact with this array plate. The words fall, the picture and the sound disappear at the same time. Elder Zheng, with his hands behind him, stood on the roof and looked at the land of China. His mouth was cold and indifferent. "Little beast, 100 people enter the country, see how you resist. You are afraid to kneel down in front of me. Ha ha ha." At the same time, Mingzue Villa. Yi Chen asked Yi Lingtian and Longhun to search the whole Jiangnan province, even the surrounding provinces and cities, as well as the capital city. Unfortunately, there is still no result. Elder Zheng is like evaporation from the world. However, Yi Chen was not too discouraged. Elder Zheng suffered such a heavy injury that he was the bow of a strong crossbow in a short time without any threat. Even if he recovers with pills or some means, the first thing must be to find himself. When the time comes, soldiers will come to block the water and cover the land. Yi Chen's eyes fall on the sword of cutting dragon again. Chapter 6:15. Although the dragon sword has been restored completely, it does not have any aura and power. It's similar to ordinary handicraft. The Immortal Lord, how can the sword be completely restored? How can you become the sword in your mouth? Yi Chen asked. The Immortal Lord drank a mouthful of tea with great interest. The rice can't be finished in one gulp, and casting sword is not a trivial matter. How can it be finished so quickly? I just stabilized the dragon's sword with the power of the dragon pulse and some techniques. At present, in the face of strong forces, it will still be broken. Now he needs 2 things. First, sword bones. Yi Chen frowned when he heard this strange word. "Master, what is sword skeleton?" The immortal master stood up, took hold of the dragon's sword, and gently touched his other hand. "The only valuable sword for you is the spirit of the sword. Unfortunately, it is already sleeping. The materials and casting methods of the sword are top-notch in China, but they are rubbish in Kunlun and other places. It can't even compare with the 2 swords of the soul-breaking yang in the reincarnation cemetery. So now for it, it needs a body. It must be a spirit sword with a very strong level. It can be a broken sword, or a sword with other problems. Only the level must be not weaker than the 2 swords of Zhenhu and Poyang. Otherwise, I don't want this kind of sword." Yi Chen is startled. It is more powerful than the soul-breaking yang sword. Where can China have it? It's only possible to go to Kunlun. With a long sigh, he continued, "What's the second thing, Master?" "The essence of Shuasha cold body. The blood evil cold body is a rare evil blood in the world, which is extremely consistent with your way of killing. Once you use this blood essence to cast a sword, then the cooperation between this sword and you will be extremely high." The word of the Immortal Lord falls slowly. Yi Chen is to understand, this old guy is really interested in Wei Ying. He knew the power of the evil blood chill, but Wei Ying had just awakened. If we fully awaken, countless forces will surely surge. At that time, if Wei Ying stepped into Kunlun Su, she was afraid that her future achievements would be terrible. Forget it, go to Beijing Normal University to find Wei Ying, at least ask the other party's opinion. Yi Chen can only say so. He was just about to let Yi Lingtian arrange the plane when the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the phone number, he was surprised. It was the little girl in Songshan village. "What's the matter, little girl?" Yi Chen still pressed the answer key. Hearing Yi Chen's voice on the other end of the phone, He obviously hesitated. Brother Chen, that I am Lu Zihan, the one in Songshan village. We met more than 10 hours ago. It may be a little disturbing for me to make this call, but I really can't help you. Is it Lu Zihan's father in trouble again? No way. Yi Chen has some confidence in his medical skills. Calm down and tell me what happened. Yi Chen Dao can let this self-esteem very strong little girl to call over, should really have no way. Well, Brother Chen, I'm on this side of Beiyu Road in Jiangnan Province. Baihan Construction Group is the tallest building on this road. My father was beaten, and, in addition, the police will come to take my father. Those people are so frightening. They are really frightening. Before you finished your speech, there was a loud noise on the phone. There are a few dirty words. Son of a bitch, are you going to call somebody? A group of farmers or a group of workers? A bunch of poor people, thinking crazy. If you have the ability, I will take a cent from Lousy today. Even if I use the money to buy dog food, I won't give it to your father. What the hell? The phone hung up. Yi Chen even heard the cry of Lu Zihan at the end of the phone. He asked Yi Lingtian to investigate Lu Zihan's family. It seemed that Lu Zihan's father, Lu Jiangang, had fallen downstairs. The details are not clear. The only doubt is that after Lu Jiangang's accident, the boss did not settle any wages. Even the construction company, there are a variety of shirking responsibility. What ability does Lu Zihan and her grandfather have to fight a lawsuit? Even if we go to all kinds of leaders, we will be punished. Outside the door, I couldn't even see my face. As the bottom people, they are only qualified to be played with. Because it has been a long time since, his forces are looking for the whereabouts of Elder Zheng, but this matter has not been dealt with yet. He had to send a text message and drive directly to the place where the accident happened. Beiyu Road, the gate of Baihan Construction Group. Lu Jiangang, who has not yet fully recovered, lies on the ground, black and blue. After he recovered, the first thing was to find Baihan Construction Group. At the beginning of the accident, he was actually pushed down maliciously. Because he asked the contractor for 30,000 yuan of salary. This is not the most angry. He never thought that the company did not take any responsibility after his accident. Even with a group of people to threaten. His body cannot move, and even his consciousness is not clear. He has no way to protect his rights. He went to a reporter. The reporter was going to report, but he didn't expect that the news was intercepted directly. Obviously, the relationship behind this group is very hard. It can even be said that it is in Jiangnan province to pick up the sky with one hand. He came here today to ask for an explanation. Lu Jiangang stares at the big man with a bullfight stock nearby. Han is the one who pushed him down, Zhong Hailong. Zhong Hailong, are you still a man? I'm here today to make a statement. What's wrong with me? What do you do with my daughter? Lu Jiangang's eyes are full of anger. Because at the moment, the fierce and sharp teeth of the bullfighting terrier is only dozens of centimeters away from her daughter Lu Zihan. Once Zhong Hailong releases his hand, his daughter will definitely have an accident. This beast! He wanted to stand up and protect his daughter, but found that two men directly pressed him. Can't move. Hold back. Angry. He even regretted that he shouldn't have come here in a hurry. What is his qualification as a worker to fight against such evil forces? He has no power, nothing to do with it. He can only be trampled on by these guys. Zhong Hailong looked down at Lu Jiangang and sneered, damn it, I made it clear a few years ago. You don't want to take a cent from me. I'd rather feed the dog the money than give it to you. Don't you want to make a scene today, or you'll make a scene with my dog? The bullfight terrier seemed to have heard Zhong Hailong's command and barked a few times. His expression was ferocious. It even looks like a bit bloodthirsty. This is a dog fight. Generally, Zhong Hailong is used to participate in the competition. He is extremely distressed. However, with this dog, he is very powerful, almost holding the dog, few people dare to approach. Chapter 6:16. Recently, the number of migrant workers who ask him for wages has dropped a lot. If not, he will loosen the rope and let the dog bite directly. He has a relationship behind him. Even if something goes wrong, he can be suppressed. Lu Zihan was frightened by the ferocious bullfight terrier. His face was pale and his body was constantly retreating. I'm afraid the beast will rush up. She has called Yi Chen, I don't know if the other party can come. From the car Yi Chen left yesterday and the people around her, she felt that the younger brother should have something to do with her family. It's the only one that can help their family right now. She's really desperate. Zhong Hailong, don't move my daughter. My daughter is innocent. Seeing that the bullfight stem is getting closer and closer to Lu Zihan, Lu Jiangang, as his father, does not know why, and directly breaks the shackles of the two and holds Lu Zihan. Zihan, let's go home. We don't want justice. Lu Jiangang rushed out directly with Lu Zihan. He was about to leave. A cold voice suddenly rang out, Lu Jiangang, what do you think of Laozi's place? Come and go if you want. Although I don't know how the hell you can go, since you're here, leave a leg. Sunspot, go and bite off that guy's leg. Words fall, Zhong Hailong loosened the rope. The ferocious bullfight terrier went straight out. Very fast. Fangs infiltrate. If you bite it, you may even die. Seeing this scene, Zhong Hailong and his subordinates all laughed. They have seen it for a long time, and this kind of life is not worth money to them. Lu Jiangang ran crazy, he naturally heard the voice behind him. But how to run past the bullfight terrier? Soon, the bullfighting terrier directly caught up with her, and bit her daughter Lu Zihan's neck. This bite, my daughter's life. Regardless of everything, relying on his father's instinct, Lu Jiangang held his daughter in his arms. Hold on to death. He tried to drive away the bullfight terrier, but found it impossible. A sense of biting. His hands seemed to be tearing at the heart. Blood flows. Dad! Lu Zihan can't help tears anymore. She's helpless. She is in pain. Dad is okay well. Lu Jianhan died of pain. This is the only thing he can do as a father. Zhong Hailong and all the people present laughed. It's a lot more interesting than watching a fighting dog. The sense of blood was almost numb to them. Zhong Hailong whistled to Lu Jiangang, if you call me granddad, I'll think about letting you go. How about that? If you don't scream, you may only be bitten to death. When you die, your baby daughter may be in junior high school, and she's almost developed. Can you? Before he finished speaking, a voice of breaking the skies suddenly rang out. The voice was so earth-shaking that everyone on the scene was scared. Zhong Hailong is subconsciously looking at a direction. When he turns his head, he finds a black light coming quickly. This is too fast. It's too fast for the naked eye to catch. Hiss! It's like falling to the earth. Flesh and blood bloom. Black light penetrated the body of that crazy bullfight terrier. The powerful impact force is Zhong Hailong's beloved bullfighting stem directly inserted on the cement ground more than 10 meters away. The bullfight terrier was killed on the spot. This scene scared everyone. Eyes are almost staring out. Staring at the sword in the ground. How can there be a sword here? Sleeping trough. Zhong Hailong was the first to react. He rushed up and tried to pull out the sword, but he found it impossible. The sword is as if it were welded to the ground. What the hell did the grass do? Zhong Hailong uttered a startling roar. Soon, a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is a young man, the youth's son is extremely indifferent, a leisure clothing, temperament is ethereal. Yi Chen is here. Lu Jiangang and Lu Zihan naturally realized that the danger disappeared. Relieved. Lu Zihan noticed Yi Chen for the first time, and said excitedly, Brother Chen. Yi Chen nodded, his eyes first fell on Lu Jiangang's bloody arm and back. He was filled with anger. What kind of animal do you like to let dogs bite? Later, his eyes fell on Zhong Hailong. It's cold. Bloodthirsty. Extremely cold. Is this dog yours? Yi Chen's words fall. Like a trial. Zhong Hailong reacted and drew a knife from his waist. Who the hell are you? I ask again, is this dog yours? What's wrong with me? What the hell are you? Zhong Hailong cuts directly at Yi Chen with a knife. His dog died, he was very angry. Obviously, this sword was made by this young man. But before the dagger touched Yi Chen, it was as if it had been twisted by an invisible force. Go away. Yi Chen's cold words fall. The storm is sweeping. Zhong Hailong flies directly. More spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They can't even believe what happened in front of them. It's totally against the laws of nature. Since you love dogs so much, I'll make you a dog today. Yi Chen disdains to hand to these people, dials a telephone directly. Within 10 minutes, bring the most fierce dog in the dark hall, and bring an iron cage, which can hold a person and several dogs. Yes, Lord. He knew that a group of fierce dogs were kept in the dark hall of Jiangnan province. You can use it. Hang up the phone. Yi Chen then came to Lu Zihan and Lu Jiangang in front. Bear with me. Yi Chen took out some herbs, crushed them directly and covered Lu Jiangang. At the same time, covering with genuine qi, a cool feeling relieves a lot of pain. He looked at Lu Zihan again. You are not hurt. Lu Zihan shook his head fiercely. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry to give you trouble. It's okay. I just came out to breathe. Yi Chen smiles. Because Yi Chen just shot and Zhong Hailong inexplicably injured, that group of people dare not do anything. But Zhong Hailong is not only painful, spitting blood on the ground. Finally reluctantly stood up, he was staring at Yi Chen, just wanted to talk. A truck stopped directly. The door opened and several men in black, who had a terrible smell, stepped down from the truck. Momentum alone will solidify 100 meters. When they came to Yi Chen, they knelt down on their knees and said, Lord of the Temple. Temple Master? Zhong Hailong and all the people are confused. What is the position of the Temple Master? Middle or top? Yi Chen swept an eye to kneel in front of a few people. Light way, thing brought? Lord, it's in the chariot. Chapter 617. Yi Chen nodded, glanced at Zhong Hailong, and said, take the things down, and then let the man go in and stay for a while. Several dark hall strong eye son a shrink, sympathetically looked at Zhong Hailong, directly opened the trunk of the truck. The next second, a 2 meter by 2 meter iron cage directly transported down. The dogs are barking. When seeing everything inside, not only Zhong Hailong was stunned, but all the people present were shocked. Bit dog. Tibetan Mastiff. New Boleton Mastiff. All world-class fierce dogs. Even in the dog fighting circle, it's a terrifying existence. When he saw the men in black coming, Zhong Hailong knew it was wrong. He just wanted to run away, but he found that the men had come to him. An invisible breath enveloped him, and he had no power to move. What are you doing? I warn you, I'm Zhong Hailong. I'm from the Baihan construction group. If you move me, I'll... Before he finished speaking, the door of the cage opened, and Zhong Hailong was mercilessly thrown in. The fierce beast in the cage seems to have seen the prey and jumped on it directly. No! Please, let me out. No! Get out of here. The sound of sorrow resounds. The sound of biting and barking was heard. At this moment, everyone's back is cool. Because there's blood in the cage. Zhong Hailong's voice is also gradually weak down. Flesh and blood. Yi Chen's eyes are incomparably indifferent. He takes a look at the strong man in the dark hall around him and orders, there is no need for this group to exist. You can solve it. All the middle and high-level people exchange blood, and all the money those people shouldn't take let them vomit out. Some people who have problems can either solve them ourselves or throw them to the police station. Yes, Lord. After all this, Yi Chen looks at Lu Zihan and Lu Jiangang. Come on, I'll take you home. Lu Jiangang took a deep look at the bloody Zhong Hailong in the cage, and then looked at the extremely young Yi Chen and the long sword inserted. He was very shocked. He knew that Yi Chen's identity was unusual. Even this extraordinary is far beyond his understanding. Mr. Yi, great kindness. Lu Jiangang wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by Yi Chen. Your daughter saved my life, and now we're even. Well, get in the car. I have something to do later. Now I'll take you back. The medicine I put on you can isolate rabies and help you recover quickly. If you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital and get vaccinated. Yi Chen opened the door and ordered. Lu Jiangang shook his head fiercely. I believe Mr. Yi. I know that Mr. Yi is a strange person. He can cure my body. This herbal medicine has magic power naturally. Yi Chengao looked at the other side a few times, since the other side understands, also saves oneself to explain again. He drove directly to Songshan village. After this time, he will let the people in the dark hall pay attention to this family. At least it will not happen like today. When he entered Kunlungsu, it was estimated that he would never meet with the family again. Half an hour later, Songshan village. Yi Chen will two people to the home, explained a few words and then ready to leave. He was going to go to the capital by plane to find Wei Ying, but he didn't expect that Wei Ying would fly directly to Jiangnan province by phone. After a while, he is going to pick up the plane, so it is impossible for him to stay here. When Yi Chen was ready to start the car, Lu Jiangang came in with a long package in a hurry. Mr. Yi, wait. Yi Chen knew that Lu Jiangang was inconvenient, so he got out of the car quickly. Uncle Lu, what else can I tell you? I always treat Zihan as my sister. If you have any problems, you can call me. Lu Jiangang said with a simple smile, Mr. Yi, in fact, it's no big deal. I have a question. Do you own the black sword that shot the dog just now? Although Yi Chen didn't know why Lu Jiangang asked this, he still nodded and said, it's mine. The situation is urgent just now. I can only do this. As soon as Lu Jiangang's eyes brightened, he quickly handed the rag-wrapped thing in his hand to Yi Chen carefully. Mr. Yi, this thing was dug out from the ground 8 years ago by my family. I thought it was an antique, so I kept it all the time. Today I saw the sword you shot, it felt like something. I'm a farmer. I haven't read too many books. I don't understand it. It's useless to put it beside me. I'll give it to you. If it doesn't work for you, just throw it away. If it's useful, you can take it. I'll feel better. After all, you've helped our family so much. In fact, I know you don't lack money. Yi Chen nodded and took the rag-wrapped thing that I didn't care about it. After all, what's better about digging out of the ground? But at the moment of touching, Yi Chen was shocked to find that the Zhenhuan sword and the broken Yang sword in the reincarnation cemetery were erected directly. And with hostility. Yi Chen doesn't care about everything and tears the cloth directly. There is no doubt that a broad red and black sword is revealed. The body of the sword is full of ancient Sanskrit, and there is a faint light between them. Holding in the palm of my hand, the breath of antiquity is sweeping. It's a pity that the sword is half broken. But Yi Chen is excited. Because he could feel that the sword was of extremely high grade before it was damaged. It's the anti-heaven sword skeleton in the mouth of the immortal lord. It's also the biggest chance to recast the dragon sword. He never thought that Lu Zihan's family was an opportunity for him to recast the dragon sword. From the moment Lu Zihan rescued him to go home, it was as if he had arranged in the dark. Now, if you want to recast the sword of cutting dragon, you need to have the blood essence of evil blood and cold body. And Wei Ying has come. This is the opportunity. Uncle Lu, it's very important for me to collect it. I can't use my subordinates for 10 million yuan. I'll buy your sword with 10 million yuan. No, 100 million yuan. Yi Chen is quite excited to say. Lu Jiangang heard the number of that day, almost leg soft, quickly waved his hand and said, Mr. Yi, you are breaking me. Never use it. I don't know how to repay you for saving my life. How can I take your money? Mr. Yi, you can be interested in this thing. With that, Lu Jiangang went directly into the room, for fear that Yi Chen would bargain again. Yi Chen looks at the disappearing Lu Jiangang and shakes his head helplessly. Money must be given. If this logistics into the Ibao Pavilion or Kunlun Su, it is absolutely can bid a sky-high price. Even 1 billion RMB is less than that. Now talk with Lu Jiangang about money, the other party naturally won't accept, can only let Yi Lingtian go personally. Looking at the sword, he felt a sudden breath. Once this sword is combined with the sword of cutting dragon, it will surely startle the world and cry ghosts and gods. It is the most powerful assistant for him to enter Kunlun Su. If you have the anti-heaven sword skill, plus the blood dragon and the life rune, maybe the burst strength can tear the blood alliance. Chapter 618. Yichen doesn't think much about it anymore. He throws the mysterious broken sword into the reincarnation cemetery and drives directly to the airport. Half an hour later, Jiangnan International Airport. Yichen sees Wei Ying in a long skirt. Since Xiangjiang came back, they haven't seen each other for almost a month. At the moment, Wei Ying painted a light makeup, slender and white legs faintly, exquisite curves completely outlined. Her eyes are cold, her hair is down, like a waterfall, standing there, especially eye-catching. There is no extra decoration, only the xianxue hanging on the neck. There is a faint crack in the diabase. If we don't meet again, it's very likely that the broken xianxue will not suppress Wei Ying's evil blood cold body. Although Yichen taught Wei Ying to practice, it is obvious that Wei Ying didn't keep up with the practice during this period. The chill is also obvious. I'm afraid that in a few months, the evil blood cold body will break out completely. What should Wei Ying do then? Outside the airport, such a tall and sexy beauty makes many men want to get close to it. But the cold air made everyone unable to move forward. Once close, cold enough to hurt people. This is the beginning of the appearance of the evil blood cold body. Yi Chen, I'm here. When Wei Ying's cold eyes saw Yi Chen, she was just like a light, her dimple was like a flower, and she waved her hands excitedly. After coming back from Xiangjiang, I don't know why, Wei Ying's mind is full of pictures with Yi Chen in Xiangjiang. She wanted to call Yi Chen several times, but as soon as she thought that Yi Chen had something important to do, she still put down her mobile phone. When she knew Yi Chen wanted to see her today, she flew directly from the capital to Jiangnan province without hesitation. At the moment when she stepped on the plane, did she even feel that she would not be reserved? She can't care so much, just want to follow her heart. Yi Chen took over Wei Ying's suitcase and said with a smile, "Are you going to visit Jiangnan province?" Wei Ying blinked her big flexible eyes. "Yes, you found that. The scenery of Jiangnan province is so good, you should do your best to be a host." "Yes, but this time I may only be able to show you around a little. Maybe I will go back to the capital soon. I'll give you a good turn next time. It's getting late. Let's go and see you where you live first." The reason why Yi Chen does not return to the capital now is that Elder Zheng is in Jiangnan province. The other side's existence, the threat is too great. Before killing each other completely, Xia family and Zhu family in Jiangnan province, or Tianjin group, may be retaliated by each other. These days, he had to stay in Jiangnan province to wait for news. Good. Although in the heart loses, Wei Ying still nods away. Soon, Yi Chen took Wei Ying to Mingsui Villa. Looking at my luggage, Wei Ying said, "I don't want to call you this time." Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, or opened his mouth. "You have evil blood cold body things, I told you, now I may need your help. Of course, you can refuse, this matter is not too important to me." Wei Yingxiu frowned and said curiously, "If you want me to help you, just say it. I will help you if I can. That you're not going to have a yin-yang interaction like you do on TV. I'm not sure I'll agree to that." Wei Ying blinked her big eyes and said playfully. Although it was a joke, her face was red. "It's lovely." She hoped so in her true mind. Yi Chen shakes his head and explains the essence and blood in the practitioner's body and the things needed to repair the dragon sword. As a teacher of normal university, Wei Ying quickly understood. In other words, you want a drop of my blood? Yes. Wei Ying smiles. The next second, she plans to bite her finger. I thought it was a big event. If you want blood essence, I'll give it to you. Anyway, I have to go to the hospital every year to get blood, which is not bad for a few drops. After all, how can you thank me for helping you so much? Do you want to make a promise? Yi Chen joked. Yes, I'm afraid you dare not. In Wei Ying's eyes, a few drops of blood essence is nothing. Seeing that Wei Ying wants to force out blood essence, Yi Chen quickly stops it and explains, the essence of blood must be used in the state of your evil blood and cold body. When Wei Ying heard this, her eyes were rather serious. In the past month, she found that the frequency of the sound was getting higher and higher. She even had the habit of sleepwalking, often wake up in the middle of the night, will meditate on the balcony, the whole body is formed countless ice cones. If she didn't know that she had evil blood and cold body in her body, she would definitely collapse. You can think about it and don't have to answer me right away. I can't. I can replace it with other blood essence. Yi Chen was afraid to give Wei Ying a burden, so he said. Before finishing her words, Wei Ying smiles mysteriously and grabs the mysterious stone on her neck. Pull it out. Is that so? The moment the local psychic stone disappeared, the whole villa seemed to turn into an ice cave. The temperature drops dozens of degrees. The cold wind blows, Yi Chen even feels the blood to coagulate. Fortunately, the blood dragon virtual shadow is aware of what, directly gushing out of the body. Blood dragon plate Rao in Yi Chen's body, cold touch of the moment directly disappeared. Wei Ying, I didn't say now. Yi Chen just want to talk, a pair of cold eyes shot over. At the same time, a cold palm directly swept over, strong wind bursts, the power is extremely frightening. My blood essence, you dare to make up your mind, die. The sound of cold into the bone marrow is like this. Yi Chen this just reacts to come over, in front of the girl is not Wei Ying, but evil blood cold body. What's more, the other side took the opportunity to kill. Yi Chen Meng stretched out his hand and clasped his wrist. Wei Ying snorted coldly, and the extreme shrill came. Wei Ying's other show hand, holding the ice sword, a sword came through. Even if Yi Chen stepped into the state of mind wandering, she did not dare to take it lightly in front of Wei Ying at the moment. In that shrill sound, the whole villa seems to be torn. We can see the horror. At this moment, even let Yi Chen even have no chance to breathe. After a month's absence, Wei Ying's evil blood cold body was so strong. Although he has a way to deal with Wei Ying, he can't do it. What if Wei Ying was hurt? Helpless, Yi Chen can only constantly dodge, avoid every opportunity to kill. If you dare to touch my blood essence, you will not dare to fight. You men are all like this. Yi Chen has not yet completely stabilized his figure, and a voice of exclamation rings out. At the same time, countless ice arrows pierce through the sky. Chapter 619. Some of the furniture in the living room was destroyed directly. The air is rolling. However, Yi Chen can only hold the Zhenhuan sword in his hand, and his whole body's true qi is injected into the Zhenhuan sword. Zhenhuan's sword comes from the sound of the sword. The sword qi is vertical and horizontal, and it is constantly put on. It seems to form a barrier, blocking all the ice arrows outside. Boom! In a twinkling of an eye, the roar exploded. The white light and the black light are constantly touching, and they are stuck. I don't see you for such a long time, but your strength is much stronger. I advise you not to pay attention to Wei Ying. She is simple. Although she has a good feeling for you, I will never allow you to be together. The sound of evil blood and cold body sounded again. Yi Chen completely speechless, you are just a blood vessel, unexpectedly idle tube subject matter? Once the cultivation of Wei Ying's cold heart resolution is completed, the evil blood and cold body will completely melt into the blood, and this will not happen. You don't seem to agree with my words? Then I'll call you till you wear it today. Wei Ying a cold hum, ice sword sacrifice, under the fierce sword spirit, God Buddha avoid. Just a sword, directly let the ground appear countless cracks. Wei Ying's eyes are about to fall, and Wei Ying's eyes recover a trace of clarity. Pata. At the same time, Wei Ying forced a drop of blood essence from her fingers. Yi Chen, I'm barely awake now. Take the essence and blood, and help me to put on the mysterious stone of the spirit. The voice was soft and rapid. Yi Chen no longer hesitates. With 5 fingers on one hand, the blood essence is directly held in the palm of his hand. At the same time, he steps out to Wei Ying's side, and the earth spirit Xianxia is directly patted on Wei Ying's chest. The cold air of the whole room disappeared in an instant. Wei Ying also recovered completely and breathed heavily. Yi Chen, I didn't hurt you just now. What does Wei Ying think of? She grabs Yi Chen's hand and cares. Yi Chen shook his head and said with a smile, don't worry, she can't hurt me. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Wei Ying was relieved. She came to the sofa and sat cross-legged. I'll adjust my state first. The voice of that guy is still ringing in my mind. Only practice can make the other party stop. With that, Wei Ying closed her eyes, and the whole sofa was gradually wrapped in ice, as if it had become an ice sculpture. Yi Chen knows that the other side is practicing, and does not disturb him. With the blood essence of his hand, he directly enters the reincarnation cemetery. The Immortal Lord and Duan Leiren are playing chess in the reincarnation cemetery. What did you come in for? The Immortal Lord fell a sunspot light Wei. Duanlei Renbai glanced at each other and said, this is interesting. My apprentice is the tomb owner of the reincarnation cemetery. He is in charge of this place. Can't he come here? In other words, we are all under the control of others. He can drive us out at any time if he wants to. At this moment, Duanlei Renbai stands on this side of Yi Chen. The Immortal Lord did not intend to play chess. He stood up and his eyes fell on Yi Chen's body. What's the matter? Say it. Yi Chen will directly sacrifice the blood essence, suspended in the Samsara cemetery. Master, I have brought what you want. Help me repair the dragon sword. The Immortal Lord took a look at the dazzling blood essence with red light, and his eyes were fanatical. It's the essence of evil blood and cold body. Unfortunately, blood essence is not enough. If there is no high-level sword skeleton, the sword is still a useless sword. The Immortal Lord has not finished speaking. Yi Chen directly takes out the mysterious broken sword that Lu Jiangang of Songshan village gave him. A mysterious broken sword, reincarnation cemetery full of desolate meaning. At this moment, the eyes of the Immortal Master suddenly shrank and stepped out, and came directly to Yi Chen's face. He also took the mysterious broken sword. Ferocious face, shortness of breath. Yi Chen has never seen the Immortal Lord so nervous. This sword is the skeleton of an ancient sword, even the sword of a close friend of mine. His swordsmanship is unparalleled in his whole life. Unfortunately, the sword was destroyed and people died. Where did you get this sword? Tell me. Yi Chen is not nonsense, said the recent thing again. The Immortal Lord looked up at the sky and said with emotion. It seems that everything is doomed. With such a sword, it is like God's help. I finally understand why the Samsara cemetery will choose you, so lucky, there will be no second one. This sword was originally called the Overlord Asking the Sky Sword. It's not only made of 7 meteorite black stone, but also the painstaking efforts of a great power to forge for 10 years. In the peak state, a sword can even break the sky. Unfortunately, it has lost its spirituality. Yi Chen didn't expect that the sword had such a history. He even said, Master, can he be used as the skeleton of the dragon sword? The Immortal Lord nodded, yes, but my ability can't repair his peak state. However, if it is combined with the sword spirit of the dragon sword, the power will be absolutely shocking. As you keep fighting, the level of this sword will continue to upgrade. Recasting this sword is also a memorial to my dead friend. From now on, I'll help you recast it. At this moment, the Immortal Lord's look is serious to the extreme. He closed his eyes and the tomb of Samsara trembled. The ground is split, and a forging table full of flame is born out of thin air. The flame is raging, the Immortal Lord is suspended on the forging table. Pinch your fingers. Suddenly, the dragon sword flew into the flames of the forging table. The Overlord asks the sky. The sword skeleton fractal, recast the dragon, open. With a roar, the Overlord asked the sky sword also fell into the fire. The meaning of the ancient sent out, vaguely, like a figure in the crazy sword dance. Every sword has the charm of heaven. Evil blood, cold body, blood essence for the lead, into the sword. Open it. Blood essence is falling. The flame is suddenly 100 feet high. The posture of the whole sky is palpitating. At the moment, the sky outside China has completely changed. Cloudy, lightning and thunder. Especially in the sky over Jiangnan province, there is a thunder and lightning that seems to turn into a sword. It will not disperse for a long time and will illuminate the whole world. It's like a vision. Boy, give me 3 days. After 3 days, this sword can be made. Let me ask you, what is the name of this sword from now on? Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds and said, ask him to cut the dragon and ask the sky sword. Good. At the same time, the west side of the city is on the top floor. Elder Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the thunder and lightning vision above the sky. His eyes were shocked. It seems that the law of heaven does not allow the thunder to spread for thousands of miles. Is it the birth of evil spirits? No, this is the vision of the appearance of the magic sword. From the perspective of vision, this sword is also the most powerful one in Kunlun, but how could it be born in the land with little aura in China? There was some uneasiness between Elder Zheng's eyebrows and Yi Chen, Yi Shitian, now with the appearance of the divine sword. What's wrong with Huaxia? Will China rise completely? Can't even compare with Kunlun? No longer thinking about it, he took out the array plate from his waist. The light is more and more dazzling. His uneasiness gradually subsided. Because the array shows that the army of the Blood League is about to enter the country. The end of China is coming. After the war, whether Yi Chen or Yi Shitian will be suppressed into hell. No choice. Chapter 620. Mingsui Villa. These days, Yi Chen entered the Samsara cemetery several times to check the progress, but the immortal lord was still concentrating on casting his sword. Yi Chen was ignored. The power of the dragon vein and all auras of the whole Samsara cemetery seemed to rush into the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven. The sword is burning in the fire and thunder and lightning. Yi Chen doesn't even dare to get close to it. Once close to him, the powerful power of pressure will make his blood rise, even spit out blood. Yi Chen knows very well that once the sword is successful, his strength will surely span a great level. Apprentice, I thought that the old man didn't look up to you. Now it seems that he has recognized you by doing so. Duan Laren walks to Yi Chen's side and says lightly. Yi Chen nodded. Although the immortal lord had once ridiculed himself, he could feel the intention of the other party. As the tomb owner of the Samsara cemetery, can the 100 great powers treat him like this? After all, he is the turning point of the 100. Duan Laren looked at the immortal master in the fire, and continued to say to Yi Chen, this old guy forged a magic weapon with his immortal fire. If you pay close attention to it, you will surely find that his light is a little dim. I'm afraid it won't be long before the sword is cast, and it will disappear between heaven and earth. I wanted him to refine Taiga Shusher Dan, but now it seems that it is very difficult for the other party to refine it. Duan Laren's words are somewhat lonely. Disciple, if you have a chance, see if this guy is willing to teach you the way of alchemy. If he really takes a fancy to you, he may pass on the immortal fire to you. The most powerful thing about this guy is the immortal fire. He casts swords, alchemy and amulets. The reason why he is so powerful is completely due to the immortal fire. Even when he is used to fight, he is extremely strong. It's said that the fire of 49,000 people can't be extinguished by fire in the depth of 70,000. Even in those years, 1,000 top powerful men surrounded and exterminated the immortal lord, but he exerted the sea of fire and thousands of people died. What a tragedy! When Yi Chen hears Duan Laren's explanation, he looks at the old man in the fire, and the storm rises in his heart. This guy used to be so terrible. Suddenly, the flames soared again, almost covering the entire Samsara cemetery. The casual clothes on Yi Chen's body also instantaneous burn not, be in a mess. Duan Laren looked at the sea of fire. His eyes were serious, and he told Yi Chen, disciple, there is still 1 day left. On this day, you don't have to step into the Samsara cemetery. No matter whose flesh can bear the fire and temperature. Good. Yi Chen finished and left the Samsara cemetery directly. These days, the news of Elder Zheng is still not available. As if the world evaporated. No matter how powerful China is used, it is the same. Even if the dragon spirit used the satellite, it did not notice. Yi Chen feels more and more uneasy. It's like the eve of a storm. Helpless, he took Wei Ying to Jiangnan province for a tour, which was also regarded as the friendship of the host. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen and Wei Ying return to Mingsui Villa. Before they step into it, Yi Chen feels that there is someone in the house. As soon as the divine consciousness swept, he could not help but breathe out. The gate has been opened. It's Xia Ruoxue. Xia Ruoxue knows that he is here. Apparently after dealing with the affairs of Xia family, he comes back. Xia Ruoxue's beautiful eyes fall on Wei Ying for the first time. Wei Ying is also like this, the eyes look at the moment, Yi Chen afraid of the air and the fierce spark. Xia Ruoxue naturally knew Wei Ying's identity, but also learned that Wei Ying helped Yi Chen a lot. Yi Chen wanted to explain what he wanted to explain. To his surprise, Xia Ruoxue took a step first and passed by Yi Chen. She even hugged Wei Ying and said in a soft voice, "Wei Ying, you have to tell me when you come to China. I can also do my best to be the host of the earth. It's estimated that Xia Kenzi didn't take you to some places that belong to women. It's not only in Jiangnan province the scenery." Wei Ying also knows Xia Ruoxue's identity. She didn't know how to explain it, but she didn't expect Xia Ruoxue to be so active. Soon, Xia Ruoxue's simple words and actions let Wei Ying unload all precautions. The second daughter is more cheerful exchanges on the sofa, from time to time the living room is to come bursts of laughter. Even after dinner, they went to visit the largest Yintai department store in Jiangnan province. Yi Chen is to take the heart of a woman needle. He never thought that these two women should immediately become familiar with each other, is to hang him again. He shook his head helplessly, just wanted to go upstairs to practice. The mobile phone in the pocket rang. After a look at the number, he frowned. He was actually the old man who controlled the top power in China. Generally, there are no special circumstances. The old man will not call him at all. When the phone was connected, the old man's voice rang out directly, "Yi Chen, I'll call you today, just say one thing." What? Yi Chen is so strange that he doesn't know what medicine is sold in the other party's gourd. As one of the great powers in China, you have made a great contribution in this period. What are you going to say? You don't have to say that. The old man paused for a few seconds, sighed deeply, and said, "Not only the strong Kunlun is in control of China, but also in Kunlun's empty eyes. Just an hour ago, a team, passing through the Jinshan River of Kunlunsu, was ready to leave Kunlunsu and enter the Chinese territory. It's a team of 100 people. It's very imposing. It's conservative to assume that all of them are the strong ones in the spiritual realm, the Holy Land and the extraordinary realm. If these 100 people enter the Chinese territory, the safety of China will be in danger. The people I sent out to investigate have not come back. It is obvious that they have died in the hands of this group of people. But the specific characteristics of those people have been collected by Huaxia technology. If there is no wrong guess, these people come from the Blood League. It's more likely that they are the strong men in the Blood Battle Hall of the Blood League. These people kill people without blinking an eye, and their means are endless. Even in Kunlun Su, they are famous. During this period of time, you and the Blood League make a lot of trouble. I guess wrong, this team is likely to be aimed at you. Although I don't know why the Blood League is so active, if you really find you, you have no way to live. At present, Huaxia is willing to help you, stagger these people, and you take the Yi family directly into Kunlun Su." The old man's words fell down and filled with emotion, which was the only thing he could do for Yi Chen. Chapter 621. China failed Yi Chen too many times. This time, no matter what, he will protect Yi Chen. Even if he fell from this position, he would not hesitate. "Yi Chen, I've arranged a plane for you. Bai Lixiong sits in the town himself. This time, he will enter Kunlun Su with you. This time, don't be impulsive. I hope you will listen to me once. The voice of the old man was lonely. He doesn't want Yi Chen to leave. Yi Chen's strength is better than 10 iron blood camps. With Yi Chen in, no force can move China. But right now, he can't be selfish. After the Cloud Lake Villa incident, he failed the Yi Chen family. This time, he had to choose a remedy. Those people at the meeting level put a lot of pressure on him. He had to let Yi Chen leave immediately. Otherwise, that group of people will use all forces to stop Yi Chen. Bai Li Xiong wants to go too. It's Yi Chen's turn to be surprised. Bai Lixiang is a general of China, guarding the existence of Huaxia mountains and rivers. If you leave China, doesn't it mean that the weather will change? The old man nodded. In fact, a month ago, Bai Li Xiong came to me and resigned. His wife was taken away and disappeared. Later, you told him where his wife was. He has always been concerned about Kunlun Su. Anyway, he wants to give an account. Yi Chen suddenly realized. Bai Li Xiong did so understandably. However, his wife's identity is not ordinary, and he is a person of that power. With the strength of 100 Li Xiong, he enters Kunlun. Su is afraid that it will be very dangerous. Maybe without seeing his wife, Bai Li Xiong might have an accident. Of course, this is the other party's choice, and he can't stop it. Seeing Yi Chen's hesitation, the old man continued, I have sent someone to pick you up. You can leave immediately. As for your mother and friends, I will arrange to go together. You can rest assured that Yi Chen, this is your only choice. I don't want you to die in China. The old man thought Yi Chen would accept this condition without hesitation. After all, the Blood League 100 People Army is not Yi Chen can stop. This is different from the Kunlun Mountain War. This time, the Blood League is Iron Heart, want to win Yi Chen. The Dark Hall, the Iron and Blood Camp, and all the other forces could not be stopped in front of the 100 People Army of the Blood Alliance. If you don't leave, you will die. All of a sudden, Yi Chen laughs, smiling incomparably brilliant. I understand your kindness. I really want to go to Kunlungsu, but it is definitely not now. Since the 100-member army of the Blood Alliance is coming, Yi Chen is going to experience the power of the Blood Alliance in its dormant depths. The old man was stunned and looked serious. He said, Yi Chen, you are making a fool of yourself. I'll tell you one more thing. A few days ago, the power of 100 people killed the existence of the Holy Kingdom. Your current strength is only at the beginning of Xinyu State. Do you think you and your forces are qualified to cross 3 realms and kill 100 people? I know you are gifted, but it's not a joke. You will only harm those people in the Dark Hall. Yi Chen lit a cigarette and took a puff on the balcony and replied, Who said I'm going to let the Dark Hall do it? This time, Yi Chen took the fight alone. If they dare to come, this land of China will be the tomb of 100 people in the Blood League and Blood War Hall. The old man was speechless and even angry in his heart. What kind of brain is Yi Chen? He wanted to scold Yi Chen and wake him up. But the phone was hung up. Even shut down. This boy is bent on his own way and wants to ruin his own destiny. Madman. And Yi Chen on the other side smoked a cigarette, and the laughter of Wei Ying and Xia Ruoxue came from his ears. No matter what, he will protect the pure land of China. He is not a saint, but this land is his childhood memory. Don't want to be destroyed. If someone tries to destroy it, his sword will be cut off from the sky. No matter who he is, he must bear the towering anger of Yi Chen. China, Kunlun Mountain. Nearby scenic spots have been blocked by Chinese officials a day ago. 4 unnecessary casualties. A long line came from the depths. The leader is a big man. The height is even more than 2 meters. It has the power to pull out mountains and rivers, which gives people a sense of oppression. The burly man is known as the god of war in the Blood Battle Hall of the Blood League. It's called Lei Jianyun. Strength in the Holy Land Peak. A few days ago, Lei Jianyun combined with 100 people array to kill the strong one in the Holy Kingdom. Invincible, invincible. The Palace of Blood War is surrounded by hundreds of people. The team is very long, and there is a bloody shadow on the top of the head, It was the shadow of the wolves. Bloodthirsty and murderous. Lei Jian Yunju Gao looked at the land of China and sneered, "Can Yi Shitian, a rebellious man, be born in such a place where aura is scarce? Ridiculous. It seems that Yi Xiaonai may have come from the Shuya family of Kunlun, but this time it happened to pass through Huaxia. Yi Shitian is powerful, but in front of Lei Jianyun, there is only death. No matter you are a dragon or a worm, you'd better have a good dish in front of my bloody battle hall." Lei Jianyun burst out of a strong self-confidence, overburdened to open, around the 2 rows of trees directly shattered. Visible power. Even a few of the disciples in the bloody battle hall were pale and could only resist it. It's time to kill. The people in the blood war hall also stopped. Because not far away, an old man in a purple robe is coming in a hurry. It is Elder Zheng. Elder Zheng knew from the array plate that the man of the blood war hall arranged by the Dharma protector had come. Naturally, he came to Kunlun Mountain to meet him at the first time. Although the Dharma protector said that he was in charge of this group of people, he did not dare to trust him. Some of them are not inferior to him. If he relies on his old age and sells his old age, he will die miserably. But he is famous for killing people. God of War. Lord Lei, I've finally met you. Zheng Elder is quite excited to say. Lei Jianyun was indifferent. He glanced down at Elder Zheng in front of him and said, "There is no need to say polite words. I only ask you where Yi Shitian is now. Where was the last time you saw him?" Elder Zheng didn't know Yi Shitian's whereabouts. When he came, he thought about how to tell a lie. He explained, "The power of Yi Shitian is mysterious. It's hard for me to follow him, but I know that there is a person who has a lot to do with Yi Shitian. As long as you find this person, you can know the whereabouts of Yi Shitian." Lei Jianyun's hands were behind him, and he said faintly, "Who?" "It's the Chinese Yechen. Both of them are surnamed Yi, and they are so rebellious, isn't it doubtful? And I saw Yi Chen and Yi Shitian leave together, talking and laughing. At present, the bloody battle hall had better take down the little beast first. These are all made up by Elder Zheng. He must kill people with a knife. And this explanation is obviously seamless." Chapter 622. Sure enough, Lei Jianyun flashed a trace of cold in his eyes and said directly, "In this case, you can know the whereabouts of Yi Chen. Today, I'm going to see what these Yi people are." His tone was domineering and resolute, as if in control. "Mr. Yi, the elder of Jiangnan province, has arranged the plane for me. Today is the day of his death." "Good. If I kneel outside the airport directly before I get off the plane, I will consider giving him a way to live. Otherwise, the Blood League will suppress and the south of the Yangtze River will be bloody washed out." With a big wave of Lei Jianyun's hand, 100 people's team takes a cold-killing opportunity to plunder to the deep. No one thought that there would be a day when practitioners of Kunlun would trample on Chinese rules. At present, it is very difficult for Huaxia to stop it. Beijing, a mysterious base. An old man looked at the picture in front of him, frowning tightly between his brows. He's still scared. You can't hide. For many years, Kunlun has never needed so many powerful leaders to deal with this matter. The old man shook his head. The Iron and Blood camp can't stop these people. If they go there, they will only die. Now it's time to use the power of China's dark places. If we can trace back, Kunlunxu is also the territory of China. At that time, the major forces of Kunlunxu signed a conservation treaty with Huaxia. Over the years, these people have forgotten the treaty. Although the chance is slim, try it. You let those people go with the papers. Yi Chen, I must protect today." The old man has a strong breath all over his body. The attitude is extremely firm. "Yes, leader." 20 minutes later, the man came back in a hurry. His face was as pale as the eye. "Leadership, no good." The man hastened. The old man Mao's son congealed, although guessed what, but still say, what happened? Those members of the Blood League directly tore up the treaty. Not only that, but also all the strong men sent out did not come back. These people are on the plane. the next stop is Jiangnan province. They left a word. The old man looked serious and said, "What's the matter?" The man hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, "If Mr. Yi kneels directly outside the airport before they get off the plane, they will consider giving him a way to live. Otherwise, the Blood League will suppress and the south of the Yangtze River will be bloody washed out." At this moment, the old man's face changed greatly. Although the heart is angry, but what method? Who can stop this army of 100 practitioners? The gap is too big. Leader, what should we do? This is a big deal. If it is not handled properly, it will cause panic. The old man clenched his fist, and a strong evil spirit broke out on him. First, immediately expel all personnel outside the airport where they landed. Second, send people to set up an array to minimize the impact. Third, the Guardian of China, the Iron and Blood Camp, as well as all scientific and technological weapons, are on standby. We must delay time. I'll go and ask those strong men to do it in person. The old man's words were full of anger, but it was the only solution. The man nodded, "Just want to rush out, and think of what," quickly stopped, surprised, "Don't inform Mr. Yi." The old man hesitated for a few seconds, knowing that Yi Chen would not leave, so he had to face it. Let Bai Lixiong ask Yi Chen to get on the plane at all costs. If not, tell me about it. We can only face it together. Yes, leader. At the same time, Mingzue Villa. The night was deep. Wei Ying and Xia Ruoxue went to Yintai City, and Yi Chen practiced in the living room. The sword of the sky is still in cohesion. It doesn't mean to cast the sword successfully, but the immortal master is much weaker. He could feel the breath of the immortal lord changed. This sword can be regarded as the effort of the immortal lord. All of a sudden, close eyes Yi Chen found that the mobile phone sent countless messages. It was sent by some base stations in Jiangnan province. All flights are cancelled. All of them have been evacuated from the 10-mile area near the international airport in Jiangnan province. It seems that the Seismological Bureau has detected some conditions. Yi Chen is acutely aware of the situation. This time point is too sensitive. Are those guys here? Before Yi Chen thinks clearly, the gate is knocked, and Yi Chen holds it with 5 fingers, and the gate opens directly. Bai Lixiong came in a hurry. "Mr. Yi, now the situation has changed. Please let Mr. Yi and I enter Kunlun Void immediately. If we delay, we will be in trouble. Mr. Yi, aren't you eager to save your father? This is the best opportunity." Although Bai Lixiong does not seem to have too big fluctuation, but the anger in his eyes is undoubtedly revealed. "Bai Lixiong, come on, what happened? Now it's inviting me on the plane and blocking the airport. That group of people should be here." Bai Lixiong was stunned. Knowing that he could not hide it, he clenched his fist and said, "Mr. Yi, Kunlun Su comes here. 100 people. Blood War Hall top strong. One of them is a very famous god of war in Kunlun Su. Mr. Yi, although I want to enter Kunlun Su, I want to fight for China more. My heart is angry, these Kunlun Su guys really think they are heaven." Yi Chen Mao's son Tiny Mai, whole body is suffused with a trace of cold meaning, "Open away, have this group of people put forward what condition?" Bai Lixiong stopped for a moment and then said, "Mr. Yi, they want you to kneel outside the airport before they get off the plane, otherwise, they will wash Jiangnan with blood." As soon as this word comes out, the killing opportunity on Yi Chen's body is released. It's up to him. It's up to him. This group of Blood Alliance people spread to other people, it really passed. Since these people want to see him so much, today, he has realized their dream. No longer think, Yi Chen step out, directly toward the outside. "Mr. Yi, are you going to get on the plane?" Beilihong Road. Yi Chen sneered, the cold light bloomed, "Send me to the airport. Jiangnan International Airport. It's almost the largest airport in the area. There are many international flights, covering a vast area. But now, it is empty. Quiet to the extreme." Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong get out of the car. He glances at them and finds that several practitioners are building an array, trying not to be affected later. Mr. Yi. All of a sudden, Bao Peimin and a group of Chinese guardians came over and said respectfully. That day Yi Chen killed Fang Zhenye and Sun Miao in Jiangdaoshan, which was enough to become their nightmare. Now Yi Chen is really the first person in China. Who dares to be disrespectful? Yi Chen takes a look at Bao Peiming and many strong people coming to this side. Some of them are from the Wudao family in Jiangnan province. At this moment, in the face of Kunlun virtual strong, Chinese people have unprecedented cohesion. Chapter 623. Yi Chen looked at Bao Peimin and said curiously, "Are you setting up an array?" Bao Peimin nodded, "Mr. Yi, no matter what, it will be a great war later. If there is no array, the influence will be too great. It's a pity that our array is not very good. In such a vast area, it's very difficult to establish an array. We can only set up a simple array on the side near the residential area." Yi Chen took a look at the formation. It was really simple and said, "You should step down. I'm here today. It won't affect any place in Jiangnan province." Without waiting for Bao Peimin's reaction, Yi Chen's knee bends and suddenly bursts into the air. Stepping on the wall, soaring. In a blink of an eye, it's on a building. Yi Chen stands on the top of the building with his hands behind him. He closes his eyes and sends out a strong breath. Seeing this scene, the guardian of China, Beixiang, as well as many powerful Chinese people, has a terrible face. Yi Chen at the moment, in their eyes, just like God. How can China tolerate such a powerful person? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes open like the brightest stars in the night. He held out his hand and pointed to the sky, thunder. Above the sky, clouds roll, thunder clouds surge. A series of lightning crazy down. When it falls on Yi Chen quickly pinches his hands, and the array momentum gradually condenses. South of the Yangtze River International Airport gale. Magnetic field changes. Great earthquake. Such a vision, let the people below marvel. Bao Peimin even exclaimed, "Mr. Yi is in the formation." Moreover, this array is extremely terrible. I have been to Kunlun Su, and I have seen the array Master Ning array inside. There is no such vision. Mr. Yi is indeed the first person in China. It's a pity that Mr. Yi can't compete with the 100-men army alone. If Wang Dao Jianzun behind him is willing to do it, there may be a chance of life. Yi Chen doesn't care the following words, the speed of the finger is faster and faster. There are even lines of Sanskrit flashing out. Jiangnan International Airport seems to form a red barrier around. Barrier up. In Yi Chen's eyes, a trace of coldness flashed, and his life talisman was sacrificed. The whole body thunder and lightning idea is more and more powerful. At the same time, a point out, blood essence forced out, but also fell on the red barrier. Bright red light, covering everything. Even vaguely, the people below seemed to find two long dragons swimming on the barrier. Wandao City Protection Array. Get up. Yi Chen a angry drink, the two long dragons directly from the barrier into the ground. The barrier suddenly materializes and then disappears. Yi Chen is a step out, directly from the high down, steady to the ground. Bao Peimin and those guardians of China have not yet awakened from the shock. How long has Yi Chen left Jiangdaoshan? Has his strength reached this level? It's incredible, isn't it? Beixiang slapped the air in front of him. Suddenly, the barrier showed. At the same time, a very strong array directly took back more than 10 steps. This array is so domineering. Those Chinese guardians and strong men wanted to have a try. At this time, an airplane came slowly from the distance. This is the only plane in the sky. Obviously, the Blood League is coming. Here comes the 100-strong army. This is the nightmare of China. Bai Li Xiong's eyes were full of anger, and said directly to the Iron and Blood camp behind him, "The soldiers of the Iron and Blood camp listen to orders, our mission is to protect. Although there is a big gap between us and this group of Kunlun virtual strongmen, as long as we unite as one, we can defeat all the enemies." The soldiers of the Iron and Blood camp behind him are roaring. They are willing to die for China. Bao Peimin and all the strong people around him were moved. Their blood was boiling and they were ready to fight. At this time, Yi Chen turned around and said faintly, "This matter, from my Yi Chen, today, by me alone, you can be outside." Mr. Yi. No way. Bai Lixiong is the first to refuse. Yi Chen is very strong, but how can he be the opponent of this bloody battle hull? These are the top 100. One of the possible strength is far more than Yi Chen, let alone 100 people, how to block. Bao Peimin suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Mr. Yi, is that adult also here?" Yi Chen naturally knows who the adults in Bao Peimin's words refer to. Chen Tianli. Unfortunately, Chen Tianli is not here for the time being. Yi Chen shakes his head, "This time, I am alone." Language down, Yi Chen's step into the array, is toward the airport, lonely body, more like farewell and death. Bai Lixiong and Bao Peimin want to follow up, but they find that the array blocks everything. Except Yi Chen, no one can enter. "Mr. Yi, why do you want this? He's only 20 years old. Does he have to suffer so much alone?" "Mr. Yi of Huaxia, what else can I ask for? I hope Mr. Yi can return triumphantly, just..." I didn't go on. Miracle? Although Yi Chen has created countless miracles, now, it is really impossible to have any more miracles. Only the fact of blood. Yi Chen comes to the vast area of the array. There is no obstruction. The plane landed slowly. With his hands behind him, he danced wildly in the wind, blowing his casual clothes slightly. His hair was disordered, but there was a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. If he guessed correctly, Elder Zheng should also be there. That's the best. Elder Zheng's order, he Yi Chen wants. The key that saves father, he Yi Chen also wants. As for the 100 people, their lives are all taken by him. On the plane, Elder Zheng naturally saw the cool and proud figure below. He quickly looked at Lei Jianyun and exclaimed, "Lord Lei, Yi Chen is still here. Thousands of words are not as good as your words. I'm afraid the boy is peeing now." In the eyes of Elder Zheng and all the people, Yi Chen obviously came to die. Maybe as soon as the plane landed, he would be on his knees for a long time. Lei Jianyun's mouth outlined a disdainful smile, "Elder Zheng, you can't do it. This little beast can't be taken down for so long, and I have to do it myself." Hearing this, Elder Zheng's face changed slightly, but he still said with a smile, "How can I say it's just an elder? You are the god of war in the Blood War Hall." "What is the god of war?" "That is invincible. Who dares to stand in front of you?" Lei Jianyun nodded with satisfaction. He even thought that once he landed, he would twist off all hands and feet of this boy first. All of a sudden, a strong blood league exclaimed, "That boy seems to have something wrong." As soon as this word comes out, innumerable lines of sight turn toward the bottom again. As soon as the sight fell, they found Yi Chen moving. When did a sword appear? Holding the sword in reverse and stepping out, the right arm suddenly exerts force. There is a red light burst out suddenly. Chapter 624. Then the sword shot like a javelin. The speed is very fast, such as thunder sliding across the sky. Everyone's face changed greatly. I didn't think the other party would come out like this. Beyond my ability. Lei Jianyun's face is ferocious. Steps suddenly, the whole plane vibrated. It's a sudden drop. Chi! With a sound, the sword shot on the wing. Direct penetration. On one side of the wing flames, the plane is obviously going to have an accident. Fortunately, it's almost landing. Lei Jianyun kicks on the door of the engine room. The gate is directly driven by the airflow, and countless things are flying. Go straight down. Yes, my lord. For the practitioners of mind-wandering state, this kind of height is nothing. They all jump down. Bang! 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 Hundreds of figures hit the ground is split, a pit suddenly formed. Blood League Blood War Hall 100 people so dead staring at the not far away that lonely youth. 1, 100. The gap is too obvious. They even look at Yi Chen with some pitiful eyes. Lei Jianyun stepped out, and his huge body looked down at Yi Chen. "Little brute, just now you still want to destroy the plane." Yi Chen Mao's son swept one eye. Lei Jianyun, he can feel the breath of each other is very terrible. Moreover, vaguely, the breath on the other side seems to be more than just a practitioner. There is even a hint of refining. Lei Jianyun saw Yi Chen didn't answer his question. He was very angry. "You don't hear me talking to you, little beast?" Yi Chen is cold. Mao congealing, light Wei, you calculate what thing? With that, his sight shot to an old man in purple. Cold, bloodthirsty. Because Zheng is the man. Elder Zheng who imprisoned his father. The anger in his heart could no longer be restrained, and he said in a cold voice, "Come here, die." When this was said, everyone laughed. "I'm afraid the Chinese boy is crazy. Did you ask Elder Zheng to die? Doesn't this kid know where he is? Even if everyone spits, it's enough to drown each other." But now he did not know the height of heaven and earth to say such a word. It is simply ignorant of life and death. Elder Zheng's face was ugly, and his purple robe moved. "Yi Chen, you killed my beloved apprentice. I don't even know how many Blood League strongmen have fallen on your hands. If you break your head today, we can consider letting go of other people around you. Otherwise, you cannot bear the consequences." Yi Chen helplessly shook his head. "I said to kill all the people of your blood alliance. Today, 100 people come here, just like my heart. In my eyes, the Blood League can be renamed. Why not change it from today?" At this moment, those strong men in the bloody war hall were completely angry when they heard such slander. "Step out," Qi toward Yi Chen swept away. At this moment, the cold killing machine makes the air seem to solidify. "Lord God of War, this son is so arrogant. Today we will capture this son in front of him." The three powerful men of the Blood War Hall at the peak of Shenyajing stand out directly. Their strength is the weakest in this group, rarely revealed. But now it's more than enough to deal with that boy. Lei Jianyun nodded. He saw Yi Chen's cultivation. He was just in the early stage of his mind wandering. The three peaks were enough to crush him. "Go ahead." "Yes, my lord." The next second, the three figures quickly swept away. But Elder Zheng knew Yi Chen's power. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. "It's late." The three people in the bloody battle hall came to Yi Chen in the blink of an eye, and set off a huge wave all over the body. Like a tyrant. "Little beast, today I will let you feel what crushing is." Words fall, three fists burst. In their eyes, Yi Chen is not worth their sword. 3 punches are enough. Maybe it will be a pile of mud soon. The 3 substantive waves swept away and blocked everything of Yi Chen. Yi Chen is motionless, even helpless to shake his head. The peak of Shinyu. It's rubbish. I don't want to do it. Language down, Yi Chen left foot raised, and then fierce down pressure. The endless true spirit fell on the ground. In a flash, countless boulders on the ground were lifted. At the same time, an extremely strong force came out of the ground. Bang! The sound of a direct collision with the 3 air waves, the roar resounded. The air wave erupted like a volcano and swept through the airport. Everything around is mercilessly destroyed. Yi Chen at this moment seems to be a god who destroys the heaven and the earth, and kills violently. The 3 people realized that the situation was wrong, and it was too late to evacuate. The power of fury is tearing their arms. First, the arms burst, and then the body was completely blown. Blood rained all over the sky, falling constantly, shocking. Who could have thought that Yi Chen was so crazy? No action, only 1 foot, suppressed the 3 strong. Is this still a wonderland? No way. Lei Jianyun and all the disciples of the Blood War Hall around him couldn't help but cry out. They could even feel an invisible force in the air. This is not the power of the early days of a mind-wandering state. Even has reached the extraordinary realm. At this moment, Lei Jianyun became dignified. He finally understood why the Blood Alliance's people suffered losses in this boy's hands. How can such a confusing strength not suffer losses? I said, all of you will fall here, no matter what. Yi Chen's indifferent voice rings out, in the eyes of some strong blood alliance, even some fear. After all, just a move too shocking. Elder Jing hurriedly said to Lei Jianyun, my lord, this boy is a man of all means. You can't underestimate it. I suggest that all people take this sun together, so as not to dream too much at night. Lei Jianyun did not pay attention to, but to several people behind him, you gather 10 steps to kill the array, take this sun. I don't believe in blood-killing array, plus 10 super strong people can't win this boy. Yes, my lord. In a flash, 10 extremely terrible figures swept out directly and surrounded Yi Chen. Each step took 10 steps, holding a sword in his hand, as if his steps had a certain frequency. With the lessons from the past, they don't dare to keep their hands at all. Direct suppression. When the 10th step stepped out, 10 people roared, and suddenly a bloody gate array flickered under Yi Chen's body. At this moment, countless swords are surging. Very harsh. At the moment when he was about to touch Yi Chen, the light of the sword exploded like a burning sun. At that moment, with the breath coming, if there are thousands of troops rushing to come. In their opinion, Yi Chen has no way out. There's no way out. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes became serious and said, 10-step killing array is pretty good. Unfortunately, you shouldn't show it in front of me. Today, I'll show you what a real killing array is. This life talisman, come out. At this moment, heaven and earth change color for it. Yi Chen is the only god in the world. Chapter 625. 5 years later, in Kunlun Su, the old man did teach him some array skills. But only skin. It can't even be called a real array. 5 years later, the reincarnation cemetery was opened, and Yi Chen was lucky to be Kang Haiping's apprentice. Step into the way of rune. The way of talisman can even be said to be the ancestor of array. Yi Chen's understanding of the array is not what it used to be. It can be said that his array attainments are far better than most people in Kunlun. What's the killing array of the Blood League? He not only understands the array, but also takes the road of killing. Today, he will let the Blood Alliance people feel what is fear. Yi Chen's fingers quickly pinch, a burst of red light from the body spread out. From the red ground, the strong air of killing seems to tear everything apart. At this moment, when the array comes out, the meaning of the sword in the sky is all dissipated. Can't resist at all. Blood Alliance 10 people's facial expression changes greatly. 10,000 did not expect this Yi Chen actually to understand the array. Although I don't know what array Yi Chen condenses, it doesn't matter anymore. Under the fear of death, their blood seemed to coagulate. 10 people looked at each other and couldn't calm down anymore. One of them even said, force out blood essence. This boy has some evil sections. If we let his formation form, we will be in danger. They're not hesitating. They're ejaculating. 10 drops of blood essence come together. The air vibrated, and their breath even began to climb. Chop! 10 people roared one after another, holding the long sword in their hands, and with the sharp sword light, they went crazy towards Yi Chen. All of a sudden, a series of substantive sword marks suddenly appeared, as if into a net of heaven and earth, toward Yi Chen shrouded and gone. Under the net, there is a blood mist. Extremely cold. Once it falls, Yi Chen is not qualified to sacrifice even if he has a strong array. Suddenly, Yi Chen opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Like the scarlet hungry wolf. Like a raging beast. Heaven and earth kill array, come on. Yi Chen pinches the hand suddenly stops. Then, pointing out, the thunder light of this life talisman explodes. The whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Black pressure of a piece, just like Black Cloud Pressure City. The end of the day. The only light is Yi Chen, who carries thunder and lightning at the moment. Suddenly, the overflowing thunder and lightning gradually converged into a thunder sword. Lei Guang's sword breaks away from Yi Chen's hand and flies straight to the sky. Into the thunder cloud. Seeing this scene, the 10 people were surprised, but they still breathed a sigh. If the thunder sword comes to them, if they want to resist, they must pay a great price. Fortunately, it's gone. Just as they were relieved, the thunder cloud above the sky burst directly. Then, a big sword full of thunder fell down. Every 100 meters down, it will expand 10 times. Soon, the big sword was dozens of zhang, and came to them crazily. Well, how could it be? These 10 people are confused. They have never seen such means in Kunlunxu. There is no record in ancient books. For a while, they didn't even plan to break the game, just wanted to escape. How can this boy break out of this level of power? What a fucking state of mind. Even the array mage at the top of the supernatural realm cannot use such means. Looking at the thunder and lightning soldiers' violent landing, they are not even qualified to take a step. They even feel that what they are facing is not a long sword, but a fierce thunder dragon, looking at the people. They are the most disdainful mole ants. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon directly falls, suppresses everything. As if the stars collided, the whole airport ground formed 7 or 8 natural moat-like cracks. Puff! What qualifications do those 10 people have to stop? In the startled eyes, the whole body is smashed. Not even the blood mist burst qualification. 10 people fall. In the situation of thunder, there is no right to life. The picture is fixed, at least before their consciousness dissipates, they see the real ancient killing array. At the moment, Lei Jianyun, who watched the battle in the distance, was in complete disorder. He found that Yi Chen is not only far more powerful than anyone in the same realm. Even know the way of array. Such an evil person, only one person can be compared. There is Yi Shitian. Now, he fully believes Yi Shitian and Yi Chen know each other, only by understanding can everything be explained. Fortunately, Yi Chen's power is at most extraordinary peak, which is much worse than Yi Shitian, who suppressed everyone in Yibao Pavilion. If he hands now, Yi Chen can't stand at least 3 moves. However, if he is faced with Yi Shitian, he has no chance of winning, which is one of the reasons why he brought so many strong men out this time. At the same time, looking at the cracks and pits not far away, Yi Chen slightly gasps. That array is also very high for him. At the moment, 1/3 of his true chi in the elixir field has disappeared. Before he gasped to play no, a purple figure quickly swept over. It's Elder Zhang. Although Elder Zhang's injury has not been completely cured, he shouldn't have done it, but when he saw Yi Chen's strength, his heart was shocked too much. Even panic. He knew he had to take Yi Chen at all costs. Otherwise, no one can bear the cost. The sword in his hands suddenly erupted, and even flames poured out from his palm, just like a fire dragon trying to devour everything. The power of terror and the fury of the breath, like the beast of hell, unstoppable. Little beast, you should feel honored to die under my sword. Yi Chen Mao's son, a congealing, Zhen's soul sword directly sacrifice. I wanted to sacrifice the sword of chopping dragon and asking heaven, but it's a pity that this sword is still refining and needs time. But from the point of view of the immortal lord, fast. When the sword came out, it was the day of suppressing the heroes. 10,000 swordsmanship. Broken. Yi Chen roared, the sword light flickered and tore away. Bang! 2 strong forces suddenly collide. The air is rolling. Yi Chen can clearly feel how terrible the power of Xing Changlau's sword is. Is this Xing Changlau's real strength? He stepped back a few steps, but Elder Xing did not move. Elder Xing snorted coldly, little beast, today you are a trapped animal. No matter how many means you use, you can't change the ending that you must die. Today, I will let you feel my famous sword. The spirit blood sword. The words fall, the sword of Elder Xing rushes out directly. The world seems to be covered with cold. The door of hell seems to open quietly. As long as Yi Chen takes a step forward, he will surely fall into the abyss of death. He even felt that his real chi of Dantian was locked. The pressure is like a mountain peak toppling, crazy down. He could see ferocious faces. The blood-gate-chopping spirit sword is getting closer and closer. It seems that it is about to penetrate Yi Chen's body. Suddenly, Yi Chen moved. What about Blood-Gate's sword? If you can cut the spirit of Blood Alliance, then Yi Chen can cut the sky. Step out. All around Yi Chen are bleak. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. These 4 words, like a stone to stir up 1,000 waves, stone breaking startled the sky. Chapter 626. With the fall of Yi Chen's words, the whole Jiangnan International Airport seems to have a faint vibration. In the air, it was as if a dormant beast had awakened. Thunder roared above the sky. At the same time, the true qi in Yi Chen's body is rapidly passing away. He didn't dare to be big. Elder Zheng's realm was much higher than he didn't know. Last time, he had a chance to seriously injure Elder Zheng because he controlled the essence and blood of the opponent and used his skills. Now against the war, want to win, very difficult. It's not enough for 3 big realms. So Yi Chen can't have slightest contempt and keep hands. The only existence that can be countered is Wanjian Guizong. The rolling of heaven and earth makes Elder Zheng's eyes more serious than ever. Little beast, how about 10,000 swords? It seems that you want to see your dead ancestor. I will help you. Elder Zheng roared and the sword idea swept over. Behind him came bursts of exclamations. This boy can let Elder Zheng display this move, also count on the character. The last time I saw this move, it was the time when the Blood Alliance blooded a sect of Kunlun. At that time, old Zheng was so overbearing that it was even more well known. It's a pity that this boy has such power in his mind-wandering state. If he doesn't die young and steps into Kunlun Void, he will surely shake the world in 10 years. But now this boy should be dead. Those who are strong in the Blood War Hall look at Yi Chen, many people show sympathy. Mole ants are mole ants after all, even if there are adventures cannot change the fact. Lei Jianyun carried his hands behind him and did not speak all the time. He killed countless people and went the same way. He can clearly feel the killing intention released by Yi Chen, which even surpasses him. He really can't think of it. A humble mole ant in China can surpass himself in Kunlun Su. How many people did this kid kill? Before Lei Jianyun thinks clearly, Elder Zheng's sword intention pierces the air, and has come to Yi Chen's face. At the moment, Yi Chen, however, has condensed the 10,000 swords to the extreme. Today, I will destroy all of you. Yi Chen step out, the momentum of the body skyrocketed, casual clothes torn a few minutes, dancing in the wind. The whole body seems to have generated countless sword meanings. The swords suddenly converged, and the sound of roaring was heard. Broken. At the moment of Jing Changlau's sword falling, Yi Chen didn't dodge at all, and swept away with 10,000 swords. Who can stop Chen Tianli's sword skill? In a flash, Elder Zheng's long sword was unable to withstand the power of 10,000 swords, and countless cracks appeared on the body of the sword. Dense and dense. Ding! The sound of, even directly into pieces. Only at this moment did Elder Zheng wake up. The fragmentation of the spirit sword even made him suffer from the attack. Mouth overflow, a mouthful of blood. No way! My sword was shattered. What kind of power is it going to take? Words have not fallen. Yi Chen with 10,000 swords to zone, break through everything, came to the body of Elder Zheng. The strong and powerful sword idea blocked Elder Zheng. It's impossible for Elder Zheng to dodge. Damn it, it's too late. Elder Zheng's eyes flashed over, and he took out a jade pendant from his waist. This jade pendant is the one of the Shuye family in Kunlun. It can even be said that it is a magic weapon, which he got by accident. This jade strength, even for him to block many times the harm. The jade pendant glitters, as if forming a barrier in front of Jing Changlau's face. Bang! Wanjian Guizong and the barrier hit together. Like mountains and rivers, heaven and earth suppress. A domineering sword idea broke out completely at this moment. Click! At the same time, Wanjian Guizong rushed away with the barrier. Direct impact on the body of Elder Zheng. Little animal. Before the old saying of Xingqiang was finished, his body directly flew out. He was injured, the strength fell a lot, and now Yi Chen is the most peak state. How can he stop? He can clearly feel the body as if through countless ancient beasts, the power of terror into his body trampled by beasts. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed out. Thunder! Elder Zheng's body smashed to the ground, and the dust rose. This is how a huge pit appears above the airport. At this moment, everyone clearly heard the sound of Zheng Changlau's bone fracture. People in the Blood War Hall and even Lei Jianyun rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe it. How can a wonderland span 3 realms? Even if Elder Zheng despises the enemy and is injured, it can't be so. Wake up, there are cool sounds coming from the airport. A storm of domineering wind whirled, the dust dissipated, and the old wolf in the pit stood up. The whole body was covered with blood, and the purple robe was completely broken. In great confusion, his scarlet eyes were staring at the distant breathing Yi Chen. He's never been so frustrated. It has never been so unbearable in front of the strong Blood League. He allowed this in front of the Kunlun Virtual Strong, but not in front of the Chinese boy. Yi Chen. The thunderous roar of the sky is ringing through at this moment. Yi Chen did not move at all. At the moment his hand quietly lay a jade pendant. It's the Yi family jade pendant displayed by Elder Zheng just now. He looked at the familiar text above and confirmed that he came from the Shuya family of Kunlun. How could this jade pendant be on the Blood Alliance people? Yi Chen doesn't think much about it anymore and throws the jade pendant into the reincarnation cemetery. Then, as soon as the Zhenhuan sword came out, Yi Chen moved again. The wind is blowing in my ears, and the shadows are looming. Old man, today I want not only your life, but also your dungeon key. Zhenhuan's sword falls down quickly with the cold light, and it will penetrate the body of Elder Zheng. The next second, Elder Zheng was smiling. His palms twinkle with blood. Then, he held Yi Chen's soul sword directly. Brute, I admit that you are strong and even seriously injured me, but do you think you really have a chance to kill me? The god of war in the Blood War Hall is enough to suppress you. Language down, Yi Chen, aware of a black shadow behind him, face a change. The big man who hasn't moved has made a move. This man is far more dangerous than Elder Zheng. Damn it! Yi Chen gathers countless true qi to his right hand and pulls out the Zhenhuan sword directly. And then I cut it towards the back. A dark shadow has already fallen. Lei Jianyun. At the moment, the long hair of Lei Jianyun is flying, and the breath is towering. In the cold wind, it's like a demon coming. The killing spirit of the body is turned into a virtual shadow of Blood Wolf. The Blood Wolf is a lone wolf, but also an invincible wolf. Bang! Lei Jianyun only one punch, straight to the heart of Yi Chen. Strong breath, as if the fist to break the air. Yi Chen's Zhenhuan sword directly collides and goes. But it hasn't been touched yet. Shake it off on the spot. The gap between the two forces is too big. Yi Chen's body quickly retreats. Chapter 627. Yi Chen retreated 10 meters before stopping. This blow even made his viscera very uncomfortable. Lei Jianyun sneered, moved his fingers, and went to Yi Chen again. Boy, answer me a question, I can consider giving you a whole body. Where is Yi Shitian now? His condescending voice was extremely cold. In his eyes, Yi Chen is the bow of a strong crossbow. The only value of this person's whereabouts is to kill Tianyi. At the moment, Yi Chen's expression is a little strange. Yi Shitian? Why did the burly man find Yi Shitian and find him? On that day, he and Shen Shirshi were both easy to face. There should be no reason to doubt himself. Or, which link is wrong? At this time, the injured Elder Zheng's expression changed greatly. The relationship between Yi Jingtian and Yi Chen is only fictitious. If Yi Chen doesn't admit it, then it will be troublesome. Lei Jianyun must find himself lying. Deceiving the Blood Alliance is a death penalty. No matter what the status. No longer thinking about it, Mr. Zheng said, Sir, the whereabouts of Yi Shitian can be said later. But the most important thing is to take Yi Chen. If we delay further, I'm afraid it will change. Lei Jianyun glanced at Elder Jing with cold eyes and snorted, "This boy is very strong, but it is nothing in my eyes. I want to kill him. It takes a few seconds." But just when Elder Jing wanted to speak, Lei Jianyun interrupted, "Elder Jing, please make sure that I call you Elder for your face, not for you to command me here. Today, all you have to do is watch. What you can't do will be done by Lei Jianyun." With that, Lei Jianyun looked at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Boy, I'll give you another chance. Where is Yi Shitian?" Yi Chen held the Zhenhuan sword in his hand. The blade pointed at Lei Jianyun and said, "I know how to do it. I don't know how to do it." When Lei Jianyun heard the arrogant words, his evil spirit was completely released. "I will make you submit to me today." Suddenly, Lei Jianyun moved. Push! Push! 5 steps out. Ride the wind and cleave the waves. At each step, there is a huge pit 10 feet deep. When stepping into the 5th step, came to Yi Chen's body, momentum sword. 1 punch. This fist, the blood wolf seems to gush out, the wolf roars. Powerful pressure rolling air, toward the pressure of Yi Chen. Yi Chen does not dare to be careless, and blows out the same fist. Bang! There was a roar, and the fist burst. Like falling to the earth. There were even countless flames and thunder and lightning. The two forces were in a stalemate, but soon, the thunder and lightning weakened a little bit. The next second, the flame engulfs everything, but Yi Chen's body flies out. The gap is too big. Yi Chen is not easy to stabilize. The body shape, qi and blood surge, let him feel very uncomfortable. The numbness of the arm is very strong. Before he reacts, Lei Jianyun's figure falls again. The shadow of Blood Wolf on his head is ferocious and crazy. Another blow to Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen no longer hesitates. A roar, Blood Dragon, come out. Blood Dragon is one of his biggest cards, and these days the change is especially big. He would like to try the Blood Wolf and his Blood Dragon shadow, which is better. The roar has just fallen, and between heaven and earth, the sound of a dragon's song penetrates. The next second, Yi Chen's whole body red light flickers. Then, an amazing Blood Dragon virtual shadow directly drilled out of Yi Chen's body. As soon as the Blood Dragon comes out, Lei Jianyun's Blood Wolf virtual shadow seems to have seen something terrible and shrinks directly in the corner. This is... Lei Jianyun's eyes are wide open. He did not think that Yi Chen was doomed to die. As a result, he made a bloody dragon. Looking at the whole Kunlun void, who can control the Blood Dragon? No, there's another one. Yi Shitian. What happened in Yibao Pavilion a few days ago? It was reported that Yi Shitian not only attracted the god Thunder, but also controlled the dragon. And so is Yi Chen. Are they both magic weapons for dragon control? If it is true, then he used to practice, is not a more card. At this moment, his eyes changed some fanaticism. Boy, give up your martial arts skills. His boxing style suddenly soared, broke everything and attacked Yi Chen. Before it falls, the Blood Dragon penetrates into Yi Chen's right arm. Yi Chen is like a dragon in hand. With the spirit of crazy evil spirit, one blow out. This punch split everything. The mountain and river. Bang! A great roar rang through. Click! The sound of broken bones resounded throughout the airport. The impregnable god of war was injured. How about crossing the 3 realms? Yi Chen has never been afraid of anyone. Even if you are a god. Yi Chen will not break the means to pull you down from the altar. Damn it! Yi Chen has not yet closed his fist, a cold light is coming, and the figure of a purple robe sweeps across. Just like the injured Elder Zhang. Mean. But Yi Chen can't escape at all. He puts all his attention on the extremely dangerous Lei Jianyun. Qi! A sword surrounded by aura directly penetrated Yi Chen's shoulder. More than blood. Yi Chen tries to endure the pain on her body. She holds her 5 fingers on the long sword and pulls it out directly. He was full of blue veins, swallowed a pill, staring at Elder Zheng, word by word, "You dare to hurt me. Today I will let you feel what killing is." Yi Chen at the moment, killed Red Eyes. "Even if we pay the price today, we should let these people stay in China forever. Master, give me a rune." Yi Chen on the reincarnation of Duan Lei Rin Road. The Immortal Lord is refining the sword of beheading the dragon. It has entered the final stage. Of course he can't trouble the Immortal Lord. The only one who can ask for help is Duan Leiren. Duan Leiren's rune can improve Yi Chen's strength in a short time. Good. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a lot of strength in his body. At the same time, countless tiny lightning arcs overflow from the skin surface. This life rune, come out to me. Blood dragon, give me a hand, today you and I fight side by side, to fight a bloody road. Yi Chen inside the body of the dragon chant rolling. It's a moment when all the people are scared. They did not expect Yi Chen to change in this moment. At this moment, they feel that they are facing not a state of mind wandering, but a state of transcendence, or even entering the Holy Land. Elder Jing responded and quickly said to Lei Jianyun, "Lord Lei, you also feel the danger of this sun. It's not as simple as the mind-wandering state. Let the rest of the people in the Blood War Hall set up an array. Anyway, you can't wait to kill this sun." Chapter 628. This time, Lei Jianyun didn't refuse. He held the array flag in his hand and said in a loud voice, "The flag of bloody battle, condense the bloody evil spirit to take life array. Gods! Cut everything." Sound reverberates in Jiangnan International Airport. The rest of the people in the next second have a long sword in their hands. The sound of sword chanting burst out like thunder in the sky and the earth. As if between, thousands of troops are roaring. Countless long swords point at Yi Chen. This momentum, directly in the sky, formed a bloody virtual shadow. Even the blood dragon in Yi Chen's body has been affected. A few days ago, they used this array to kill a strong man in the Holy Kingdom. For them, although Yi Chen is strong, under this array, there must be death without life. Is it difficult to be a kid who can resist dozens of wandering, transcendental, holy and even stronger beings? No way. At this moment, Yi Chen will cage trapped animals, a person alone block everything. Outside Jiangnan International Airport, all the people came to the roof of the nearby high-rise building. When they saw this scene, their hearts hung up. Everyone is not optimistic about Yi Chen. Although they know Yi Chen's evil spirit, but again the evil spirit, facing this nearly 100 people of Kunlun virtual strong, what do you take to stop Ah? Soon, surrounded by several strong men in camouflage clothes, an old man also came to the roof. When Bai Li Xiong saw the old man, his eyes shrank, and he quickly met the old man, leader. Everyone at the scene knew the identity of the old man. His breath seemed to be stagnant. He wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say. He could only say, "Leader. Why are you here?" The old man didn't pay attention and his eyes fell on the airport. His face suddenly changed. Is only Yi Chen alone? Why didn't the others I arranged go in? How can he resist it alone? Bai Li Xiong explained, "Leader, Mr. Yi gathered a strong array and went alone. We can't go in if we want to. This time, Mr. Yi is iron, and he wants to bear it alone." The old man clenched his fist and covered it with a touch of iron and blood. Huaxia wanted to protect Yi Chen, but he didn't expect to harm Yi Chen. It's just that after today, I don't know what the result will be. If Yi Chen didn't escape this disaster this time, he would set up a statue for him in Huaxia and call him the God of War. His deeds have been handed down through the ages. Ye's family in Beijing is a famous general. This is the only thing the old man can do for Yi Chen. Today, he went to invite those who were closed to the outside world. Even if he was his identity, he would not touch them. Those people are devoted to cultivation. Huaxia is just a place for them to live. They don't care about anything else. All the people present heard the old man's promise and took a breath. This promise is too valuable. The two titles of the God of War and the famous generals of China are enough to stand on the top of China's power. Since then, no one can shake the Chinese Yi family. It seems that the old man really values Yi Chen. Leader, Mr. Wan Ye survived. Although the possibility is remote, Bai Lixiong still has a soft voice. The old man waved his sleeve and snorted, if Yi Chen returns triumphantly, the promise above will still be valid. Just change to Jingguo War God. At the same time, Yi Chen has the right to call all resources of Huaxia. Words just fell. Jiangnan International Airport. There is a startling sound. The power of the bloody evil killing array penetrates everything, and countless cold and eroding opportunities are crazy towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen is undoubtedly in a dead silence. There is no way to live. This explosive force is invincible. Suddenly, someone on the roof exclaimed, Mr. Yi moved. He, instead of hiding, he rushed to those who were weak in Kunlun. As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes were shot out. Found that there is only a shadow in place. But the real Yi Chen is to rush into the crowd. A sword. Single. A dragon. Unscrupulous shuttle. Song Long's phantom body will be condensed to the extreme. Mirage. In front of several powerful men in the bloody battle hall, the momentum soared to the extreme, and the swords of 10,000 swords were swept out crazily. Every sword is released to the extreme. Duan Laren's power. The talisman of the original life. Even the power of Blood Dragon. All in this moment, the sword meaning of Yi Chen's hand. Tear. Endless chi, just like the Yellow River, crazy fighting. In a few seconds, several people in the blood war hall of the coagulation array turned into a blood mist on the spot. This is far from over. Yi Chen again towards the other side of a few people swept. Everywhere we go, it's a mess. Except for blood and killing, only bodies. Yi Chen is born for fighting. He knows that he can't stop the bloody evil spirit killing array at the moment, only each of them can break it. The more you break, you limit your power to the minimum. He is panting, his body is full of sweat and blood, in the face of these strong, too much energy. Every time Shi displays several swords, he has to devour some pills crazily. In a few seconds, 10 people have been killed. If you kill it again, it is possible to destroy the array. Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng completely changed color. They looked at each other and went to Yi Chen directly. A punch, a sword, break everything, can't stop. Puff! On the contrary, they can only face the two swords of the top. Even though he resisted the blow of Lei Jianyun, the sword wave of Elder Zheng condensed was still thundering on Yi Chen's body without reservation. Yi Chen vomited out a mouthful of blood on the spot and smashed it out. Feet in the moment of landing, step on an aircraft, a few light, steady landing on the top of the aircraft. He was pale and bit his lips. And the bloody evil killing array has been condensed to the extreme, and then, countless swords will break through the sky. It's hard for him to break it again. Those on the rooftop outside, all hands clenched. They are angry, but there is no way. In this world, martial arts are respected, and strength is king's way. Kunlun virtual strong people are far superior to them in both realm and martial arts. They can only watch from the rooftop. If you step into it like Yi Chen, I'm afraid you can't hold on for a second. Chapter 629. This boy, I really tried my best, but it is still too little time for him to grow up. If he is given another 10 years, no one in Kunlun can shake him. The old man sighed for a long time. He was very lonely. For years, he thought he could control everything. But now, the feeling of powerlessness makes him angry. In Jiangnan International Airport, all people's strongest strike all come to Yi Chen's body. Closer and closer. Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng didn't do anything, and they laughed darkly. Chen, they are very clear. I'm afraid the real chi of Dantian is not much under those blows. Break the battle? How to break an almost useless existence? They even feel some pity, after all, with Yi Chen's talent, if they enter the Blood League, sooner or later they will become like them. The countless murders are getting closer to Yi Chen. Yi Chen is completely surrounded by the bloody evil spirit killing array. All the aura around you is gone. Even if Yi Chen wants to resist, he can't use aura. Am I really going to die? No way. I haven't stepped into Kunlun Su, I haven't rescued my father yet. Even the mystery of his life experience has not been solved. I haven't seen the masters who have left yet. How can I die? At this moment Yi Chen stood up. In his mind, he quickly thought of countermeasures. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyes bloom with a light, and the corner of his mouth is showing a mysterious smile. This smile seems to be in charge of everything. Standing at the tip of the plane, he looked at the shrouded killing intention, 20 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. When the lock was short to 1 meter, Yi Chen offered a sword formula in his hand. I am the immortal lord. Since you wake me up, I don't want to owe you any favor. Today, I will give you a sword formula. 10,000 subjects. Sword rhyme together, Wan Jian Chen Fu. Looks like chicken ribs, but can decide life and death. Yi Chen holds the sword formula in his hand. In a flash, dark clouds cover the sky of Jiangnan province. The whole world is dark. Is this the dog eating the moon? The people on the roof exclaimed. It's not like it. This vision is unheard of. It seems that the whole Jiangnan province is in endless darkness and hell. The wind blows. The cold air even made everyone shiver. Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng are the same. It's like being watched by a pair of hellish eyes. It's creepy. What kind of breath is this? Can it come? Lei Jianyun said in horror. Jing Chong Lao can no matter what vision, he stares at Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen dies, it doesn't matter what vision comes. Look at that sword with handle to stab Yi Chen's body. All of a sudden change. A golden light covers Yi Chen's whole body. Jingguang moment by Yi Chen as the center, spread out. The whole world lights up at this moment. This is not the most terrible. What's terrible is that the spirit swords in the hands of the dozens of powerful people in the bloody war hall are completely solidified. Can't get close to Yi Chen. What the hell is this? Not yet waiting for them to react. Crackling. Resounding on the earth. All people's swords fell on the ground, even bent. And the bending direction is Yi Chen. It's like a Wanjianshan Fu. This how can it be? The strong in the blood war hall are shocked. What's more, it set off a great wave. Their swords are not rubbish. If they are put in China, they must be the top ones. Even every sword is extremely arrogant, it is impossible to surrender. But at this moment, it is exactly happened. Lei Jianyun is confused. Elder Zheng is shaking his body, a bad premonition all over the body. Who could have thought that the powerful Blood Alliance killing array, at this moment, was cracked like this? I don't know who it is. Is it Yi Chen? At this moment, Yi Chen moved. Crazy rush into the crowd. The whole body is surrounded by blood dragons. Wherever it goes, thunder and lightning explodes. His sword is the red light, such as flame, burning heaven and earth. Unstoppable. Puff, 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 puff. Those who have not yet recovered from the image of 10,000 swordsmen's clothes, their bodies are chopped. Separation of body and head. The ground is full of endless blood, like a river of blood, sad voice, pain sound, beg for mercy sound, ring through 100 meters. But Yi Chen is indifferent. He gathered all the forces in the elixir field into the Zhenhuan sword. The sword's meaning is the Dead Sea. Lord Lei, help! Help! In the face of Yi Chen's strength, those people in the bloody battle hall panicked. They are all asking for help from Lei Jianyun. Help? I have said, today, no matter who, will fall here completely. I can't save you when I come. Yi Chen's voice resounds through the sky, just like thunder. Now he is the king of killing. The sword falls again and again, and endless killing moves are released. Buzz! Heaven and earth change for it. At the moment, Yi Chen seems to be completely integrated into the 10,000 sword techniques. It has reached the realm of human and sword integration. The whole person, like a rainbow, cuts through the sky. The wind is howling and the ground is shaking. Who can fight against it? Even, because Yi Chen's speed is too fast, no one can see Yi Chen's action clearly. The old man on the roof can't, Bai Li Xiong can't, Lei Jueyun and Elder Jing can't. Yi Chen left them only a shadow. As far as the shadow is concerned, it is blood. Damn it! Yi Chen, dare you! Thunder Jianyun's roaring voice suddenly spreads out. He and Elder Jing plunder madly. Want to block the group, but at the moment Yi Chen is stopped. Jinhuan's sword is inserted on the ground, with both hands behind, and the casual clothes are covered with blood. Now there are 2 of you left. The voice of indifference fell so quietly. Words fall, dozens of bodies burst open. All dead. Who could have thought that many strong men in the Blood League and Blood War Hall died like this? Not only was he broken the bloody evil killing array, but also turned into blood fog in just 10 seconds. At this moment, the whole world seems to be quiet. Everyone on the roof trembles. Mr. Yi, you survived. Hiss. They stare at Yi Chen's arrogant posture. Incredible. Even like a dream. Is this the Jinhua god of war in China? China has such a god of war, who can stop it? Chapter 630. The old man laughed. It seems that my worry is unnecessary. The world is so big that he is the only one who can trap Yi Chen, not others. At the moment, Elder Zheng and Lei Jianyun are angry. This 100 people are the elite of the Blood Battle Hall of the Blood League. I don't know how many problems have been solved for the Blood League. But now, all dead. No one survived. This time, not only Yi Chen was born or dead, but they returned to the Blood League, and they must bear the outrage of the leader. Little beast! How dare you destroy the foundation of Blood Alliance? Today, I want the whole China to make amends for you. Elder Zheng, gather the essence and blood, kill Yi Chen. Lei Jianyun, like a madman, flies towards Yi Chen. Elder Zheng also forced out a drop of blood essence, even burning. His momentum has risen to the extreme and his injury has disappeared. Such a price, just to kill a wonderland. If the Kunlun Su people know it is a joke. Yi Chen looks at the killing machine in front of his eyes and clenches his fist. The true spirit of Danta has completely disappeared. He's really tired. It's no joke killing these people. Even the strong man who entered the Holy Land was not qualified, but he did. Not only because of the sword formula, but also because he tried his best. Bang! 3 forces suddenly collide. Blood Dragon roars. Thunder points around. Fire erupts. Puff! Yi Chen's body vibrates, spurts out a mouthful of blood. The Blood Dragon dissipates directly. It's the limit. And this life talisman also retracts the body, can no longer fight for Yi Chen. Yi Chen only felt suffocated for a short time. He lost control of his body and flew backward toward the rear. Little beast! No matter how strong you are. Lei Jianyun hit Yi Chen's body again. It is impossible for Yi Chen to condense the array symbol. And Elder Zheng did not relax at all. His sword was like a rain. Yi Chen's casual clothes are broken. He bared his upper body, showing scars. The scar is shocking. This is what Yi Chen has suffered in the past 5 years in Kunlun. Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng were both shocked. What did this kid go through? But I didn't think much about it. I went to Yi Chen with my sword. At the moment, Yi Chen's qi and blood are rolling, and all the internal organs are shocked. Arm numbness, almost no strength to resist. Even pills can't help. Boy, I don't want to know about Yi Shitian. I want you to die today. Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng force out a drop of blood essence. The blood essence shoots at Yi Chen and turns into a blood mist package. At the same time, the strongest blow out of the two, the earth shaking. The wind roars. Anything close to you will be mercilessly torn. It seems to be an ancient beast with blood meaning, swallowing it towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen forcefully supports the body not to fall down. It's the only thing he can do. Shen Yu's state is superior to dozens of powerful people in the supernatural realm. I'm afraid it's more frightening than the legend of Yi killing the sky. Yi Chen mocked himself. At this time, the reincarnation cemetery is shining. A violent breath burst out. Yi Chen's eyes are wide open. He glanced at the Samsara cemetery, but found that the immortal Lord has opened his eyes. The sword was successfully refined. Before Yi Chen's reaction, the sword of chopping dragon asked heaven felt everything outside and rushed out directly. The sky sword has the spirit of cutting dragon sword. Countless times between life and death, he and Yi Chen have a strong tacit understanding. With the meaning of violent killing, he directly rushed out of the reincarnation cemetery. The sword is shining. In an instant, they are suspended in front of Yi Chen. Dragon sword, Yi Chen whispered softly, but he stretched out his hand and touched the sword suspended in front of him. The body of the sword is cold, but there is a trace of warmth. One comes from the body of the sword and the other from the spirit of the sword. Would you like to fight with me? Yi Chen Dao. Yes. To Yi Chen's surprise, a voice came from the sky sword. This. Yi Chen is completely frightened. Before he could react, he saw a shadow floating on the sky. Is as like as two peas, but with the same hand, he can feel the outline, seeing the beast devouring. The shadow on the sword outlines an arc. I was born to kill, and I will die of killing. I live for the owner of the tomb and die for the owner of the tomb. I want to end the evil in this world with my sword. Even if the blade in my hand is broken, it can't stop my way. Cut the dragon. Ask the sky. Cold figure. The next second, the sword will penetrate everything. Beheading the dragon asks the sky sword to go towards the strength of Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng. When touching the shadow of a giant beast, tear it directly. Brush, brush. In an instant, countless sword shadows cover the world. Go directly to Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng. The sword light is all over the sky, and the sword spirit is overflowing. What sword is this? Lei Jianyun is completely shocked. He has seen countless magic swords in Kunlun Su, but he has never seen the sword in front of him. The key is that the spirit of the sword appears on the body of the sword. This is the vision of ancient sword. Why is it in China now? Elder Zheng is cold all over. He looked at Yi Chen again with endless fear. Who could have thought that all of the things broke out from this boy? Originally injured two people only feel a huge peak suppressed. Elder Zheng reaches out his hand, subconsciously wants to break open. But I didn't expect that the sword wound his arm. Tear it on the spot. Ah! He wanted to get rid of it, but found it impossible. He can only bear the endless sword penetrating his whole body. Lock him in. The sword of beheading the dragon and asking heaven tore Elder Zheng's whole body in this way. His hands were cut off mercilessly. There are hundreds of big and small wounds on my body. Shocking. His only thought was to survive. But before this sword, he has no ability to resist. Lei Jianyun is no better, his body more and more wounds. If it wasn't for body refining, his body would have been unbearable. He took a look at Yi Chen in the distance. He was very clear that he wanted to get rid of the magic sword. The only way is to kill Yi Chen. No longer hesitating, he forced out a drop of blood essence on the eyebrow. The blood essence burned, and quickly swept toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen is about to be touched. The latter smiles coldly and grasps it with 5 fingers, sword. In a flash, the red light seems to penetrate the long river of time and fall on Yi Chen's hand. Holding the dragon and asking the sky sword, Yi Chen found that the true chi of Dantian was recovering madly. He remembered that there was a small dragon vein hidden in the sword. The immortal lord gave him a great gift. Looking at Lei Jianyun, he said, "You and I have no grudges. You should not have stepped into the land of China, let alone join the Blood League. As I said, I will kill all the people of the Blood Alliance." Chapter 631. The next second, the sword in Yi Chen's hand moves. Move, startle the wind and cloud. Second move, weeping ghosts and gods. Wandao Jianju, Wushang Sword Technique, Chop. The sword of chopping the dragon and asking the sky seems to converge into a long sword, which directly cleaves towards the seriously injured Lei Jianyun. This split cut off life and death. Lei Jianyun's eyes widened. Under the shadow of the sword, he found himself infinitely small. God of War? At this moment, the honor seems to be a disgrace. You can't even kill a kid in China. God of War fart. He is very clear, this war, Blood Alliance is doomed to annihilate the whole army. Hundreds of life nameplates were shattered. The leader and Dharma protector were furious. The whole Kunlun Shushue League is going to have an earthquake. And the originator of all this is the youth, Yi Chen. Tear. The sword fell suddenly. The sun and the moon are dim, the mountains and rivers are shaking. Lei Jianyun wants to stop it, but he finds it impossible. He kept spitting blood out of his mouth and was in a state of confusion. He can't bear it any longer. His blocked arm is directly split. As if half of the body was cut off. The strong sword spirit sent him out. Puff! He flew more than 10 meters, and his whole body hit the plane heavily. Dust splashed all over the sky. However, there is a deep sword mark on the airport of Jiangnan province. Like a natural moat. Hiss! Seeing this, the onlookers on the rooftop took a breath. Not only 100 people were killed by Yi Chen. The two men with terrible breath were lost fighting ability. Yi Chen with the power of one person, to turn the tide. My God, Mr. Yi won. Mr. Yi is actually in the hands of hundreds of Kunlun virtual strong men, can kill with ease. After the war, Yi Chen's name is expected to ring through the whole Kunlun void. You think too much, everyone is dead, who will send the information to Kunlun Su? This secret must be rotten in our hearts, or there will be endless troubles. All people thought that the battle was over, and Yi Chen died in the hands of two powerful men mercilessly. But did not expect, the result again lets the person be surprised. Yi Chen actually crushed with a sword, full of energy. A move. How did Yi Chen do it? He's only in his 20s. At the age of 20, it's only half a year from Jiangqing to Huaxia. Now is Yi Chen going to be the first person in Kunlun? Will he be the first Kunlun virtual top player to come out of China? Those onlookers, in addition to shock. At this moment, Yi Chen step by step toward Lei Jianyun and Elder Zheng. They can only lie on the ground and look up at Yi Chen. Their eyes are full of anger, but helpless. But their performance is even more different. Elder Zheng supported himself and knelt down in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I don't know Mount Tai because I have eyes. Please spare my life. My realm is not weak in Kunlun. I am willing to leave the Blood League and become a servant of the Lord. Be a cow and a horse for adults. Lei Jianyun glared at Elder Zheng fiercely and said angrily, what the hell are you talking about? In order to live, you betrayed the Blood League. If you're fucking known by the leader, you may suffer the anger of the leader. Zheng Elder Silk ignores, continues to beg for mercy to Yi Chen. If you don't beg for mercy, you will die now. Maybe you can live for a few days. Yi Chen's sword edge fell on Elder Zheng's body. Light Wei, I just want to know one thing, my father Yi Tianzheng can be locked in the Blood League dungeon by you. Elder Zheng looked at the dragon and asked the Sky Sword. His eyes shrank to the extreme and said, Mr. Yi, I know that I know. I swear to you, I didn't touch a hair of his hair, he is well in the Blood League dungeon. All of a sudden, he thought of something and offered a piece of Blood Alliance jade pendant. It is engraved with the word Tianbao. Mr. Yi, this jade pendant is the key to enter the Blood League and the dungeon, which is a prison in ancient times. There is no other way to open the dungeon except for 2 keys of the Blood League. There is another key at the Alliance leader. What's more, there is a force in your father's body to protect him. The Blood Alliance can't break this power no matter what means it uses. This is also the reason why our investigation was interrupted. Yi Chen grasped it with 5 fingers, and the jade pendant fell directly into the palm of his hand. He can feel the mysterious power in the jade pendant, which must have something to do with an array. He should not have been cheated. Now that he has got the key, Elder Zheng has no value. Yi Chen's killing intention is released. Mr. Yi, don't kill me. My strength is enough to be your servant. At least it can help you solve a lot of things. You are sure to enter Kungsu, even the Blood League. I can just be a guide. Feel Yi Chen's killing opportunity, Xingqiang Lao Lian busy way. The voice trembled even more. Yi Chen sneered and a sword fell. In this way, the head of Elder Zheng fell to the ground. His eyes are big and ferocious. He had no idea that he would really die. Blood gradually stained the earth, shocking. Yi Chen has only indifference in his eyes. No matter how valuable these people are, he will not stay. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on Lei Jianyun's body. However, the sword of chopping the dragon touches the neck of the opponent. Very cold. Lei Jianyun himself is straight without any fear. He stares at Yi Chen and says angrily, I won't ask you. If you want to kill, kill it. Yi Chen outlined a smile at the corner of his mouth and suddenly said, Did you ask me about Yishur Tian just now? If I guess correctly, this time, your army is pressing the border, which should be mainly used to deal with Yishur Tian. Lei Jianyun heard Yishur Tian's name, her eyes shrunk and said in a cold voice, How is it? Then I will satisfy you. Since you want to know Yishur Tian, I will let you see Yishur Tian today. The next second, Yi Chen fingers pinched, palm exudes a light, is in front of a wipe. In an instant, Yishur Tian's face was revealed. Rebellious Lei Jianyun's pupil widens. Set off 1,000 waves in my heart. Countless doubts in this moment to solve. Blood Dragon. Powerful fighting power. Against the sky sword skill. He held out his hand, pointed to Yi Chen and said, You are Yishur Tian. How could I should have thought of it. Yi Chen mouth outline a smile, Since you know, then I can be at ease to send you on the road. The sword rises and the sword falls. Blood spray. One of the heads landed like this. Lei Jianyun, the god of war in the Blood War Hall, fell down on this. 100 people in the Blood War Hall are buried here and born in Huaxia. But it was a young man who killed everything. On the roof. The shock of all was beyond measure. Although they are excited, they are more afraid. If Yi Chen hands to them, they are afraid that even a finger cannot resist it. The old man also took back his eyes and looked at all the people present. Today's affairs are listed as top secrets of China. You have two choices. First, be completely controlled by Huaxia. Second, I will send someone to erase your memory. The old man knew it was too shocking. Once spread out, the consequences incalculable. He must strangle the source of all the news. Just to protect Yi Chen. Chapter 632. At the moment, Yi Chen exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be in a sea of blood. To tell you the truth, although he took the road of killing. But I have never killed so many Kunlun virtual strong men. Without the help of the reincarnation graveyard, he might have died today. All of a sudden, he found that in this sea of blood, there was a kind of blood evil spirit condensed, which was more crazy towards Yi Chen. Is this? Before Yi Chen reacts, the blood dragon empty shadow in his body condenses again, and he is crazy to absorb those blood evil spirits. The blood of 100 people is a great tonic to Yi Chen's way of killing and the blood dragon's shadow in his body. Vaguely, Yi Chen finds that the blood dragon's shadow is shining with red light all over his body, and his body is growing bigger and bigger. Not only that, those breath is to drill into Yi Chen's body, even let Yi Chen have a faint sense of breakthrough. Can killing make me stronger? Yi Chen frowned and said to herself. At the beginning, killing Dao Jun said similar words, he didn't think so. Now it seems, it may be true. 10 minutes later. Everything is absorbed clean. Blood dragon also returned to Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen puts the sword of cutting dragon and asking heaven into the tomb of Samsara first, and takes out a jade pendant in his hand. This is the key to the Blood League dungeon. Now that you have the key, it's time to go to the Blood League. Although there is a power in the Father's body to guard, the Blood Alliance people will always have a way to deal with it. I just don't know what it's like to enter Kunlun Su this time. Are things and people different? Are the people we met 5 years ago still alive? Yi Chen put away the key of the Blood League dungeon and walked outside the international airport of Jiangnan province. Before he went outside, he found countless figures standing outside waiting for him. Not only Bao Peimin and Bai Lixiang are here, but also the old man who controls the highest power in China. Yi Chen pinches it with his fingers. The array disappears directly and has no effect. Mr. Yi. Bao Peimin took a step first, and his face was excited to the extreme. Mr. Yi, you are definitely the first person in China for thousands of years. That scene just now, even let me understand a little bit. Peimin is here to thank Mr. Yi. Bao Peimin and the Chinese guardian behind him are very respectful. Although they are the strongest on the surface of China, they are also guarding China. But compared with Yi Chen, the gap is too big. For thousands of years, no Chinese can do it. In fact, Kunlun Su belongs to Huaxia, but the gap of aura is too big. In order to prevent the aura of Kunlun emptiness from flowing into China, thousands of positions array can condense an ancient array to separate China from Kunlun void. Moreover, Thousand Talents signed an agreement with the Chinese authorities. Kunlun virtual strong never use force in China, violators, they will punish. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, this paper has no value. The 1,000 powerful powers that set up the array at that time have long disappeared. The aura of China is more and more thin, but the aura of Kunlun Su is more and more rich. The gap is huge, and Kunlun Su naturally has no interest in China. But who knows that there are Yi Jingtian and Yi Chen in Hong Kong? They tried to turn the tide back and crush everything, and they were the masters and strong men of Kunlun. It's a monster. Yi Chen nods to Bao Peimin and pats him on the shoulder. He could feel the sense of breakthrough in Bao Peimin. It seems that the war had a great influence on him. However, Bao Peimin is also one of his own, and Yi Chen naturally hopes that the other side will become stronger. Then, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the old man. All the people present could not compete with the old people. The old man naturally noticed Yi Chen's eyes, and his voice rang out, "Yi Chen, you come with me. I need to tell you something." Good. At the same time, Kunlun Su. On a towering mountain top. The 7 old men looked at the sea of clouds and exchanged views on the situation of Kunlun Su. Any one of these 7 old men can shake the whole Kunlun void. They control the resources of Kunlun, they hold the supreme power. They are strong enough to destroy everything. One of them is the Blood Alliance leader Sword Blood Sedimentation. An old man in a gold robe put his hands behind his back, touched his beard and said, "It is said that there is an interesting story in China during this period. A great war broke out near the entrance of Kunlun Mountain, which is also the entrance of Kunlun Su. A young man named Yi Shitian was born in the sky. It's said that Yi killed the heaven, and its evil spirits were about 20. The realm was actually above the Holy Land and even the Holy King's realm. If you look at Kunlun Su, you don't have such a talent. Not only that, this man has the supreme sword formula, but also controls the god Thunder and the dragon. If he is allowed to grow up, Kunlun is afraid that he will never be at peace." Another old man obviously heard about it. He looked at the sword and said, "Although Yi Shitian has only appeared once, it has made the whole Kunlun people panic, and my disciples have no intention to practice. What's more, the worst thing about that war was the Yibao Pavilion and the Blood Alliance. I heard that if one of the two forces did not stay, it would be called extermination." As soon as he said this, countless eyes fell on the bloody body of the sword. The sword is bloody and his eyes are cold. He has asked the people in the Blood War Hall to take Yi Shitian. It should not be long before there is a result. Looking at all the people's eyes focused on themselves, Jian Shueshan gave a cold hum. This is just dazzling. Yi Shitian is not so exaggerated. However, our Blood League has lost several disciples, but these disciples do not exist in the stream, and even it is difficult to enter the Blood War Hall. What's more, Yi Shitian killed the people of the Blood Alliance. It's impossible to get away from it. I've sent the strong man of the Blood War Hall to take this son. Maybe tomorrow, you will see Yi Shitian." The sword was bloody and the corner of his mouth revealed the joy of the winner. When the others heard about the Blood War Hall, they all nodded. Lei Jianyun, the god of war, I have heard that when I step into the strength at this age, it is even more important to kill so many powerful people. It should be possible for this person to take Yi Shitian. It seems that Yi Tianma is about to be exposed. He shouldn't have offended you, but he shouldn't have offended you. There was a hearty laugh. Jian Shueshan also smiles, but soon, his smile is stiff. Because the connection in his mind was suddenly broken. Elder Zheng and Lei Jianyun have fallen. How could it be? At the moment, he looks pale to the extreme. Subconsciously, he thought he had made a mistake, but soon the spiritual object hanging around his waist rang. Chapter 633. The shape of this object is somewhat like a mobile phone, but it is much more advanced. It is surrounded by aura. Master, it's not good. It's a big deal. Just now, hundreds of life nameplates are all broken. This is not the most terrible thing. The terrible thing is that Lord Lei and Elder Zheng have all fallen down. They went to China this time. Can something happen to Huaxia? There was a voice of panic on the other end of the phone. Although the voice is very light, but the presence of a few people to cultivate a strong want to hear is how simple. Their faces changed slightly. It's a cool breath. It's Huaxia again. The key is that what the Bloody War Hall sent is not a weak force. How could something happen for no reason? At this moment, the sword was bloody and his face was livid. If he remembers correctly, Huaxia will send out 100 people. The team of 100 people is mainly to find Yi Shitian. Obviously, the killing of 100 people must have something to do with Yi Shitian. He really didn't expect that such evil spirits could be born in China, a place lacking in aura. One leaf killing the sky is not enough. The key moment, he really has nothing to do with his face. The strong man of the Blood League was blood-washed by an unidentified guy from China. It's a damn shame. Yi Shitian. The sword's blood sink is released, and the dark clouds on the top of the mountain surge. The thunder thundered down. The giant trees at the foot of the mountain smashed and even turned into a flame and started to start a prairie fire. Seeing this scene, the old man in golden robe was shocked. The wind whirled and the flame was extinguished. Then he clapped on the bloody shoulder of the sword. Old sword, can't 100 people in the Blood War Hall kill one leaf from heaven? Is it possible that Yi killed heaven in the Holy Kingdom? Even if Yi Shitian is Kunlun Su's great ability, it can't be so rebellious. To a certain extent, Yi Shitian has threatened us, even the whole Kunlun Su. I suggest the whole Kunlun Shuha and Huaxia want Yi Shitian. We can even unite with most of the clans of Kunlun to kill this man. I don't believe that Yi Shitian can be superior to Kunlun Su. Jian Shueshan took a look at the old man in the golden robe, pondered for several seconds, and finally nodded fiercely. Well, there are still some cooperative sects in our blood alliance. We will act separately. The pattern and rules of Kunlun Su have been set and no one is allowed to destroy it. Yi Shitian is not only the enemy of our blood league, but also the enemy of the whole Kunlun Su. The 6 figures determine everything, step out, and directly dissipate in the clouds. Like a fairy. Visible strength terror. On a tall building rising from the ground. Top floor. Security is high. There were only 3 people in the room. Yi Chen, the old man and Bai Li Xiong. The strength of the 3 is enough to shake the whole of China, which is also an epic meeting. The old man looked at the direction of Jiangnan International Airport through the glass window. Soldiers in camouflage clothes were already doing the finishing work. All flights to Huaxia have been resumed. However, it is almost impossible to use Jiangnan International Airport again in a short time. The old man turned his head, and a long-lost smile appeared on his old face. Yi Chen, I've been optimistic about you from the beginning. Now it seems that I'm not wrong. Your current strength can shake 100 people in the Blood War Hall and even kill the god of war who has been famous for a long time. This war is enough to be recorded in the history of Chinese martial arts. Yi Chen shakes his head, it's just luck. The old man turned and said, do you know that luck is part of strength? This time I came to you for 2 main things. When the old man said this, he took a look at Beilixian. Naturally, Beilixian understood something. He took out a box engraved with the Chinese logo and put it in front of Yi Chen. Extremely exquisite. Made of dark iron. Yi Chen looked at the box in front of him and frowned. What is this thing? It's your thing, and it's the biggest exercise of power I've ever had. The old man said. When he was on the roof, he asked the people below to build it. No matter what the result is, it belongs to Yi Chen. Yi Chen opens the box and sees a certificate and a medal inside. A cold and proud figure was engraved on the medal, and a blood dragon circled around the figure. This does not let Yi Chen surprise, let him surprised is the above text, Jingwa God of War. These 4 words are just like some kind of magic, which can resist everything. Domineering. Yi Chen, I know you don't like any bondage, and Huaxia is not qualified to bind you. I hope you can accept this honor. Jingwa Zhanshan is beyond all the rights of the whole China. The Wudao Bureau or any department of Huaxia cannot restrain you. Even if you take out this thing in front of Beilixian, he will listen to you. This medal is more than anything. I know you don't care, but this is what Huaxia should give you. In addition, the Yi family in the capital city will also become the top family officially recognized by China and will be protected by the highest level in China. Yi Chen looked at the medal and the certificate in the box, nodded, or accepted. Although it is of little practical use to him now, it represents the attitude of China. The second thing is to come to me. You have disappeared for 5 years, from an ordinary person to the Jingwa God of War. If I am right, you should be in Kunlun for 5 years. The old man squinted. I don't mean to spy on your secret. I just want to remind you that this is far from over. Yi Chen fingered the tabletop and admitted, I did spend 5 years in Kunlun. It's no secret. Although the old man was prepared in his heart, he still shrunk his eyes and then said seriously. Sure enough. Yi Chen, I know something about the Blood League. His existence is above the rules, and the Blood War Hall is just a force in the Blood League. Although it is important, there is still a gap between him and those strong in the Blood League. You come from Kunlun Su. You should understand the rules of Kunlun Su. The weak eat the strong, and the forces inside protect the weak to the extreme. If you kill so many people in the Blood League, the leader of the Blood Alliance will not be able to sit still. I hope you can figure out how to go next. But you can rest assured that I will send someone to erase the memory of all the onlookers today, and no one will reveal it. Yi Chen can feel the old man's intention, but he is not afraid of the revenge of the Blood League. When the Blood League took his father away, there was only one between him and the Blood League. When the time comes to kill him, let these people feel the rage. At present, it is impossible for the Blood Alliance to retaliate. According to the intention of this group of people to enter China, it is estimated that the Blood Alliance will surely blame Yi Jingtian for all this. But does Yi really kill heaven? Yi Chen said there was. Yi Chen said no, who in the world can find Yi Shitian? Chapter 634. The old man felt a strong confidence burst out of Yi Chen and continued, Yi Chen, where are you going next? Yi Chen stood up and looked at the direction of Kunlun Mountain. I'm going to Kunlun Su. I'm not sure how long it will be. Yi family and my friends will take care of you for the time being. I can come back any time. He didn't want to bring his mother and Xia Ruoxue into it. But this time, he went for the Blood Alliance, and no one knew the danger inside. Taking your mother and them will only put them in danger. Once his father is rescued, he will return to Huaxia. If they want to enter Kunlun Su, Yi Chen will also bring them in. Naturally, the old man knew what Yi Chen was going to do. He wanted to admonish him, but he still didn't say anything. He could only say, Yi Chen, don't worry. I'm here one day. Anyone who wants to move Ye's family is impossible. Unless you step on my body. Hearing this oath, Yi Chen was moved in his heart. The next second, he took out 6 bottles of pills from the Samsara cemetery. This is a gift I gave you. Please accept it. If you don't accept it, I won't want the 4 characters of Jingguo War God. The old man hesitated for a few seconds, but nodded to accept it. Later, Yichen sacrificed a drop of blood essence, which was directly injected into the old man's consciousness sea. This blood essence can establish contact with me, even if it is thousands of miles away. At the same time, this blood essence also has my power. If you or Ye's family are in danger, you can sacrifice them. The old man felt the power of blood essence in the sea and said seriously, "Good." Yichen finally left the attic. When leaving, he and Bai Lixiong talked a lot. Bai Lixiong will enter Kunlun Su in advance this evening. Yichen let Bai Lixiong enter with him, but was refused. Bai Lixiong has already entrusted the relationship, and someone is leading the way. Just tonight. The guide of Kunlun Su will not give him a second chance. He gambled on everything and wanted an answer. Maybe this is Bai Lixiong's bloodiness and seriousness. Bailey Ice has a Bailey family in charge. Naturally, there is no danger. In addition to the uncertainty of Kunlun, Huaxia can be regarded as an Anbang. He's really going to do something for himself. Mingsui Villa. Yichen returns to the villa and finds that Xia Ruoxue and Wei Ying are already counting the booty of Yingtai's return today. Xia Kenzi, the weather in Jiangnan province is really not right today. Several roads have been blocked by traffic police. The sky is even bright and dark. At that time, Wei Ying and I felt the end of the world. What do you think of my suit? Summer if snow beautiful eyes blink, mood is still good. But soon, Xia Ruoxue is aware of Yichen's abnormality. She is not stupid, contact some things, is to understand what, directly grasped Yichen's hand, toward the second floor. By the way, there is something upstairs I forgot to give you, you come with me, soon. On the first floor, only Wei Ying was left sorting things out. Her body is suffused with a trace of cold, the sole on the neck of the basaltic stone broke in a few minutes. This is what Yichen just changed for her. However, the vision of Jiangnan province today is that the dormant power in her body faintly awakens. Even in my mind, there is a continuous sound, vaguely related to Kunlun. The second floor of the villa. The door is closed. Xia Ruoxue looked at Yichen and took a broken leaf from Yichen's hair with her slender fingers. Are you going to Kunlun Su? Xia Ruoxue's voice is extremely calm, without a trace of fluctuation. Yichen heard this sentence stare big eyes, he cannot say anything if snow how can know. Looking at Yichen's reaction, Xia Ruoxue smiles and laughs. I've heard about Kunlun Su for a long time. In addition, my uncle should also be brought into Kunlun Su. I don't know your temper yet. You come back with an expression of desire and silence. It's obvious that you are going there. Yichen, I want to say, would you like to take me with you? Xia Ruoxue has a trace of expectation in her eyes. Yichen shook his head, this time to Kunlun Su, extremely dangerous, if you take you, only more dangerous. But when I'm finished, I'll take care of it. What's more, Kunlun Su itself is in China. If I think of it, it's very easy. Xia Ruoxue frowned and thought for a few seconds, then relieved, I said, I will stand behind you to support you, but this time, I will give you a month. Within a month, no matter whether there is a solution, you will come out to see me. If you don't come out, I'll go in with Sun Yi and them to look for you. This month, I will help you to guard the Yi family, and then I will practice hard and try not to disgrace you. Language down, Summer if Snow stretched out a hand, pressed in the Leaf Chin's solid chest above. As for now, I just want to have you. Yichen did not react to come over, is to feel a faint air flow package. The next second, he was pushed to bed by Xia Ruoxue. Xia Ruoxue sat on Yichen's body like this. Even though separated from the clothes, the touch is particularly strong. Xia Ruoxue sends the waterfall to one side, and her red lips are close to Yichen's soft lip. The lips meet, and the tip of her tongue stirs Yichen's heartstrings. Under a kiss, it's hard to extricate myself from love. The neck, ears, chest and even abdomen are covered with red lips. Yichen's clothes were also removed. Two naked embrace, the last fire is also burning up. Two almost perfect bodies are so tightly attached. Xia Ruoxue's eyes were blurred and she said in a soft voice. You should give me the amount of this month, and I want the amount of the next month. Wheezing sound gradually sounded, summer if snow hold what, hot, slowly put in. The house full of spring is unforgettable. The next day, Beijing. Yichen returned to Ye's home in Beijing. Sun Yi has broken the barrier and successfully stepped into the clutch state under Yichen's powerful pills. Zhu Ye came back in advance a few days ago, and his realm was stable at the 4th level of Lihe state. Only her mother, Jiang Peirong, still did not pass the customs clearance. Yichen looked at the waves of the training room and looked at Sun Yi. My mother has not come out yet? He never thought that his mother would become a madman from a person who hated practice. He also knew why his mother had changed so much. For my father, but also for this family. She does not want to share the burden of her mother. This is a mother's most real idea. You can give up everything for your child. Sun Yi shook her head. Auntie has never come out, practicing day and night. I don't know how many times the breath of breakthrough has been, and even several times there have been bursts of thunder robbery over the capital, which is very terrible. Chapter 635. Xia Kenzi, do you think your aunt will be possessed by the devil? Yichen Gang wants to speak. A strong breath of breakthrough swept. Not only that, but the rage of thunder on the sky. Yichen looks at that thunder rob, the expression is ferocious. Because he felt that his mother was now stepping into a wonderland. This is too terrible. I have been practicing for 5 years, but I still have the existence of such adversity as reincarnation graveyard. Although he provided his mother with countless pills, it was impossible to achieve such a breakthrough speed. Even if the mother is the most talented person in China, it cannot be so exaggerated. For the first time, he found that he underestimated his mother. Who has only been on the path of cultivation for less than a month can reach the present achievements. When Yichen doubts, the voice of Duan Leiren in the reincarnation cemetery rings. It seems that your mother has awakened completely. Something should have hit your mother and made her wake up in despair. The most strange, your mother's blood is not simple ah. You are far from qualified to touch the secrets of your father Yi Tianzheng and your mother. However, it is because of their talent and secret that they gave birth to you. The reincarnation cemetery has chosen you for no reason. Yichen took a deep look at the training room, did not choose to disturb, but will leave the news told everyone. Although Sun Yi and Zhu Ye wanted to follow Yichen into Kunlun Su for the first time, they finally gave up under Xia Ruoxue's persuasion. They know their own strength, now entering Kunlun Su is just adding trouble to Yichen. Besides, Yichen promised them that they would come out in a month. They can only regard it as a month for Yichen to travel abroad. Later, Yichen stayed at Ye's house for another day. On this day, he did nothing but accompany. The next day, Kunlun Mountain International Airport. 3 figures got off the plane and drove their SUVs to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. These 3 figures are Yichen, Xue Fenghua and Shen Shirshi. After all, he is a dead man to Xuemeng. If you go back alive, many things are not clear. Xue Fenghua understood the blood alliance and became Yichen's servant. This time, it is crucial to deal with the blood alliance. Shen Shirshi's strength and his understanding of Kunlun Su are enough to be his right-hand man. It's safe to take 2. The car stopped quickly. Shen Shirshi looked at Yichen and said in a soft voice, Mr. Yi, do you need to go to Wanjianzong first? Wanjianzong is also a major sect in Kunlun, and the Blood Alliance dare not move it. If all the members of Wanjianzong unite to fight against Xuemeng, though it is impossible to defeat, it is still possible to be seriously injured. Yichen shook his head. Although the power of Wanjianzong is strong, there are too many people, so there is no need to fight hard. After entering, the fewer people, the better. Naturally, the Blood Alliance will be destroyed, not now. The most important thing now is to save my father. Shen Shirshi thought about it carefully, and it was really like this. It's still Mr. Ye's idea of Zhou Dao. 3 people get out of the car, just ready to go towards a door in the distance, but Blood Fenghua stops. Mr. Yi, come here quickly. Blood Fenghua stares at a notice board and says. Notice 2 portraits of Shenhe and Ye. It is Yi Shirshi who killed Heaven and changed face. Shen Shirshi's eyebrows are serious to the extreme, and his eyes burst out with cold light. Because this is not a general wanted order. It's 100 hunting orders. Hundreds of clans on Kunlun Mountain jointly pursue Yi Shitian. What's more ridiculous is that one of the hundreds of sects is Wanjianzong. Shen Shirshi didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. He didn't have time to bring the news back. As a result, Wanjianzong wanted master. This is the master. Wandao Jianzun's personal guardian. If the master of Wanjianzong knew the truth, he didn't know what his expression would be. I'm afraid I'm shaking. Mr. Yi, Wanjianzong doesn't know anything about it. Please forgive me. When I go back, I will let Wanjianzong quit. Yi Chen shook his head. It's not necessary to quit. It will only make people suspect that they will come to Wanjianzong. Kunlun Su issued 100 hunting orders, which is obviously really afraid. I've thought about returning to Kunlun Su for countless times, but I didn't know what kind of expression those old friends would look like if they knew that they were Yi Shitian. 5 years. Kunlun Su. Yi Chen has too much anger and hatred, he's the only Fan Zhen. Be despised and questioned by countless people. The old man took him to seek the way of cultivation, but he didn't expect that hundreds of families refused him. Even endless people humiliate themselves and the old man. He deeply remembers the helpless eyes of the old man. The old man pursued medicine and alchemy all his life. There are some deficiencies in martial arts. He wanted to give Yi Chen the best environment, but he didn't expect to be treated coldly. He has not asked for people for hundreds of years, but in Yi Chen's body, I don't know how many people. That lonely figure and encouragement to him, Yi Chen still remember. In Kunlun Su, in addition to Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin and other people to help him. What Yi Chen wants to thank most is the old man. If there was no old man who saved him from Dongqian Lake in those years, he would not have been himself now. Yi Chen broke out on the body of a very strong killing. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of Kunlun. It's a huge golden gate and a stone wall of ancient formations. Suppress everything, anyone who wants to break in is impossible. Not only that, there are 4 strong men standing at the door. Look at the realm, at least above the Holy Land. It may even be the Holy Land. They are holding spears and looking down at the 3 people coming face to face. The spear fell on Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi. What man? Show Kunlun Su's identity token. Shen Shirshi and Xue Fenghua have some doubts. When they remember coming out, they are obviously not these 4 people. There is also a big gap in the realm. What happened to the strong? Shen Shirshi and Xue Fenghua smile and hand out 3 pieces of identity token prepared in advance. He took out some spirit stones and handed them to him carefully. For adults, we have just come back from the empty office of Kunlun. We have no respect at all. It's the rule. Unexpectedly, the 4 people directly pushed their hands away. Their cold eyes swept the 3 people and said in a cold voice, "Take away your spirit stone." It's an extraordinary period. Anyone entering China should be strictly checked. Don't do that. One of the guards is a cold eye shot at Yi Chen. The spear fell on the 10 centimeters of Yi Chen. Boy, why do I feel killing from you? Get down on your knees. Check it out. If you dare to take the initiative, I will let you feel death. Chapter 636. As soon as this word comes out, 4 pairs of eyes shoot to Yi Chen together. At the same time, the other 3 Reiki and Shachi condensed spears also fell in front of Yi Chen. The sword is at war. World War I triggers. Since the birth of Yi Shitian in China, the atmosphere of Kunlun Su has obviously changed. Even some people are panicked. According to the principle, a person who enters the Holy Land or the Holy Land cannot have such a great influence. However, the Kunlun Mountains are really shrouded in a shadow. Because the man named Yi Shitian, no one knows what his cultivation is. The only thing I know is that the man has the god Thunder and the 9-day dragon in his hand. The last 2 alone are daunting enough. Because of Yez killing the sky, the people who originally guarded the boundary were directly stripped off and replaced by the people arranged by 100 families. After all, Yi Shitian appeared in China, and it is very likely that he would enter Kunlun Su from China. And the 4 of them are the strong ones selected from 100 schools. Naturally will not collect Shenshurshi and Blood Fenghua Spirit Stone. All they have to do is stop all suspicious people. And Yi Chen is the most suspicious existence at present. Seeing that the situation is not quite right, Shenshurshi immediately laughed. Don't misunderstand the 4 adults. He is a relative of mine in China. He is not sensible and has never seen the world. Please forgive me. This is our ID card. You can have a look at it. Shenshurshi doesn't dare to be careless. After all, it's not easy for these 4 people to be arranged here. What's more, once these 4 people have an accident, the strong in Kunlun Void will surely find out. Then they will not escape. Go away, I didn't ask you. If you talk nonsense again, I will be the first to kill you. The gatekeeper's words were extremely cold. At a glance, the cultivation of these people was nothing to him. If he wants to do it, it's easy. Now he enjoys the feeling of power. Even if Kunlun's dog is a guard. Also better than most people in Kunlun and Huaxia. Besides, just now, a few of his followers just passed by and belittled him. This makes him extremely unhappy. And now, is to send all the qi in Yi Chen and Shenshurshi and other people's body. Yi Chen's intention of killing converges and wakes up from the memory of Kunlun Su. He looked at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes were indifferent. My identity token is in his hand. Can't you read it yourself? Shenshurshi looks pale when he hears Yi Chen's attitude. He knows Yi Chen's character, can't give a person a good look at. The key person's attitude is so. But people have to bow under the eaves. Boy, do you know who you're talking to again? I ask you to kneel, you must kneel. The next second, a supreme pressure towards Yi Chen. That way pressure even makes Zhifenghua and Shenshurshi look slightly changed. Blood seems to coagulate. We can see how terrible the power is. The gatekeeper had a proud smile on his lips. He can roughly see Yi Chen's accomplishments. There's a big gap with him. This kind of person, to him, and Mole Ant no difference. No matter what the killing is, who dares to disagree? Yi Chen looked at the pressure swept by and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Let me kneel. Are you sure you have the qualification? Words fall. The power of blood dragon roars. This life talisman sacrifice. Yi Chen's momentum rose. Step out 1 step, the supremacy is gone. Not only that, the expression on the gatekeeper's face solidified, but also stepped back several steps. Blood is rising. His eyes stare at Yi Chen. For a moment, he felt the cold death. It's like if he dares to do it again, he will die. The other 3 gatekeepers naturally felt something wrong and the killing broke out. This son dares to resist. Let's fight together. 4 people directly condense array, cold spear with bursts of cold light swept away. The meaning of the 4 guns, gusts of wind, heaven and earth spirit all toward this side. Countless red lights are blooming. It's frightening. Yi Chen glanced at the crowd, ready to sacrifice the dragon and ask the sky sword. He doesn't care about the lives of the 4. Since I touched his brow, I'll kill him. Kunlun Su is chaotic enough, so it is covered in an invisible shadow. And what he leaves Chen wants to do is to kill away. At this time, he noticed that a jade pendant of Yejia in the Samsara cemetery was shining. Apprentice, it's better not to do anything here. I can feel a pair of cold eyes staring at you 100 meters away. The other party is very dangerous. Once you do it, the person will do it, and the consequences will be unimaginable. If I guess correctly, this jade pendant is enough to solve the current dilemma. Good. Yi Chen hums coldly, the next second, directly sacrificed the jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant was suspended in the air. Naturally, he was seen by the 4 gatekeepers who were going to kill Yi Chen. When you see the ancient characters on the jade pendant, their movements stop completely. It's like petrified. Hold your breath. There is even a trace of panic in the eyes. It's like seeing something terrible. I don't mind stepping on your bodies if you're still going to do it. Yi Chen's cold words resound through. All of a sudden the four guns were closed. Four people are kneeling together. They know the origin of the jade pendant. One of the top families of Kunlun-su is one of the ancient families. Although with the passage of time, a lot of decline, but not a few of them have no identity can be provoked awe. If the youth in front of them are angry, the clan behind them will not necessarily save them. My lord, we don't know Mount Tai because of our eyes. Please be merciful. Their attitude is extremely sincere. Even the voice was shaking. They finally understood why the young man could break the pressure easily. He even has no awe for them. He has a jade pendant on his body and stands such a huge thing behind him. What kind of awe does he need? Shinshirshi and Zufengwa are confused. Naturally, they don't know Yichen still has this identity in it. The jade pendant in Yichen's hand makes them have a trace of submission at the moment. Yichen grasped it with 5 fingers, and the jade pendant flew back to his hand and disappeared. Now, are you going to kill me? Yichen's indifferent words fall. My lord, I dare not. Now, do you want to check my identity? My lord, we dare not. Please let us go. These 4 people are really going to cry. Yichen snorted coldly, took a look at the depth and directly stepped into it. These people, he really did not pay attention to. How about entering the Holy Land? Let's go. Yichen strides into Jinmen with Shinshirshi and Zufengwa, full of aura. A full minute later, the 4 men stood up and were all wet. Chapter 637. The 4 people glanced at the direction Yichen left and took a long breath. The evil spirit finally left. If they had stayed to investigate, they might have to abandon their accomplishments to stop their anger. In fact, Kunlun-su, just like Huaxia, can't play with power. The jade pendant represents power. Kunlun-Shuya family, why has it been the news of the Yi family recently? Is it possible that the Yi family will return to its ancient status? Come on, there are some things we can't speculate about. We'll leave as soon as we finish this post. The others nodded. At the same time, an old man with a gourd on his waist also appeared in front of the door. The old man took down the gourd and took a sip of wine. His turbid eyes seemed confused. It's like being drunk. But under the turbid eyes, a trace of pure light was revealed inadvertently. Old Man Ye's grandson has finally entered Kunlun Void. It seems that old Ye's move is really right. If the layout behind him is correct, this boy may be the only one who can break through the eternal situation. It's interesting to kill 100 people in the Blood War Hall. I'm more and more interested in the boy's secret. Kunlun-su, Yishir Tian, who you have been searching for, has come back. I'm afraid there will be no peace in the future. Huaxia was disturbed by this boy, and was miserable. Now I'm afraid Kunlun-su will be worse. With that, the old man staggered to Kunlun. The 4 gatekeepers just want to stop each other. When they see the old man's appearance, their eyes shrink together, and they are more afraid. They quickly and respectfully said, "My lord, why are you here?" They know the identity of the old man. The legend of the old man is spreading in Kunlun. Not only that, there is a portrait of the old man in their family. Yichen can't offend, this old man can't offend even more. The old man ignored the 4, took a sip of wine again, laughed, and disappeared into the sight of the 4. Kunlun deficiency. When Shinshirshi left the boundary gate for a kilometer, he stopped and said to Yichen, "Mr. Yi, shall we go to the Blood League now, or where?" Yichen looked at the map in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The Blood Alliance is not urgent, I want to go to an old place to have a look. This is also the place where I have to go to the Blood League. It is also the place where I grew up in Kunlun. In other words, he is the door behind me. Hearing the word Zongmin behind him, Shinshirshi is short of breath. He's curious. What kind of clan can breed such a strong man? Yi Chen's adversity was witnessed by his own eyes. Although Wan Dao Jianzun is Yi Chen's master, it is obvious that there must be a strong force behind Yi Chen. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so unscrupulous. Mr. Yi, where is the place you are talking about? Yi Chen Mao's son sees to the west a direction, open away, medical god door. Hearing these three words, Shen Shirshi and Xue Fenghua changed their expressions slightly. The false reputation of the medical god gate in Kunlun is not too loud. After all, Kunlun Shiwu Road is respected. Medical ethics has declined to some extent. What's the use of developing medical ethics without the support of martial arts? Although practitioners will be injured, don't forget that there are pills, refining medicines, arrays and various auxiliary means in Kunlun deficiency. Many injuries, a pill is enough to dissolve everything. This is also one of the reasons for the gradual decline of medical ethics. Another important reason is the leader of the medical god sect. There is no pursuit at all. Only a few disciples have been accepted in 100 years. There are no more than 10 disciples of the medical god sect. Shen Shirshi never thought of the so-called strong background behind Yi Chen is actually this. Mr. Yi, are you kidding? Shen Shirshi determined the way. Yi Chen didn't pay attention, and went straight to the direction of the door of medical god. Although the old man was harsh to him, he was extremely excited at the moment. I don't know what happened to the old man, Shi San, Xiao Bai, Lao Shui and other people in the medical god gate. It is estimated that their accomplishments will surprise these people out of their chin. In those 5 years, it was not too much to get along with these people, but these people have been quietly helping him. He remembered it in his mind. These senior brothers and younger brothers are also one of Yi Chen's few friends in Kunlun. As for Ji Xiqing, he didn't know how to define the relationship. I have friends, but I never said a few words. He is well aware of the gap with Ji Xiqing. Even if Ji Xiqing helps him because of his inferiority complex or is ready to revenge his parents, he does not have much communication with Ji Xiqing. Seeing the distance from the door of medical god getting closer and closer, Yi Chen's excitement is getting stronger and stronger. Half an hour later, Yi Chen finally got to a Zhongmen Hall. Although shabby and silent, this is Yi Chen's first home in Kunlun. But when he came to the door of medical god, Yi Chen was stunned. The smile on his face solidified completely. Because at the moment, the door of medical god has the vitality before leaving. The door is crawling all over the spider web. It's like I haven't cleaned it for a long time. How could? Yi Chen stares at the plaque, making sure there is no mistake. He pushes the door open without hesitation. An air of dust swept in. Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness is released. But found no one in the door of the god of medicine. The old man is gone. Stone 3 is missing. Once the laughter completely disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there is only Yi Chen. Yi Chen's murder is released. Shen Shirshi realizes something. He quickly comes forward and says curiously, Mr. Yi, do you think the door of the medical god will be changed? The aura here seems to have dried up. It is very likely that the door of medical god has moved. We Wanjianzong will change places almost every 100 years, maybe the same is true of the medical god gate. Yi Chen nods, which is also a possibility. He had to be calm before he could be sure what was going on at the door of the god of medicine. He went deep into the hall and glanced at all the places. It really meant moving away. It's empty. But the old man didn't take away some important things. What happened to Kunlun Su in less than a year? Why did they not come to China to inform themselves? When Yi Chen is puzzled, an old man with a bent body and cloth clothes comes from the outside. When looking at the 3 strangers inside, they were surprised, and then said, "Are you 3 wrong?" In the eyes of the old man, there was no doctor for a long time. The only explanation is that they went wrong. Yi Chen heard the familiar voice, "Body a Zheng, fierce turn around." This voice he is very clear, Shi 3's father Shi Zhenhai. Shi Zhenhai obviously knows Yi Chen too. His eyes are wide and his fingers are trembling. "Xiao Chen, are you back?" Yi Chen 1 step and 2 steps to Shi Zhenhai, just want to talk, but see Shi Zhenhai right arm hanging a piece of black cloth. The custom of black cloth is the same as that of China. The death of a close relative. But Shi Zhenhai has only one relative. That's Shi San. Chapter 638. Yi Chen's eyes are somehow moist. He tried to wake up and looked at Shi Zhenhai in front of him and laughed. Uncle Shi, I'm Xiaochen. Where is Shi San? Take me to meet him. I owe him several drinks. Before getting the exact answer, Yi Chen dare not guess what. Shi Zhenhai heard Yi Chen's words, her eyes darkened, her eyes flushed, and her old hands trembled slightly. Xiao Chen, Shi Sanha, he's gone. He left peacefully, so don't disturb him. This time I came to the medical god gate to get back some of his things and burn them down to the bottom. This time, the body leaves. An invisible breath overflows. How could Shi San go? No way. Shi San is Shi Zhenhai's third son. The first two sons both fell in the void of Kunlun. Shi Zhenhai, in order not to let Stone 3 into the afterworld, then let Stone 3 choose the door of medical god. The way of medicine is always safer than the peak of martial arts. In the 5 years when Yi Chen entered Kunlun Su, Shi San, and he went from death to life many times. Yi Chen at that time could not survive because he had not yet fully entered the cultivation. Without Shi San, he might have died in the mouth of the beast. What impresses Yi Chen most is that Shi San breaks an arm in order to block Yi Chen's sword. Although the old man restored Shi San's arm by operation, it was a permanent sequela. This is what medical ethics can never erase. Yi Chen has secretly vowed that once one day Strong return, he will return Shi San's supreme kindness. In my mind, I constantly recall the days in the door of medical god, and Shi San's simple and honest smile seems to be still yesterday. Xiaochen, I have no ambition in my life, I just want to marry a wife, Hot Kong. Kunlun Su is very big, so big that Shi San thinks he is very small. I went into the door of medical god only to set foot on the supreme medical principle. At that time, it would be a great event to save the dying and heal the wounded in Kunlun Su. There are a group of homeless children in Shubei of Kunlun. They do not have much talent. They are abandoned by the world. They are affected by the battle of the strong all the year round. Some of them have lost their eyes, some have lost their arms and legs. I think one day, with my medical skills, I can give them a second life. I want them to know that in Kunlun, Su is also human and warm, and the pursuit of ice in Wudao is not the only one. Xiaochen, have you met my fiancé? At that time, my grandfather had made an engagement for me. No matter what the other party looked like, I recognized it. But I found out a few days ago that my fiancé was just like a fairy. For a moment, I didn't feel worthy of her. Xiaochen, on my wedding day, I'll treat some strong people of Kunlun Su to sit down and marry her home. You must come to be my best man, but you can't be more handsome than me that day, and you'll rob me of the limelight. Xiaochen, although I was not born in a top family, I am also satisfied with my life. A lovely wife, several intimate friends, wine and stories are really wonderful. I heard that you are going to China. There is no big difference between Kunlunsu and Huaxia, but there is less aura. Next time you come back, you should bring me a beautiful sister-in-law. Although I hope Ji Siqing is your woman, it is impossible to think about it. Who let you enter Kunlun Su now? The words that Shi San once said were heard. As if it were yesterday. The justice of Shi San he knew was awe-inspiring. Shi San, who he knows, has an optimistic life. Even if the medical technique is close to the Tongshan, how can you die? All people in the world may die, but they can't be the disciples of the medical god sect. Yi Chen suddenly converges on his killing machine, and his cold eyes suppress him. He grabs Shi Zhenhai's hand. Uncle Shi, are you kidding? I don't know Shi Sange. Come on, where the hell has he gone? Shi Zhenhai shook his head and put out a hand to pat Yi Chen's shoulder. Xiaochen, I didn't cheat you, he really left. After 5 days, I can't understand something more than you, but it happened. Shi Zhenhai's voice choked, and a line of tears came from the corner of his eyes. From then on, my stone family really has no queen. I thought that he could escape the disaster if he entered the medical god gate and had nothing to do with Kunlun Su's Wudiozong sect. Now it seems that if heaven wants to destroy our stone family, how can we do it? Between the words, Shi Zhenhai seems to collapse, these days trying to suppress the feelings. At this moment the mood completely exploded. The body also falls back powerlessly. Yi Chen's appearance is the last straw that crushed the camel. Yi Chen sees the shape, hastens the true qi to condense, will Shi Zhenhai to help up. Uncle Shi, what happened during my absence? Where did the doctor's gate go? Where did the master go? How could Brother Shi have an accident? At the moment, he is extremely calm. No matter what, he must investigate everything. Fortunately, the Blood League is eager to find Yi Shitian's whereabouts, and there is a force in his father's body to protect him. The Blood League can't move his father at all. His father is safe for a long time. As long as the Blood Alliance does not find Yi Shitian, he is himself. Shi Zhenhai eased up a few minutes, then looked at Yi Chen, what he wanted to say, or did not say. Xiaochen, Shi San, he committed suicide, and has nothing to do with anyone. As for the door of medical god, the second month after you left, you moved away. It was very urgent when you left. I don't know why. Shi Sanben wanted to leave together, but because of me, he still stayed. He even said that if one day you come back, he might still be able to give you a few words. There must be someone in the door of the god of medicine. The secluded stone came here every few months, but he didn't even come to clean it for a few days. He didn't even come here for cleaning. Shi Zhenhai's voice became lighter and lighter, and finally turned into a deep lament. Suicide? Yi Chen sneers, does Kunlun Su still commit suicide? What's more, even if people all over the world commit suicide, Shi San can't commit suicide. Yi Chen looks colder and colder, but the more he asks, Shi Zhenhai dodges more and more, as if there is something difficult to say, so Yi Chen is not embarrassed. It's too easy for him to know something. Uncle Shi, my friend, and I have something to do. I'll take some things to see you later. I don't think I'll go to see you at the bottom of the grave. I'm sure you'll go to see him at the bottom of the grave. I'll take you to see the stone at the bottom of the tomb. Okay, Shen Shirshi, Zifengua, let's go. Yi Chen's eyes were gloomy and walked toward the door of the god of medicine. Shen Shirshi and Zifengua also followed. When the three left completely, Shi Zhenhai let out a long sigh. It means a lot. Chapter 639. Xiaochen, it's not that I don't want to say that there are some things that we really can't contend with. The rule of Kunlun Void is to respect martial arts. If you don't have strength, you can't protect your dignity. Shi San has left. Uncle Shi, I don't want you to be implicated. Let's call it a day and let it be as silent as this dust. Shi San may also mean that below. He always treats you as a younger brother, and he hopes you live well than anyone else. Outside the door of the god of medicine, Shen Shirshi looked at Yi Chen and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, this matter should not be so simple. I know. Yi Chen Mao's sun is suffused with a trace of cold to make people palpitating. The disappearance of the door of medical god and even the accident of Shi San are not simple. No matter who is behind him, I will find him out and ask him to kneel down in front of Shi San's grave to apologize. Because it was getting late, the three had to find a hotel to stay in. The hotel is magnificent. There are different levels of people who come and go. The lowest level is also the state of mind wandering. As for the strongest, it is impossible to estimate. A couple of clear eyes can be seen in the hotel for 3 hours. Without too much staying, it is obvious that they are not afraid of threats. The cultivation of the other side is at least above the realm of the Holy King. The three ordered some food on the 6th floor of the hotel. Before long, the voices of discussion came from several tables around. In a few days, Miss Li will be married with Kunlun Su, who has entered the peak of Lingfu list. This is a great event. What? In a few days, at 8 o'clock this evening, the engagement ceremony will be held. It is said that all the strong people in the neighborhood come here in admiration. Not to mention, Lisan's beauty and figure are really unbearable. It's a pity that most people can't eat this beauty. She has a devil in her heart. What do you mean, brother? An extraordinary man asked the fat man around him curiously. The fat man ate a few peanuts, looked around him, and said in a low voice, Brother, you don't know that Lisan had an engagement before, and her fiancé just killed himself 5 days ago. Don't you think it's strange? If I remember correctly, the sad guy is Sher San of the medical god gate. He has a little skill and strength, but unfortunately, he can't get into Li Xian's eye. The toad just wants to eat swan meat, and does not weigh his own strength. Next to a table is eating Yi Chen, chopsticks hanging in the air. A cold red light flashed through my eyes. Bloodthirsty. Killing. Cruelty. He knew that Li Xin was a woman. For 5 years, Sher San often talked about this beautiful fiancée. Xiao Chen, you must remember that your future sister-in-law is Li Xin, the daughter of Li family. When you come back from China, I'll show you what a fairy is. Not to mention, I have always thought that the Sher family can only be regarded as the smallest family in Kunlun, but I didn't expect that the ancestors of the Sher family had been brilliant, which left me with this retreat. I just don't know what Li Xin feels about me. I'm afraid that a casual and romantic person like me will make this woman crazy. Xiao Chen, you have to refuel. Don't wait for my children. You don't have a partner yet. Yi Chen's ear rings. These words are all the drunken words that Sher San said when he was drinking. For him, the only thought of a better life in the future is Li Xin. Yi Chen at that time a smile, and at this moment, Li Xin, these two names just like a knife edge, dead inserted in his body. If Sher San's death is really Li Xian's, then he wants the Holy Family to be buried with him. At the moment when Yi Chen's anger swept over, the fat man at the next table continued, but there's something wrong with the death of the toad. There's no need for Li Xin to use such cruel hand. I think this matter may have something to do with that Gao Fengping. Gao Fengping is one of the 100 talented people in Kunlun. As long as he doesn't die young in the future, his future is limitless. It's normal for Li Xian to choose Gao Fengping. A waste and a genius, who would you choose? The extraordinary man took a sip of wine. What the hell do you choose? The death of waste is the elimination of advantages and disadvantages, in other words, it is deserved. Seeing Yi Chen on the edge of the outbreak, Shen Shirshi quickly stood up and went to the two men and said in a low voice, It's not good to consume a dead person like this. I advise you to eat honestly. The fat man took a look at Shen Shirshi and frowned. What are you? What's the relationship between me and my friends? If you mind your own business, believe me or not, I will let you stay here forever. After that, the fat man suddenly laughed and said, I understand. Does it mean that you have something to do with that trash? Language down, Yi Chen can no longer help, raised his head, cold eyes shot out. Sher San is my friend. I don't allow you to insult him like this behind his back. If you want to live, kneel down and discard your accomplishments, otherwise you will have to die. Yi Chen's indifferent voice falls like this, incomparably calm. It seems to dominate life and death. The fat man was stunned and looked at Yi Chen. When he felt the realm of Yi Chen, his mouth was filled with disdain. Little waste, I'm dash. Before I finish my words, Yi Chen's eyes are cold, and his palm claps on the table, and his strong anti-shock force directly shakes the peanuts in front of him. Yi Chen 2 fingers a grasp, a peanut is between the 2 fingers. At the same time, the arm gently swings, the invisible killing intention and the air current wrap the peanuts and shoot out directly. Very fast. That little peanuts like a meteor hit the earth, tearing everything. At this moment, the fat man naturally felt the crisis, and the meaning of death seemed to erode his everything. He just wanted to take out his sword to resist, but found that he was not qualified at all. Chi! The peanuts with a cold light penetrated the fat man's throat. With a touch of blood, dead embedded in the walls of the hotel. Chapter 640. The fat man didn't even have the right to speak, and fell directly on the table. This time, the delicacies are destroyed, and even the extraordinary companion feels numb. A peanut can be a murder weapon. The key is that at the moment of Peanut's shooting, he felt the strong self-confidence and killing opportunity in that young man. As if between heaven and earth, the other is the king of life and death. Terrible. After all this, Yi Chen's cold eyes fell on the only one. What I just said, you should have heard it. The man's face was pale, and he took a look at his palm, no longer hesitated, and clapped on the elixir field. A mouthful of blood essence is directly ejected. The elixir field is broken, and the cultivation is destroyed. Just for a moment, the man understood a truth. If we don't abolish the elixir field today, it will be a dead end for him. Zufengua, I'll leave it to you. Shenshurshi, let's go. If Li Xin and Gao Fengping are really the killers of Shirsan, then today's engagement dinner will be controlled by me, Yi Chen. Shenshirshi's expression changed. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen came here and started to make trouble. Although Shirsan's death may have something to do with Li Xian, this is not Huaxia. This is Kunlun Su. Kunlun virtuals strong like clouds. Once people are staring at, the consequences are unimaginable. Mr. Yi, I don't think you are too impulsive. The wedding banquet is bound to be grand. If you smash the stage and others find out your identity, you will be in trouble. Although the Blood League will not attack us for a short time, they will certainly send someone to pay attention to it. If it is not good, we will explain it here. Shenshurshi knows Yi Chen's strength is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he doesn't dare to be arrogant in Kunlun. Even if this place is not the deepest part of Kunlun, there are not many strong ones. But for them, it's dangerous enough. Mr. Yi, do you think this is okay? I will go to Wanjianzong now and ask the leader and all the elders of Wanjianzong to do something. Their strength is enough to crush the Li family, and they are not afraid that they cannot find out the truth. This is the only best plan that Shenshurshi can think of. Yi Chen took a look at Shenshurshi and shook his head helplessly. Since you want to go to Wanjianzong, you can go. I am enough alone. Shenshurshi could feel the displeasure of Yi Chen's words and knelt down in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, no, master, I'm not looking down on you, but everything is based on the overall situation. Now we don't have any power. We'll only be limited to death if we expose and act rashly. As soon as Yi Chen's eyes congealed, he said, Shenshurshi, I order you to go to Wanjianzong immediately. You can't disobey it. However, you can rest assured that I know something in my mind and I won't poke out any moths. Moreover, I didn't say that I would go to this party with my present face. When Shenshurshi heard this sentence, he sighed, Master, do you want to change your appearance? Yi Chen nodded, that is nature. I've come to Kunlun Su anyway. It's time to give a big gift to each major sect of Kunlun Su. The next second, Yi Chen pinched his finger, and his face suddenly changed. Shenshurshi didn't feel anything when he heard Yi Chen's words, but when he found Yi Chen's face now, his eyes almost glared out. Because Yi Chen now is Yi Shitian, who is terrified by the numerous forces in Kunlun. Is Master crazy? Yi Shitian's identity is exposed, but he is extremely dangerous. He just wanted to persuade what, Yi Chen put on half a mask again. The mask covered half of his face, and there was no concrete appearance at all. Mr. Yi, if you do, who will guarantee your safety? Shenshurshi can't limit his master to danger. Yi Chen, with both hands behind him, looked at a restaurant in the distance and said, I am responsible for my safety. If you don't leave here again, I will not step into Wanjianzong from now on. As you said, my power is too weak now, so I need the strong man of Wanjianzong to take charge. Hearing this, Shenshurshi looked at Yi Chen with a worried look, and disappeared completely in his sight. It's time for the Wanjianzong to issue a hunting order to his master. Moreover, judging from the first battle of the airport in Jiangnan province in China, the master's strength was far superior to him. He was just a little elder in Wanjianzong. Now it is impossible for him to help Yi Chen. Only by going to Wanjianzong to find a stronger master can he have a chance. Otherwise, with the speed of Yi Chen causing trouble, Kunlun Su will be pierced by this guy before long. Soon, peace returned to the world. Wearing a mask, Yi Chen's mouth outlines a touch of cold, and walks towards the restaurant with bright lights in the dark. That is where Li Xian and Gao Fengping hold the engagement banquet. It was a happy event. He didn't want to ruin it, however, someone destroyed a pure land in his heart. Kunlun Su, Zuixinlu. This building was built by Yibao Pavilion, which was later handed over to the Li family. Li's family is a large family with a radius of 100 li. At this time, there was an endless stream of guests. It was a celebration. Yi Chen with a mask appears directly in the restaurant. Although you can only enter with the invitation card, there is a good array here, but it is nothing to Yi Chen. He accepted the supreme inheritance, so that in Kunlun Su, his understanding of the array is far beyond everything. How could a mere array bind him? The engagement has not yet begun. Yi Chen finds a quiet place to sit down. It's surrounded by powerful people and celebrities of the nearby generation. Fortunately, Yi Chen glanced around and found that most of them were the strong ones, such as the Transcendental Realm, the Holy Realm and the Holy King Realm. As for the Wonderland, there were only 3 people in the audience. 2 of them are waiters. Although Yi Chen is in a state of mind wandering, he really wants to talk about strength, at least in the transcendental state. In addition, it is not difficult to cut into the Holy Land. However, in order to deal with such strong people as the Holy King's realm, we can only rely on the 2 great powers of the reincarnation cemetery. Yi Chen sat there, countless doubts and bad eyes, attracted everyone's attention. Who is the boy in the mask? Is it true that Shenyijing is also the person invited to this banquet? How do I feel that this boy is familiar, and I always feel that I have seen it somewhere. Let's not forget that Kunlun has some confusing techniques that can cover the breadth of cultivation. Yi Shitian is the best example. It is said that his first breath exposed in the Battle of Yibao Pavilion in Kunlun Mountain in China was Zenyuanjing. Do you think Zenyuanjing can kill Zhuang Bufan? And only one plum blossom? Can Zhenyuan state summon dragon and thunder? The analysis of the misty breath of Yi is based on my analysis. Hearing the name of Yi Shitian in the crowd, his eyes were completely afraid. During this period of time, it seems that the whole Kunlun Su is spreading the battle of Yi Shitian. After all, people who can fight against Yibao Pavilion and Blood League hardly exist. Chapter 641. Some people say that Ye's realm of killing heaven is unfathomable. It looks very weak on the surface, but in fact it is a strong one, like the Holy King's realm or returning to the Void Realm. When he was about 20 years old, he achieved this achievement. Only Yi Chen was on the surface of Kunlun Shuming. Even the Kunlun Zuling Fu list ranked Yi Shitian in the top 10. The only thing to contend with is Ji Xiqing, the first day of Kunlun Su. Even if the peak of all people preparing to curry favor today is number 99 on the list of Lingfu. There is no doubt that the bottom of the existence. No one talks about Yi Chen anymore. In their opinion, the topic of Yi Shitian is undoubtedly more interesting. But in the deep, there is a person staring at Yi Chen's mask. His body trembled, because Yi Chen's eyes and temperament made him think of Yi Shitian. And he happened to witness the destruction of Yibao Pavilion in Kunlun Mountain in China, and Yi Shitian's strong rise. How could it be so like? Yi Chen does not care about these eyes in the slightest. After tonight, he and these people will not have any intersection. He only cares about the answers in those 2 populations. At this time, a beautiful shadow swept towards Yi Chen. She is elegant and refined. She has an ethereal breath. Her legs are long and her eyes are like tassels. It is a buttock sitting beside Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced, without any fluctuation. The woman seemed to be very interested in Yi Chen. She held out her hand and said, "Sir, it seems that you are not familiar. Is it the first time you come to Zuixian Tower? My name is Ding Yuner, arranged by Yibao Pavilion, to witness the engagement of a new couple. I don't know what to call sir." Ding Yuner is confident enough that her family is in charge of a branch pavilion of Yibao, and she is also an upper-class figure in Kunlun. As soon as I stepped into Zuixian building, I felt flattered by many people. These 3 words are enough to change people's views on her. The reason why she approaches Yi Chen is that she is curious about Yi Chen's temperament. A strong eye, on the contrary, has a strong vision. This kind of person, no matter what, is absolutely right to attract. Yi Chen heard the other side from the Yibao Pavilion, sneered, "My name is not necessary, scattered repair A, you will not want to know me." As soon as he had finished speaking, a cry of surprise came. The next second, Yi Chen is to stand up, staring at a girl wearing sexy. The girl was dressed in a rose robe, tied into a big bow with purple ribbon around her waist, and her long hair poured down like a waterfall. The body is enchanting, enough to use the devil to describe, twinkle and smile, charming. Li Xian. At the moment, Li Sun Qin Yang, arrogant. As if the whole world was around her. But Li Xian's side is standing a tall and handsome man. The man is about the top of the world, his left hand is holding Li Sun's waist and nodding to many people. The crowd marveled. It's a beautiful woman. Although Yi Chen wants to control the anger in his heart, he still can't stand it, and the cold killing machine is released. Ding Yun'er is stunned by this killing opportunity, and then her breath stops. A pair of invisible hands seem to hold her throat. She took a look at Yi Chen's direction and couldn't think of it. Why did this cruel youth break out such a murderous opportunity? Did Li Xian hurt this cold young man? The killing machine soon converged. Yi Chen asked the waiter for a glass of wine and drank it down. Ding Yun'er snapped a finger, asked for a glass of wine, gently shook the glass, and said, "Sir, if I'm not wrong, you should have suffered a lot in love. What can't be done in this world? Besides that Li Sun is not a suitable role to be a wife, you cannot be deceived by her gentle appearance. Women like to cheat most." Yi Chen, this just dropped the attention in Ding Yun'er's body. It seems that you know Li Sun very well. Ding Yun'er heard Yi Chen finally talk to her, and came to a trace of interest, and continued, "Although this is Li Sun's engagement banquet, but I will not look at the face of the Li family. As far as I know, this Li Sun is a very effective woman. This Suixian building was originally the stuff of Yibao Pavilion, but Li Xian ate this place by means of means. I can't find one in 100 miles. And more." Ding Yun'er's body is slightly close to Yi Chen, and her chest is white and open, straight and attractive. But Yi Chen did not have the slightest reaction. Ding Yun'er lost a little bit, approached Yi Chen's ear, and continued, "There are also rumors that San, who is Li Xian's original fiancé, was forced to death by Li Sun. San once went to Li's house to look for Li Xian many times, but they were all rejected. Only once did Li Xian come forward. That time, she let San ignite hope, but she left San mercilessly in hell. That time, Li Xian humiliated San in front of the public. It was very ugly. Even I couldn't see it anymore." Ding Yun'er didn't notice Yi Chen's killing intention at all. She continued, "This is not the most important thing. After San went back from the Li family, she was in a bad state. The vicious woman's revenge was just beginning. She tried to force San to terminate the engagement. San refused. The next day, San's father seemed to have broken a leg. Later, I heard that San of the medical god gate committed suicide for no reason. Although I don't know the reason, I'm afraid it's related to Li Xian." In Ding Yun'er's eyes, this callous young man must be one of those who failed to pursue Li Sun, otherwise he would not expose such a big killing opportunity. In this case, she said some bad things about Li Xian, and maybe she could get more valuable things out of the young man. Of course, these are all rumors in the market, so we don't know whether they are true or not. However, some things are not groundless. "Sir, I have told you so much information that I can't know your name yet." Ding Yun'er, a hand just want to put on Yi Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a startled voice burst open. The whole Zuaxian building seems to be in complete disorder. Chapter 642. A black shadow flashed out of the crowd, holding a dagger in his hand, went towards Li Sun. Crazy and cold. This short saber has blood essence flowing on it. It is obviously a powerful blow. Li Sun looks pale. The knife fell on Li Sun's long white neck. Gao Fengping, beside him, sneered, "Things that don't know how to live or die, even my women dare to move." The next second, Gao Fengping's true chi condenses and hits out with a fist. This blow, the air wave concussion. It's like tearing the air. There were even bursts of thunder. Bang! With a solid fist, it hit the dagger like this. The air is out of order. The dagger broke on the spot. But the black shadow of the assassin was shaken out by this force. The crowd roared. No one thought that someone would dare to assassinate Li Sun on the day of their engagement to Gao Fengping. This is the apple of the Li family. So many masters at the moment, how possible to succeed? Countless eyes looked at the figure that fell out. He was an old man in his 60s, dressed in plain clothes, with a black cloth hanging over his arm. Obviously, I just had a funeral recently. Although the old man is injured, the cold eyes are staring at Lee Sin. This look, like a beast. When Li Xian and her father Li Hu saw the assassin, they were surprised, but reasonable. Because the assassin is Shi's father, Shi Zhenhai. Li Hu stepped out, looked at Shi Zhenhai from a commanding position, and said, "Shi Zhenhai, bastard. You know what you're doing. The Stone family and the Li family have some friendship. Are you really going to destroy all this little friendship?" Shi Zhenhai spits out a mouthful of blood, coldly looking at Li Sin and Li Hu. Since he is here, he is not going back. The only son died, he has no value to live. You Li family still know the friendship between our two families. If you really know why friendship is killing my son. This roar resounds through the whole Zuishin building. This is the anger of a father. He cannot guard his son, at least to give the dead son a reply. Li Sin restore calm, that arrogant Qin So Yang, looking at Shi Zhenhai's eyes are some disgust. Don't you have anything to do with me? I tell you, Shi San's death can only show that he is useless. What's more, if you assassinate me today, you know the price. I don't want to read my old love. Li Xian's voice is extremely cold, the words are more aggressive. This stone shock sea has destroyed her engagement banquet. What's the value of a bad life? Kill and kill. Shi Zhenhai Mao's son is blood red, he supports the body to stand up, smile, price? Since I'm here today, I don't intend to leave. If I fear death and turn into a fierce ghost, I will come to your Li family, and you will never be at peace. Li Sin, you'd better remember what you did. Remember the death of my son Shi San, it's about you. You use all means to destroy the engagement for your own selfish desire. Why do you want to do this? Even if you don't look up to my son, there's no need to be so cruel. Shi San is the only blood of my stone family. In his whole life, he stepped into the way of medical god, just to help more people. Why do you want to destroy such an ideal child? Shi Zhenhai is hoarse and miserable. The next second, there is a red rune in the hand. When everyone saw the rune, their faces changed. This is a soul-destroying rune. Once triggered, the spirit will burst, and the body will become a very strong force. Enough to compare with the most powerful attack of the Holy Kingdom. Maybe the whole Zuishin building will collapse. Madman. A complete madman. They want to take all the people to be buried with them. Seeing that the power of the soul-destroying talisman was about to break out, Gao Feng Pingmu said coldly, "You don't think I will give you this opportunity?" Li Xian also said, "Feng Ping, kill this old undead quickly. Don't let him succeed." Gao Feng Ping's momentum suddenly ascends, and has reached the Holy Land. Then a red light was emitted from the fingertips towards the soul-destroying rune in the hands of Shi Zhenhai. The red light burst out suddenly and turned into a bloody sword, tearing apart the soul-destroying rune that had not yet condensed. Shi Zhenhai was instantly bitten back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, a shadow flashed by. The peak moves, it appears in front of Shi Zhenhai. The sword is drawn out from his waist. The cold light overflows everywhere, and the sword spirit is sharp. With a sharp sword light, it goes toward Shi Zhenhai's neck. Under a sword, Shi Zhenhai must be separated from him. Even into a blood mist. Gao Feng has a gloomy smile on his flat mouth. He enjoys the pleasure of killing people. Crushing this kind of mole ant will only make his image in people's hearts even higher. Looking at the sword, Shi Zhenhai gave a bitter smile and said to himself, "Dad still didn't do anything for you, but it's okay. You must be very lonely below. I'll accompany you once." He chose to close his eyes. Life and death are calm. People in the distance shook their heads helplessly. Ding Yunar also sighed deeply. She just wanted to say something to the youth around her, but she found that the youth around her was missing. The whole body is full of wind. Along the wind, he saw a shadow quickly swept away. Shadow wrapped with blood, evil spirit and anger, steadily fell in front of Shi Zhenhai. And then 5 fingers stretched out, holding Gao Feng Ping's sword directly. "Hold it." The sword can't go any further. This sudden change, so that all the guests and even the Li people's face changed. No one would have thought that at this time, there would have been someone to save people. It's not killing me. Gao Fengping took a look at the masked youth who saved Shi Zhenhai, and said in a cold voice, "What the hell are you? I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out of here. Otherwise, even you will be killed today." Yi Chen ice and cold, the anger in the heart has burned to the extreme. He was almost sure that Shi San's death had something to do with the dogs and men. He doesn't allow Shi San's father to have any mistakes. No matter who is not qualified to hurt Shi Zhenhai. Blood dragon roars inside. The breath of endless blood dragon and killing winds around Yi Chen's arm. Today, no one has the right to move him. It's anyone. Those who disobey, behead. Click a sound, incomparably clear and crisp. The sword in Gao Feng's flat hand was directly broken by 5 fingers. At the same time, Yi Chen held the blade of the broken sword and roared wildly. The blade was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of thousands of beasts. Directly came to Gao Fengping. Crazy sword sense fell. Gao Fengping noticed something was wrong and quickly backed up. But no matter how fast the reaction is, blood is still getting worse. Chapter 643. Gao Fengping finds his hand unconscious. It hurts. He glanced at his arm. Empty. It's just cut off. This scene let the expression of all present solidify. Who did not expect, at this time will suddenly kill a person, with the posture of turning the tide, cut off the spirit Fu Bang Gao Fengping's arm. What strength is needed? Shi Zhenhai felt something wrong, opened his eyes, and saw a figure in front of him. He felt familiar, but he couldn't say. "Little brother, you don't have to take risks for me. I'm old and I can't live long, but you're still young." Shi Zhenhai has some regrets. Because he is a drag on others. Yi Chen ignored, step by step toward the peak flat. Soon came to Gao Fengping. "I'll give you a choice. Kneel down. I'll give you a whole body. Otherwise, you will not be eligible for the whole body." The voice was cold, like death's judgment. At this moment, everyone is confused. They have never seen such a conceited person. There are so many strong people here. How can the masked youth have such a strong morale? Self-abandoning cultivation. The whole body. Gao Fengping's scarlet eyes were staring at Yi Chen, and his anger broke through his brain. He roared in one direction, "What are you still standing there doing? Take this little beast. I want this little animal to live and die." Words fall, the shadow of a few figures in an instant appeared at the side of Yi Chen. 10 people. The realm of 10 people is no less than holy land. And Li Hu also reacted and roared, "Come on, take this troublemaker. Cut off his hands and feet." Li family Deep Master and Zuixinla Strong all appear. How can they be unprepared for such a big day today? In an instant, dozens of people surrounded Yi Chen and Shi Zhenhai. The long sword is shining, the cold light is dazzling. Before the sword moves, the meaning of the sword becomes first. The light of the sword expands thousands of feet, just like a dragon coming out and covering the sky and the earth. The whole Zuaxian building seems to be shrouded. To the extreme. Shi Zhenhai was completely confused. He didn't expect to see so many people suddenly. He looked at Yi Chen, who was wearing a mask. He even said, "Little brother, don't worry about me. I'll hold them down. You can try to run." Yi Chen smiles. He looks at Shi Zhenhai in a light voice and says in a soft voice, "Uncle Shi, the third brother of Shi treats me well. Although he is dead, I will treat you as a relative. Today, we will not have any accidents." Shi Zhenhai just wanted to say something. Suddenly, he found the voice very familiar. Look at that eye again. He's almost petrified. This masked man is actually Xiaochen. Although the voice and appearance have some changes, but can't be wrong. They only met hours ago. He just wanted to exclaim, but found Yi Chen winked at him, obviously to keep a secret. There was a thump in his heart. It's so critical. What's the secret? But he knows Yi Chen's strength, and his son Sher San is much worse. How to live in such a dangerous situation? Li Sin knew that the victory was in hand. She was a bit bold. She gazed at Yi Chen and stepped out. Then, a cold voice rang out, "Boy, do you want to be a hero with a mask? Did you mean to ruin my engagement dinner? Stupid trash, do you know how many strong men are hidden in the dark in our Li family and Gao family? Tell me, who is behind you?" Yi Chen. This just fell on Li Xian's body. His eyes were full of anger. This woman destroyed all of Sher San. I just want to ask you if Sher San's death has anything to do with you. Li Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the masked youth came for Sher San. When did Sher San have such a strong man around him? She stopped thinking about it, and said with a cold smile, "What if the death of Sher San's waist has something to do with me? What if it had nothing to do with me? He's just a toad who wants to eat a swan." Li Xian words have not finished, a cold wind suddenly rises. And then, paw! A red palm print is directly printed on Li Sin's cheek. At the same time, Li Xian flew out. Spit out a mouthful of red blood. This slap is mixed with Yi Chen's anger. If he didn't want to investigate the real cause of Sher San's death, this slap might have taken Li Sin's head off. He won't let this woman die so easily. He wants this woman to enjoy torture in front of Sher San's grave. All the people at the scene did not expect that there were so many strong men and swords surrounding them, and the masked youth would act recklessly. Is this masked youth a psychopath? Li Hu reacted and quickly helped her up. She said, "Li Sin, do you have anything? Did you hurt anything?" Li Sin stood up, covered almost red and swollen face, staring at Yi Chen, angry voice, "Li family strong, listen to orders, immediately start. The boy and the old undead will be killed directly." "Yes, miss." The next second, the strong man of the Li family carries the sword of heaven, intending to leave Yi Chen and Shi Zhenhai. It's like turning into a sword-like beast, trying to devour two people. Gao Fengping also responded and told the Gao family's strongmen, "Gao people, listen to the order, gather the sword array, and tear the bodies of these two short-eyed animals." "Yes, young master." Sword array, powerful momentum seems to swallow everything. Sword moves let all the furniture around tear on the spot. Also into a giant animal shadow. The whole Zuaxian building seems to be unable to bear the power of these two killing beasts. It's about to collapse. The onlookers retreated one after another. Once they got close, maybe their bodies would be torn. They looked at the two most powerful forces and were shocked. No one would have thought that the Gao family and the Li family would be so crazy, with this kind of strength to deal with two people. Such strength, not to mention those two people, even 10 strong people into the Holy Land cannot bear it. In their opinion, masked youth and Shi Zhenhai will surely die. Ding Yun'er, with her beautiful eyes flowing, wants to stand up and say a few words for the masked youth, but think about it or forget it. Although she is not afraid of the Li family. But if Li family and Gao family together, also can be unnecessary trouble. What's more, she is not familiar with the masked youth, and even doesn't know her name. Why help a dead person who is not necessarily valuable? The beast is furious, and the sword is in full swing. People exclaim repeatedly, one after another. Frightening eyes toward Yi Chen condense and come out, all parties react differently. But all this can't shake Yi Chen's calm heart. Looking at the sword power sweeping across the river, Yi Chen smiles coldly. Directly sacrifice a sword formula. This sword formula can make all swordsmen obey. What's the meaning of a sword beast? Yi Chen step out, breath suddenly release. Staring at Li Sin and Gao Fengping, he roared, "Go back to me." The mountains and rivers capsized. The beast runs. It seems that the sword idea is completely out of control. A breath of ancient times envelopes the whole Zuaxian building. Under the violent collision, the overflowing sword chi will turn into hell on earth in an instant. The sword spirit flies, and those who hold the sword are directly shocked by the attack. Blood spray. It's not enough. Break it again. This roar, Yi Chen body, momentum again. The long river is broken. The wind roars. Everything is sweeping. There are so many people. Only silence. Thank you for your support for this book. Chapter 644. Zuixian Building. Countless bodies hit the ground like this. Li family is even Gao family. Many strong swordsmen are all smashed on the ground. The sword in their hands is either broken or stuck on the ground, and the handle of the sword tilts towards the masked youth. It's like submission. Within 10 meters, only one young man stood up with his hands down. That is Yi Chen. The howling of pain and blood flow like a river in Zuixianlu. It's shocking. Yi Chen knows the power of Wanchen sword formula, which is not the first time to use it. However, he did not expect that the Wanchen sword formula would burst out with such a powerful power. Far beyond the power of Jiangnan International Airport. Is it because of Kunlun Su? Kunlun is full of empty spirit, which is also the reason why Wanchen Jianjue becomes more powerful. However, he is also very clear, fortunately, this group of strong men are using swords. If they are replaced by other weapons, he really has no chance of winning. He glanced at all the people on the scene. As far as he could see, all of them subconsciously stepped back. In addition to the eyes of horror is fear. The whole Zuixian building is silent to the extreme. Who could have thought that the mysterious youth who seemed to be in a state of ecstasy had such strength? But dozens of strong men. Most of them are the strength of Transcendental Realm or Holy Land. Although the supernatural realm and entering the Holy Realm are only ordinary in Kunlun, in this drunken immortal building, all the forces are united, even the Holy King's realm cannot bear it. What's more, they didn't see how the mysterious young man did it. Just step on it. 1 foot has the strength against the sky. Hell, no! Ding Yun air subconsciously covered his mouth, a trace of slight exclamation or overflow. Before that, the reason why she approached Yi Chen was to see that Yi Chen had some different things. She knew that Yi Chen might have hidden her own strength, but she didn't expect to be so evil. A single move is enough to break everything, no one on the scene will do it. When did this mysterious strongman exist around here? Surprised not only Ding Yun'er, but also Shi Zhenhai. In 5 years, Yi Chen also went to Shi Zhenhai's home many times. Shi Zhenhai learned some things about Yi Chen from his son Shi San. He came from China. He didn't cultivate himself. His family was in the middle of the world. Not even a spiritual root. Only Van Gogh. Every root can be cultivated, but there is no great achievement in life. This may also be the reason why the Master of Medical God took Yi Chen in. For 5 years, Yi Chen spent almost 2 years in sarcasm. In the next few years, Yi Chen did not go to the Medical God Gate. It seemed that he had gone to a secret place of Kunlun Su. He only stayed in the impression of Yi Chen when he came out occasionally. But did not expect, this moment that Fan Root Youth unexpectedly to turn the tide. Dozens of powerful people in the extraordinary realm and even in the Holy Land can't do anything about it. It's too scary. He even suspected that the young man in mask was really Xiaochen. And at the moment with the mask of Yi Chen, but step by step toward the peak of peace and Li Sin go. He could feel some very dangerous breath in the deep. If it wasn't for the sword rhyme that suppressed so many strong people, those breath might have been used long ago. Before the group reacts, he has to make a quick decision. Soon, Yi Chen stopped, that cold eyes swept a glance at Li Sin and Gao Fengping. Now, am I entitled to know the answer? Li Xian's beautiful face is now only beautiful. She had no idea that such a strong man could speak for Shi San. And she is very clear, Shi San's death is because of her. Once let this masked youth know the truth, she will surely die. She is close to her father, the other hand is to hold Gao Fengping's hand. At the moment only these two people can make her feel at ease. Dad, what to do? Li Hu looks gloomy. He doesn't know the strength of this boy in front of him. Although it's the breath of the Wonderland. But just a move is enough to show that the other side is in the Holy Kingdom. Obviously, the breath was obscured. He could only say, "Sir, is it too much for you to do so?" The Li family and the Zhou family are also big families nearby. They are not weak in Kunlun. You will be punished by heaven for destroying my daughter's big day like this. Most of the people here represent all kinds of forces. If you don't stop today, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen sneered, "What are you, did I ask you?" Li Hu's face changed greatly, and he could not help it anymore. He directly forced a drop of blood essence and shot at Yi Chen. "Little beast, I'd like to propose a toast and not to eat or to punish wine. I thought I was afraid of you." Blood essence bloom, blood mist bursts. At the same time, Li Hu's hand appeared a guqin. As soon as the guqin comes out, a breath of yin and evil comes. The crowd exclaimed, "Liyu's piano." This is actually the instrument of Liu, which has disappeared for many years in Kunlun. The legend of a magic sound shaking Kunlun in those days was extremely frightening. The magic weapon was actually obtained by the Li family. Once the magic sound rings, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even the Ding Yuner in the crowd also shows eyebrows and frowns, and says, "Old fox." If this masked youth was not killed, I'm afraid it would have been hidden by Li Hu. And Yi Chen's expression at the moment is really incomparably strange. Because there is a voice from the Samsara cemetery. From the immortal lord. "Boy, the wood of Li Yu's zither is ancient Liyue wood. Your sword is short of a suitable scabbard. Do you understand my words?" Yi Chen naturally understood. When he turned the long sword in his hand, the edge of the sword trembled, and the sword spirit was vertical and horizontal. He went directly to Li Hu. "I'll take your Liu piano." Li Hu's face is ferocious at the moment, he has no choice. If you don't kill this boy today, they won't be able to leave. No longer hesitant, Li Hu will Liu a piano suspended in front of the body, fingers gently dial. A clear sound resounds through the whole Zuixian building. The sound of a string of soft water seems to turn into a long cold sword and sweep towards Yi Chen crazily. "Boy, I don't care who you are. Since you must fight against my Li family today, you will stay forever." Broken. Roaring sound, that innumerable sword virtual shadow swept away. Only in the middle, Yi Chen can feel the pressure brought by the sound of the piano. Like a huge mountain crazy down. Not only that, it seems that there is some magic in the sound of qin, which makes him unable to gather his true qi. Feeling the influence of the sound of the piano, Yi Chen took a deep breath and offered his life talisman. In a flash, Yi Chen was wrapped by countless thunder and lightning. Lightning seems to break everything. And the sword in Yi Chen's hand is turned into a sword to cut sky thunder. Just the magic sound, I really think I'm sleepy. Yi Chen carries Wanjun thunder and lightning to stride several steps directly, and then splits down with a sword. The air makes a violent spark. Chapter 645. Li Hu's mouth showed a disdainful smile. A burst of high-pitched music burst out. With the sharp sound falling, a substantial sound wave swept towards Yi Chen. In the moment of touching Yi Chen, it seems to be a huge wave. Once you hit Yi Chen, you will die. Yi Chen felt the crisis, no longer hesitated, the sword in his hand disappeared directly. The next second, a cold light broke through the sky. It's the sword of heaven. As soon as the sword comes out, the aura of heaven and earth seems to be absorbed. Don't even need Yi Chen to do it. Boom! The sword was cut horizontally and exploded in the next moment with a roar. The roof of Zuixian building is lifted up directly. We can see how terrible the power is. Pedaling, pedaling, pedaling. Yi Chen back a few steps, and Li Hu is also. He spits out a mouthful of blood. Li Yu's piano is full of blood, shocking. No way. There is a sword that can break my Liu piano. He was staring at the sword which was suspended in the air. He just wanted to talk. The sword is moving again. With bursts of blood light sweeping. If you want to kill the dragon, you can kill the dragon. No reason. Li Hu's eye saw that the strange sword came again. He steadied himself and swallowed a pill. Then, 5 fingers pull the strings. Like a bow and arrow. Bow string release. The wind are changing. 100 zhang arrows like a direct shot toward the dragon-asked sky sword and go. This blow is enough to destroy all the magic soldiers. Yi Chen naturally feels something is wrong. It's not necessarily enough to fight by cutting dragon sword alone. He stopped hesitating and roared, "Sword!" Cut dragon-asked sky sword in the air, then suddenly came to Yi Chen's body. 5 fingers. The power between heaven and earth seems to be in the hands. At this moment, Yi Chen feels in control of the whole world. The other one patted the dragon and asked the sky sword, "Today, you and I fight together, it's the first step to split the supreme rule of Kunlun." 10,000 swordsmanship, love it. A roar. Wan Dao sword meaning with the innumerable thunder and lightning in Yi Chen's body. Into kendo into a thunderbolt. Now Yi Chen's strength, coupled with the sky sword, how terrible it is. For a moment, on the sky and night, the clouds surged. There are many visions. Visible to the naked eye, the aura of 100 miles is pouring into the mysterious youth and strange swords. The rainbow runs through the sun as if it turns into a river of heaven. It roars down from the sky and goes straight to Li Hu's powerful arrow. This sword is Yi Chen's best strike. This sword is also the first sword that the sword of chopping the dragon and asking the sky is really used. No matter what, we should leave an indelible scar in Kunlun. He wants to tell the world that he is back. The killing god Yi Shitian swept in. All over the sky, the sword chi sweeps all directions, and Yi Chen's momentum reaches an extremely terrible level. Just a sword, let the guests look shocked. Who is this mysterious youth? So young and so powerful, I'm afraid they are the young talents in the list of Lingfu. Nonsense, Lingfu list is the talent of Kunlun empty talents. This mysterious young man has more than 20 bones. He is definitely qualified to enter the list of spiritual Fu. Maybe this boy can be ranked in the top 50. Feel Yi Chen blooming out of the startling momentum, many strong people quite moved. This sword is too strong. Is it not enough for Kunlun to kill the sky? Will there be a masked youth? Someone murmured. Do you think this boy is Yi Shitian? You think too much. If it's really that Yi Shitian, the masked youth may have already attracted the divine thunder and the dragon, and the Li Hu is still qualified to stand. What's more, it is said that Yi Shitian doesn't like to use sword, but he likes to kill people with plum blossom. The other side should not. In the crowd discussion, Li Hu felt the crisis, no longer hesitated, the power of the strings suddenly increased to the extreme. This time, the sound of the piano broke out more thoroughly, such as thunderburst, echoing between the sky. A wave of air suddenly spread out, it seems that the air wave into thousands of beasts, from hell out. Toward Yi Chen mercilessly bite and go. I said, you're Guqin, I'll take it. Yi Chen's words fall, and the meaning of the startling sword sweeps down. Two forces collide directly, the sound of thunder bursts through the sky. Countless monsters and beheading dragons collide with the sky sword. Rippling out of a layer of substantial waves, swept towards the surrounding. The array of Zuaxian Tower is broken directly. The whole building seems to collapse at any time. Damn it! Everybody, back off. Zuaxian building is going to fall down. Looking at the violent air waves and the crumbling wall, all the guests and even Gao Ping and Li Xian all retreat to the safe place. Even Shi San's father is so. When everyone left, a loud noise came. There's smoke and dust. Zuaxian building collapsed directly. It's splashing dust. All eyes are covered. I don't know why, everyone subconsciously thought of Yi Shitian. Only Yi Shi genius dare to be so crazy. The masked youth is not really Yi Shitian. The sound of the vibration became lighter and lighter. The dust also slowly returned to calm. The crowd breathed a long breath. I don't know who won the attack of the mysterious youth and Li Hu. Until the smoke completely disappeared, they saw a figure in the ruins. The figure is proud in the world, holding a Guqin in his hand. My dad won. The little animal is dead. Li Sun saw Guqin exclaimed, she was excited to the extreme. but did not expect, a cold not ding sound ring. From Gao Fengping. Take a closer look. Lisan zheng, and then look at the figure, but found that the other hand is still holding a sword. The key person's face is wearing a mask. The mysterious youth is still alive. Still alive. Then, she saw a headless corpse, and a blood-sparkling head. Li is her father's head. At this moment, time seems to be still. At this moment, the light of the whole challenge arena only left that figure. The whole world fell into a dead silence. This strange silence, as if after thousands of years, this just broke out. Li Hu is dead. The Li family is destroyed. Kunlun Su was born a strong man against the sky. Ding Yun'er's delicate body trembled and regretted. If she had been more active just now, does it mean that Yibao Pavilion can attract a genius? The mysterious youth has such a magic sword. If you add the Liu's piano, it's absolutely terrible. Yichen ignores all people's eyes and goes to Lisan. When he came to her, he stopped. I'll ask again for the last time how Shirsan died. Lisan scared a buttock to sit on the ground. At the moment of Yichen in her eyes is from the devil of hell. Li family and father cannot stop, who can stop Ah? Chapter 646. Master, Shirsan's death really has nothing to do with me. Words have not finished, Yichen a slap directly in the past. This slap is incomparably crisp, and a blood-red mark is revealed. Li Xian's whole face was swollen this time. Blood is constantly overflowing from the corners of the mouth. Don't challenge my bottom line, I'll kill you easily. At this moment, Lisan was really flustered. Her eyes dodged, and then she thought of something. She fiercely looked at Gao Fengping. She even said, Master, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's Gao Fengping's meaning. The existence of Shirsan completely hinders everything between him and me. He threatened Shirsanhai with his life. If Shirsan doesn't die, it's not only Shirsanhai that will have an accident, all the people around Shirsan will die. Gao Fengping Zheng, when hearing Lisan's words, almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Bitch, you dare say you didn't intervene in this? How dare you say it's what I mean? Don't you feel ashamed to say that? Gao Fengping is also angry. Then his eyes fell on Yichen's body, pointing to Li Xian and saying, My lord, I admit that this matter has something to do with me, but everything is dominated by Lisan. If I have half a lie, heaven will strike thunder. Yichen is so cold-eyed to see two people push back and forth. After a few seconds, Yichen interrupts their argument. You don't have to push back. Today, you two will go with me to Shirsan's grave. Knock 100 heads. Then I'll take you on the road myself. At the moment, everyone takes a breath. Every head has to knock blood, 100 must die. The key is that this method of death is extremely insulting. Gao Fengping's expression is ferocious. He will not kowtow in front of that rubbish grave even if he is afraid of death. What he has is the supreme blood of Gao family. Not only that, he has stepped into the spirit Fu list, and no one dares to move him. You can't kill me. Once you kill me, you offend the Gao family. The details of my Gao family are not comparable to the Li family you killed. Also, I am the one selected by the Lingfu list, which means that I have a gold medal to avoid death. If you... Peak Pinghua has not finished, Yichen moved. The sword in the hand rises and then falls. In this way, the cold light penetrated everything. Tear the night apart. Then, Gao Fengping's ferocious head fell down quietly. If you talk too much, I'll send you on the road first. No one at the scene thought that the mysterious youth would really kill Gao Fengping, and their eyes almost glared out. Is this guy not afraid of the endless revenge of Gao family? Yichen seized Lisan's clothes and said faintly, What I said just now is very clear. Would you like to go to the grave of Stone 3? I will. Lisan has no choice at all. If she doesn't go, her head will land in the next second. This evil spirit dares to do anything. Good. Yichen looked at the stone Zhenhai again, you are also together. Sure, Zhenhai finally reacted from the shock. His lips trembled and he wanted to say something. Finally, he did not open his mouth and followed him silently. When Yi Chen and others are ready to leave, an old figure comes out of the crowd and blocks Yi Chen's body. The old man was dressed in blue and his breath was misty. This is one of the people who Yi Chen felt dangerous just now. It's very likely to be the Holy Kingdom. If this person blocks, it's going to be a lot of trouble. Yi Chen is still light, indifferent voice down. You also want to stop me? My sword will not. The old man shook his head. Although I am an invited guest, I have nothing to do with the Li family. Now that the Li family is dead, I will not stand up for them. What do you mean now? I want the Liu zither in your hand. It's very important to me. I've been looking for this kind of magic weapon all my life. If you want to, I can give you everything you want. Also, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qiu Dao. Some of Kunlun Su's friends think highly of me and call me Qin crazy. When the old man showed his identity, Ding Yuner and everyone almost suffocated. It's Qin Chi Chiu. When Qiu Dao was still in the Holy Land, he killed 10 strong people in the Holy Land with a magic sound. I didn't expect to step into the Holy King's realm now. If he got Li Yu's piano, his strength would definitely be doubled several times. It seems that Qiu Dao must win Li Yu's piano this time. However, the masked youth is a swordsman, and Li Yu's zither is of no use to him. If he takes out this thing and establishes some relationship with Qiu Dao, it will not harm him in the future. Ding Yuner knew Qiu Dao's strength. Naturally, she didn't want Qiu Dao to attack Yi Chen. She stood up and said to Yi Chen, Sir, this business can be done, but I heard that old Qiu got a spirit sword in a secret place of Kunlun. Mr. Qiu, if you trade the spirit sword, you should be more sincere. Obviously, Ding Yuner is speaking for Yi Chen. Qiu Dao didn't expect that Ding Yuner knew everything about the secret place. He looked up at each other and then looked at Yi Chen. I've given you the spirit sword, but little brother, I can promise you that as long as you give me Li Yu's piano, I owe you a favor. What's more, if I get the magic weapon of spirit sword next time, I will give it to you as soon as possible. Obviously, Qiu Dao doesn't intend to trade anything at all. It's a white wolf with empty hands. Between the king's words and the Holy Land. Aggressive. Ding Yuner's face was a little angry, and even said, Old Qiu, it's not good for you to rely on your cultivation to deal with a younger generation. If you spread it out, your reputation in Kunlun will not sound good. Qiu Daosi ignored Ding Yuner, but looked at Yi Chen. Boy, I know you are a sword show. This Li Yu Qin is useless to you. You can do it as you see fit. If you don't hand it in, I won't like it. You don't have the life to eat some things. Facing Qiu Dao's aggressiveness, Yi Chen smiles. Smile incomparably gentle. Chapter 647. Then, a word on such a slow fall. Who said this Li Yu Qin is useless to me? Language down. Cut Dragon asked Sky Sword directly from the reincarnation goal to fly out. The next second, towards the piano of Li Yu. At the same time, Yi Chen's fingers pinched, and the Immortal Lord's skill of refining scabbard constantly sounded in his ear. There was a flame all over him. Fire spread to the piano of Li Yu. At the same time, cut the dragon and asked the Sky Sword to insert into it. Direct destruction. No one thought Yi Chen would do this. Even if the instrument of Li Yu is useless to you, there is no need to spoil it so much. This is an ancient treasure. Although a lot of damage, but also the existence of priceless awe. All the people present have seen a lot of dandies, but they have never seen Yi Chen like this. Qiu Dao's smile suddenly solidified, an invisible anger swept over. Boy, you dare to destroy my Liu piano. Look for death. A roar of hysteria. For Qiu Dao, the music of Li Yu is a great chance. He is sure to get it. But he had no idea that the mysterious young man would destroy him directly in front of him. No longer hesitating, his 5 fingers open, into eagle claws, aura around the 5 fingers. Crazy toward Yi Chen's head. This catch, under the Holy King's territory, will certainly die. But before touching Yi Chen, the piano of burning Li Yu bursts out. The flames suddenly burst into 100 feet. It's like a fire dragon heading for Qiu Road. Qiu Daoizheng, with the power of the Holy King's realm, fiercely pats. In a flash, he felt a crushing force coming. The flame disappears, and what remains is a spirit sword. But the spirit sword is no longer exposed, it seems to be wearing a supreme spirit clothes. Scabbard in. The spirited scabbard seems to be made for the magic sword. Qiu Dao's body retreats fiercely, stabilizes his figure, and stares at the sword suspended in the air. But Yi Chen is 5 fingers a grip, cut dragon-esque sky sword already fly back to his hand. Looking at the moment the complete chopping dragon asked the sky sword, Yi Chen mouth outlined a smile. The immortal lord did not deceive him. With his 5 fingers turning, the scabbard made of the wood of Li Yu and the sword of chopping the dragon and asking the sky were carried behind him. He glanced at Qiu and said, Li Yu's chin is the scabbard of my sword behind my back. Are you satisfied? Qiu Dao's eyes are red and ferocious. Take Li Yu's piano as scabbard. It's totally outrageous. It's better to destroy such a treasure as a scabbard. Little beast, look for death. The cold wind rises suddenly, and the sword qi overflows everywhere. The whole time and space becomes disordered. Qiu Dao's breath broke out completely because of his anger. It's suffocating. A black sword appeared in his hand. Qin Jian. Qin Jian Shanhe. Qiu Dao roared, this is his proud sword skill. The destruction is very strong. A sword falls, mountains and rivers are destroyed. The sun and the moon will not shine when the sword moves. Heaven and earth avoid, as if the mountains and rivers into the dead. Only this sword, as if the heaven and earth into two. The wind suddenly swept, and the wind was like crying and howling. It's like the music of the piano again. The cold breath makes people creepy. Everyone just felt that their throat was choked and it was hard to breathe. Even the naked eye cannot see the shadow of Qiu Dao. Only sword shadow. Yi Chen has a dignified look. It's hard for him to stop him now. But since the other side has made a move, he is going to be brave enough to go on. Cut the dragon and ask the sky sword to sacrifice directly. The talisman of my life flashed out, and thunder and lightning surged in the body of the sword. Blood dragon, come out. The sound of the dragon's voice directly through the whole day. Then, a blood dragon virtual shadow directly drilled out of Yi Chen's body. Block out the sun. The power of dragon is silent. Thunder and lightning from the sky hit the sword of chopping dragon. Wandao's sword means to tear everything, just like a black hole, rolling toward Qiu Dao wildly. This is almost one of Yi Chen's most powerful moves. This sword, he has no reservation. The powerful sword qi, with the power of thunder and blood dragon, is pounding. Boom! The sword is intended to explode in stillness. Everything seems to be frozen. In that raging sword, countless trees cut into tens of millions of pieces. Chudao's Qinjianshan River collapses directly. Flying stones, clouds surging. Suddenly, the young man was surprised to see the animal's mask. Yi Yen Tian. He is Yi Tian. Dragon, thunder and lightning, powerful sword skill. There's no mistake. These 3 words are like thunder in the crowd. At this moment, everything about the masked youth seems to coincide with those of the 100 hunting orders. Countless people open their mouths and can't say what they want to say. And at the moment of Yi Chen, the strong force of the shock hit, his blood gushing up, is very uncomfortable. At the same time, the mask on his face broke into pieces. That easy-to-face of the Yi Yen Tian appearance exposed. Puff! Qiu Dao also flies out like a broken kite. It's not easy to see the petrification of his body, but it's not easy to see his shape. If you look closely, you will find that his pupils are shrinking. Fear filled his eyes. He didn't think that this young man was a frightening leaf. If this is the case, the attack just now is definitely not the strongest one of Yi Yentian. It is said that a plum blossom can break out in the Holy Kingdom. Can also trigger God Thunder. Terrible. At this moment, the whole world is quiet. The person who originally planned to move is not moving. Even back off. Not only that, some weak men knelt down directly. They are completely eroded by the fear of Yi Yentian. This man is mysterious. This man is beyond Ji Xiqing's existence. This man can crush all living beings with a plum blossom. This man controls thunder and dragon. Under a sword, destroy mountains and rivers. This man is the top 10 in the list of spiritual Fu. If you give him 10 years, he will be able to dominate Kunlun Su. How to fight? 1 kneel, 100 kneel. It's as if all the people were in submission. Yi Chen is a little confused. He knows Kunlun Su's fear of Yi Yentian. After all, the power of Yi Fage Tian comes from the reincarnation cemeteries de Ning Duan Lei Ren. In ancient times, the strength of great power is not Kunlun Su and these people can resist. But it's not necessary. However, Yi Chen will not reveal his current strength, but slowly put the sword scabbard behind the sword. Then, both hands bare behind, let the blood dragon around the body. This scene is a great shock. Qiu Ben's eyes are not ordinary, but I don't want to be ordinary. Qiu Dao, do you want the Liu Zither now? I wonder if there are plum trees around here. In the words, there is a trace of cold meaning. Chapter 648. Hearing the plum tree, most of the body trembled. Wet through. And Qiu Dao is the same. I don't know why, in front of him, the appearance of the youth and that kind of horror legend completely engulfed him, and the fear in his heart continued to spread. If this Yi Yan naively breaks out with all his strength, he even has no qualification to stop him. Now Yi Fage Tian's display is just the sky thunder, not the god thunder. If god thunder comes, he will surely die. Think about it all, plop. 1. Qiu Dao also knelt down. Master Yi, I dare not. I don't know that Master Yi came here, or I will never have the heart of prying. I would like to apologize with one arm. Words just finished, Qiu Dao clapped on his left arm. Left arm turned into a blood mist on the spot. Seeing this scene, all of us took a breath together. Let the Holy King's realm be cut off by itself. Only Yi Yentian's reappearance in the river and lake can do it. Everyone thought Yi Fage Tian was in China, but he didn't expect that Yi had already arrived in Kunlun Su. They are sure that before long, the whole Kunlun will have an earthquake. Although hundreds of sects have issued a hunting order, it is just a formality. If there is no 100 strong people to surround Yi Fage Tian, who dares to be the enemy of Yi Fage Tian? It's not death. Yi Chen is very satisfied with the effect in front of him, but he didn't expect that the name of Yi Fage Tian can bring him so many benefits. This may be what it means to subdue people without fighting. Of course, he cannot continue to pursue, or the dog will jump the wall in a hurry. Let's go. Yi Chen looked at Li Xian with dull eyes, and said faintly. Li Sin's whole body is almost soft, but still follow Yi Chen to the deep. She knew she had no choice. Because the youth in front of me is Yi Yan Tian. When Yi Chen steps away from a few steps, he suddenly thinks of something and looks at a beautiful shadow. Ding Yuner. He knew that Ding Yuner was from Yibao Pavilion. If you really want to die. But he didn't feel Ding Yuner's eyes had any killing heart. Do you want to know my name now? Ding Yuner's eyes shrunk and did not speak. Her expression was extremely complicated. She did not dare to look at Yi Chen's eyes. Cowardly low head. She is very clear, Yi Yan Tian's powerful, no one can obstruct. More than 10 days ago, Yi Yentian came to Yibao Pavilion and directly destroyed the Huaxia Branch Pavilion, killing Zhuang Bufan and the Strong Blood Alliance. Today, Yi Xiaotian comes to Kunlun Su, destroys Zuixian Building and destroys Gao family and Li family. With just one stroke, the evil name will ring through the whole Kunlun void. This time, it's not a warning. It's a threat to the whole Kunlun void. He came back. Grave Mound, Tomb of Stone 3. Yi Chen looked at the words on the tombstone, clenched his fist, and an invisible anger swept over his body. Kneel down. Yi Chen's voice sounded like this. 5 years ago, he stepped into Kunlun void. The old man led in the door, but the practice was not personal, but the help of Shirsan. Shirsan taught Yichen the cruelty of Kunlun Su with his actions. He owes Shirsani his life. He thought he could repay him after he got the reincarnation cemetery. But did not expect, see again, is yin and yang separated. The kindness cannot be returned. The only thing we can do is to pay blood debts. Li Xian kneels down directly, tears continue to drop, just want to kowtow, Yichen points out. It fell on Li Xian's eyebrows. The memory of Shirsan swept in. Shirsan secretly falls in love with Li Xin, summon up courage, went to Li's home to see this fiancé. But he was rejected by Li family for various reasons. The sarcasm of Li's servants did not make Shirsan lose hope. He believed that the fiancé was as gentle and generous as her face. He finally met Li Xin, but did not expect Li Xin with vicious words to force. It's hard to hear. The toad also wanted to eat swan meat and completely let Shirsan fall to the bottom. After Shirsan left, he was depressed for a month. New in despair, he thought of Kunlun Su, that group of children in need of treatment, recalled the promise made in front of Yichen. What is a woman? Only by carrying up the doctrines of medicine and communicating with gods and offering sacrifices to the world with medicine, can the cold world of Kunlun Su have some temperature. He was just about to leave the land of right and wrong, but he didn't expect to see a couple of dogs and men. The vicious faces of the dog man and woman are deeply impressed. They wounded Shirsan. Like a dead dog. They let Shirsan destroy the engagement unilaterally, and Shirsan agrees. But unexpectedly, this pair of dog men and women changed their minds. Shirsan didn't commit suicide, he killed him. Died by Li Xian's hand. Yichen loosened his fingers. Li Xin did not notice the difference of Yichen. A fierce kowtow. The forehead was bloody and shocking. When you hit the 60th, the ground is full of blood. She can't hold on. Li Xian was extremely distressed and looked at Yichen with eyes like water. Master, please give me a good time, I can't hold on. Happy? Yichen smiles. Yes, although Shirsan's death has something to do with me, I admit that it is my selfishness, but the main reason is not me. Yichen Mao's son and Ning, good, I promise you, give you a death. Li Xian breathed out a breath and thought to please. But did not expect, Yichen's hand suddenly shot a dozen silver needles. As soon as the silver needle came out, her body was like thousands of ants biting wildly. It's hard. This feeling is more painful than death. Her whole body is rotten. Even the spirit has been mercilessly torn. Like a fire burning her whole body. Master, you didn't promise me ah. Li Xian screamed in horror, she rolled on the ground crazily. The body is full of holes. Yichen pinches his fingers to form a closed array, in order to prevent the woman's blood from touching the clean grave of Shirsan. The sound of endless pain resounds like ghosts crying and howling. Yichen is indifferent. More than 10 minutes later, Li Xinhua became a blood mist. The spirit is destroyed in pain. Yichen took off the appearance of his easy appearance and revealed it in a real way. He looked at Shi Zhenhai, Uncle Shi, what are your future plans? Although Brother Shi is dead, he certainly hopes you can continue to live and live well. Shi Zhenhai took a deep look at the tombstone and suddenly, plop. A kneeling in front of Yichen. Thank you for everything you've done for my son, Mr. Yi. Yichen quickly helped Shi Zhenhai up. I and Shirsan Ben are brothers in the same school. Never kneel down to me. Also, you call me Shaochen, or I will be angry. Shi Zhenhai eased a few minutes, can only silently record Yichen's gratitude. Yi Xian Shaochen, I plan to go to Sushi of Kunlun. Shirsan once said that he would go there and have a look, just as I, a father, fulfill his child's wish. Yichen respects Shi Zhenhai's plan, and takes out some spirit stones and several runes and gives them to Shi Zhenhai. Uncle Shi, you can take these things, at least you can protect yourself in case of danger. Chapter 649. Shi Zhenhai took a look at Yichen's hand. Although he wanted to refuse, he finally accepted it. From some of the things that Shirsan said before he was born, he can still understand Xiaoqin's conduct. If not, Xiaoqin will try to make him accept it. Suddenly, Shi Zhenhai thought of something, and quickly took out a silk-wrapped thing from his pocket. When the silk was opened, there was a gold plate. Xiaoqin, this thing was left by your master and his disciples before leaving the door of the medical god. At first, he gave it to Shi San. After Shi San's accident, I sorted it out from Shi San. I don't know what it is. You can look at it and maybe study it. It's the only thing left by your master. What's more, I heard from Shi San that an old man who was seriously injured once appeared in the door of medical god before they left. Your master took the old man into the temple of medical god, and he didn't leave for 3 days. 3 days later, the old man disappeared. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead, but your master's temperament changed greatly. 1 day later, he left with all the disciples of the medical god sect and left in a very hurry. All I know is that, Xiaoqin, although you have strength now, it's not a good thing to expose yourself to many forces today. At any time, there is nothing wrong with convergence. After Shi Zhenhai explained, he disappeared in the sight of Yi Chen. Some things only let Yi Chen a person to think. Yi Chen looks at Shi San's tombstone and falls into deep meditation. Why did the old man leave in a hurry with the door of medical god? He knew the character of the old man, and he didn't like to argue, didn't pursue fame and wealth, and even could not see joy and sorrow in the old man. But from Uncle Shi's words, it is obvious that there was an accident in the medical god gate. The fuse of this incident was the injured old man. Yi Chen tries to recognize the Lord by dripping blood on the golden array plate, or the spirit consciousness can penetrate into it. It's no use at all. Although this object is an array disk, it seems to be blocked by some force. It can't be opened at all. All of a sudden, Yi Chen thought of something and walked quickly towards the former site of the door of the god of medicine. If you want to find the answer, there is another way. Find the way, restore everything. It's just that the old man taught him a powerful skill, and he naturally had a method to deal with it. I don't know if the old man erased everything before he left. If you erase it, you can't find any technique. The door of medical god. Yi Chen sits down in front of a stone chair in the central garden. Take out the gold plate. The next second, Yi Chen pinched his finger, then gently danced in the air, and drew a rune directly. A strange rune suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. He released his hand, and the golden plate floated, clinging to the rune. Yi Chen's mouth is constantly chanting what, down to the end of the stream, and the birth of all things. Qing is the source of turbidity, and movement is the foundation of stillness. Can break the vitality, thousands of miles to find people. With Yi Chen's speaking speed getting faster and faster, the rune and gold array disc in front of him even floated up. Next second, direct combustion. The flame is blue. It even forms a strange shape. Now! Yi Chen bites his finger and shoots out a blood essence. When the blood essence hits the flame, the fire lights up. Suddenly, the strong idea of counterattack came. As soon as Yi Chen's face changed, he knew it would not be so easy. Poof! Yi Chen suddenly vomited out a mouthful of blood, pale face. He doesn't care about everything. He has to know the truth anyway. Blood dragon gushes out of the body. At the same time, the life talisman is sacrificed. The true qi of Dantian is also continuously converging into the golden array plate and fire. An invisible force seems to tear Yi Chen's body apart. It's impossible to be successful at all. Do you want to give up? Yi Chen just intends to take back his hand. The black stone in his pocket is suspended in front of Yi Chen. At the same time, a sense of desolation covers. Boy, I'll help you once. No more. The voice of the immortal Lord suddenly rings. Later, the fire was more and more prosperous, and the golden array plate was shaking violently. This time, there was a picture in the air. In the picture, Yi Chen sees 2 old men. One of them is the leader of the medical god sect, the old man who saved Yi Chen in Dongqian Lake. But another old man is weak breath, obviously, is the key person in Shi Zhenhai Cao. The old man held the golden array plate in his hand and sighed to the old man, How much time is left in the door of medical God? The injured old man pinched an exponential second and said, less than a year. The door of medical God can't escape the catastrophe. Those guys in the dark have already started to fight. If I were you, take your disciples and leave, at least for a while. The old man snorted coldly, and his hand gripping the array plate burst out. It's impossible for me to leave here. If those people want to really destroy the door of the god of medicine, they should first step on my body. In ancient times, medicine was the main road. Lin Qingxian, the Taishu medical god, stood on top of countless powerful people with the help of the road of medical god. It's a great shock to Kunlun. Why do you give up when you come to me? Being a deserter is not my style. The old man was very excited. The wounded old man sighed. You are not afraid of life and death, but do you think about the group of apprentices? They are still young and will be buried in this catastrophe. Hearing this, the old man calmed down. Is there really no way out? Some words are helpless. The injured old man's fingers moved as if he were counting something. All of a sudden, the sky changed color and a vision arose. The injured old man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. At the same time, he grabbed the old man's hand and said excitedly, do you remember a boy you rescued in China? Yi Chen. The old man's face changed slightly, as if thinking of something. Yes. I used to make a divination for this son. His fate is so strange that he can't even investigate the way of heaven. He is the rare person who breaks the game in the world. In this dead end, this son is the only one alive. If he is around, maybe there is a chance. No, I don't seem to see this boy in the door of medical God today. The injured old man frowned. The old man raised his head and murmured, I can break the mystery with my skills. There is a star in China that is extremely shining. It is the emperor's star. I guess the boy has a bad chance in China, so he let him go back to China. Now I don't know how. On hearing this, the wounded old man sighed, maybe this is the fate. Since he has gone to China, we can't count on it. Now, you should take your disciples to Qingshuanfeng. The descendants of the Taishu medical god Lin Qingxian are there. The medical god sect is also a heritage of Lin Qingxian. If Lin Qingshuan's descendants are willing to fight, the catastrophe can be eased a little bit. Good. The old man hesitated for a few seconds and took a look at the array plate in his hand. The screen breaks down. Qingshuanfeng. Lin Qingxian, the doctor of Taishu. Yi Chen frowns tightly and says. All of a sudden, his face changed, because he found that the words had just fallen, and the Samsara cemetery was shaking. This vibration comes from the third tombstone that hasn't been touched yet. Chapter 650. Yi Chen had not thought much, but the vibration of the reincarnation cemetery is getting stronger and stronger. Is it possible that the third tombstone has something to do with the Taishu medical god Lin Qingxian? It's not him, is it? Yi Chen was the first to step into the door of medical god. The old man said the history of the door of medical god. The door of medical god existed in ancient times, which was created by a divine idea of Lin Qingxian, the medical god of Taishu. Because it is only a divine idea, it only retains part of the medical skills of Taishu medical god. Even if it is part of the medical skills, but also let the door of medical god brilliant for a whole 1,000 years. Kunlun Su was totally different from now. Now the martial road is respected, and in those days, the medical way was even more crushing the martial road. Medical Shenmen is one of the 3 top sects in Kunlun. Unfortunately, later, the essence of medical ethics gradually disappeared. Even lost a large part in the years. This is also the reason why the door of medical god has been reduced to the present situation. The old man lamented countless times that the decline of the medical god gate had something to do with him, but Yi Chen knew that the real decline began thousands of years ago. Lin Qingshuan's magic skill almost disappeared in Kunlun. Even the descendants of Qingshuanfeng are the same. Disciple, come in quickly. The voice of Duan Laren came from the Samsara cemetery. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, consciousness directly into the Samsara cemetery. When he comes inside, Yi Chen finds that Duan Laren and the Immortal Lord are looking at a tombstone with great interest. This is the last tombstone that Yi Chen can move now. At the moment, the tombstone is constantly shaking, surrounded by a strong aura of gold. The aura is constantly gathering, and an invisible pressure makes Yi Chen breathless. "Master, this one is?" Yi Chen asked Duan Laren. Duan Laren touched his beard and said, "I don't know who it is before the words on the tombstone are revealed. However, judging from the breath, some of your words and actions just now outside have something to do with the power, otherwise the other party would not have such a big fluctuation." But the Immortal Lord on one side frowned. "If I didn't guess wrong, this tombstone shouldn't have come out so far in front." Judging from the breath on the tombstone, among the 100 great powers, he was extremely backward. "Even if it's me, if I want to do it, it's not necessarily the opponent." What's more strange, his breath is not like martial arts and cultivation, but more like the power of heaven and earth. Aura is generally colorless and tasteless, but when it comes to him, it turns into gold, which is the best state of aura of heaven and earth. "Boy, if you want to know the identity of the other person, it's easy to put your palm on the tombstone." Yi Chen nodded and stepped out to the black tombstone. He reached out and touched the tombstone directly. The next second, the golden aura seems to be aware of something, towards Yi Chen. Bang! Before Yi Chen reacts, the golden breath penetrates Yi Chen's body like a sharp arrow. Too fast. Fast to the Immortal Lord and Duan Laren also did not respond. They didn't expect that. The reincarnation tomb owner is the master of the Samsara cemetery. The fate of their 100 people is in the hands of Yi Chen. How can anyone hurt Yi Chen? Poof! Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood in his mouth, and is shocked to find that he has a big hole in his chest. He widens his eyes, can clearly feel the vitality in the crazy passage. Did I end up in the hands of the Samsara cemetery? When Yi Chen is frightened, the golden aura is much milder and covers Yi Chen's whole body. The next second, countless vitality rushed into Yi Chen's body. The startling wound gradually disappeared. White bone fusion. Flesh and blood recovery. It's like a miracle. Not only that, Yi Chen also found that the golden aura surrounded the blood dragon in his body. At the moment of touching the blood dragon, the dragon's scales formed suddenly. The original blood dragon virtual shadow is actually a few points. The Immortal Lord and Duan Laren sighed at this scene. It seems that the golden aura is not to hurt Yi Chen, but to give Yi Chen an opportunity. Yi Chen feels the changes in his body. He always feels that there is something more in his body, but he can't say it. At this time, an old voice sounded, "Why do you have 9 days Shenyang Ju?" From that tombstone. Yi Chen looked at the tombstone and arched his hand and said, "Master, the disciple is from the medical god gate. The 9 days of Shenyang must have been taught to me by my Kunlun Su master." The door of medicine? The old voice had a trace of doubt. Obviously, the other party has not heard of the door of the god of medicine. Your 9 days Shenyang resolution is just a remnant. It can even be said that it is not a real 9 days Shenyang resolution. Once you practice it, you will be possessed by demons. Fortunately, you don't have a deep understanding of the 9 days Shenyang decision, otherwise your future achievements will stop here. For the sake of you are the reincarnation tomb owner, I will give you a complete 9 days Shenyang Ju. Language, tombstone seems to stretch out a pair of hands. That thin hand is pointing Yi Chen's eyebrow heart. Twinkling, twinkling. Yi Chen is surprised to find a stream of information in his mind. The content of information flow is similar to the 9 days Shenyang he has been practicing, but it is more complicated. Even the content behind the 9 days Shenyang resolution is quite different. At this moment, Yi Chen almost determined the identity of each other. It's really Lin Qingxian, the doctor of Taishu. Because the old man said that the 9 days Shenyang Ju was created by the Taishu medical god Lin Qingxian. Master Lin, to be honest, the door of medical god I just mentioned was created by one of your gods. Yi Chen hastily opens a way. That tombstone can hear Yi Chen say his surname and deity unexpectedly, a bit surprised. At that time, in order to carry on the inheritance, he not only left some inheritance in King Xuanfeng to later generations, but also left a divinity in the world. If later generations can't carry forward his inheritance, the spirit may still be able to do it. At present, it seems that his mind created the medical god Gate, but the owner of the reincarnation cemetery is the disciple of the medical god Gate. He had no idea that he and the reincarnation tomb owner should have such a fate. The next second, the golden light flashes. The tombstone cracked. A figure came out directly. That's an old man with good manners. The old man was dressed in a robe of 8 trigrams, with a box engraved with simple patterns on his back. Nothing else. The simple can't be simpler. Of course, the old man's breath is a sense of distance. That eye single sweep, each and feels as if oneself pierced through. Who can bear this strong posture? One side of the immortal Lord and Duan Laren were surprised to see the old man. They were more surprised and said, "It's him. How did he come out in advance?"